Chapter 473. With Isis as an example, the rest of the nobles expressed their willingness to pay the ransom. After a rough calculation, Su Lin received a shocking number. The total ransom of these nobles was almost 5 million kinnar. However, Su Lin did not plan to let them go so easily. He asked these nobles to write letters to their families to send the ransom. After receiving these letters, the nobles who were still trembling in fear heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they accepted the ransom, it would be easy. Although they had to pay a large sum of money, it was still better than being accused of rebellion and stripped of their titles. They immediately opened their treasure vaults and took out a large amount of kinnar to pay the ransom. Soon Su Lin's camp received a shocking amount of kinnar. After receiving the ransom, Su Lin did not immediately release the nobles. He did not plan to let these rebels go so easily. Moreover, these fertile lands in the south were too cheap for them. It was better for him to take control of them. Therefore, after the nobles paid the ransom and let their guard down, Su Lin's army quietly spread out to the surrounding cities and attacked at the agreed time. The soldiers suffered heavy losses. Under the lack of vigilance, more than 10 southern cities were conquered overnight. Su Lin completely bared his fangs. However, although he had conquered more than 10 cities, there were more cities in the south that were still controlled by the rebels. However, the combat power of Su Lin's army had completely shocked these people. They did not dare to attack again. Because Su Lin did not have enough soldiers, conquering more than 10 cities was already the limit. Therefore, he did not launch another attack. Instead, he took the opportunity to quickly digest the spoils of war that he had just received. At the same time, Su Lin took out the ransom that he had just received and began to recruit soldiers again. While recruiting, Su Lin began to transfer more soldiers from the northern city. The northern city had more than 10,000 soldiers before, but after a few transfers, there were less than 5,000 soldiers left. More than half of them were new soldiers. The rest of the soldiers were sent to San Filto through the teleportation circle. The rebellion in San Filto had ended long ago. The rebellion that the nobles had prepared did not cause any waves at all. Whether it was the nobles' private soldiers, recruited soldiers, or even bribed soldiers, they were all defeated in one blow. The nobles who participated in the rebellion were all driven crazy by the well-prepared embroidered uniform guards. For a time, the prisons in the city were overcrowded. With so many nobles captured, all sorts of confessions were interrogated by the embroidered uniform guards. The culprit, who had been hiding under the water, could no longer hide and was quickly captured. This time, about half of the nobles in the Kingdom of Florence were directly implicated. In addition to arresting people, they also obtained a lot of money and land. At the same time, the power of the nobles was also dealt a blow by Su Lin. After this incident, the number of nobles in the Kingdom of Florence was reduced by half. The influence of the nobles was greatly weakened. Moreover, those who dared to resist were mostly captured. The remaining ones were all very obedient. Apart from that, Su Lin had also begun to promulgate laws that restricted the rights of the nobles. Although the laws did not completely eliminate the nobles, it was impossible for them to be as powerful as before. Su Lin dealt with these people very decisively. Needless to say, those who were deeply involved were directly stripped of their titles. The main culprit was sentenced to death by hanging. As for those who were implicated, all their property was confiscated and they were punished to be slaves. When spring came next year, they would be sent to work in the northern town city. This incident could implicate at least tens of thousands of people and send them to the northern town city. With these people, the rapid development of the northern town city was already a matter of certainty. Just as Su Lin was digesting the spoils of war, the rebellious nobles in the south began to send messengers to negotiate. These people had already realized the gap between them and Su Lin. After being beaten up, they also woke up. This negotiation was to admit defeat. If they continued to fight, although they could win, it would take a lot of time. Another reason was that several countries bordering the south of Florence had recently begun to stir. If Su Lin pressed too hard, who knew if these nobles would directly cooperate with the surrounding countries? By then, things would be troublesome. Therefore, after some consideration, Su Lin decided to negotiate, but the requirements of the negotiation were much stricter. At the very least, these nobles had to pay a heavy price. After handing over the peace negotiations, Su Lin also returned to San Filto City. After the war of 100,000 people ended, Su Lin heard the system prompt sound in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have won a glorious victory. Under your command, your army has defeated the southern rebel army despite being outnumbered. At the same time, you have suppressed the rebel army within the royal city. You have obtained 63,000 EXP. You have obtained 1 platinum treasure chest. You have obtained 3 rubies. Battle ended, January 1689 of the new moon calendar. In the kingdom of Florence, the nobles in the capital who were dissatisfied with you colluded with the nobles in the south and started a great rebellion. You and your army fought calmly and successfully crushed the enemy's scheme. You have also defeated the rebels in the south in the field, obtaining victory in the entire battle and forcing the other nobles in the south to submit to you. Your name has started to spread in the surrounding countries. Prestige plus 15. Hearing the notifications of his attributes, Su Lin opened up his storage space. This time around he had only received a platinum treasure chest and a few magic gemstones. His gains could only be said to be better than nothing. However, the enemies this time around were not strong enough. They did not even have a single legend, and the strongest were merely conferred knights and knight commanders. The 60,000 experience points were only given due to the fact that there were enough enemies this time around. Fang Xingjian casually opened the platinum treasure chest, and a series of beautiful special effects flashed by. The system's cold voice rang out in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item Demonized Oak Tree Seed. A strange seed appeared before his eyes. Su Lin picked it up. This seed was about the size of a walnut and was silvery white in color. There were some strange patterns on the surface of the seed, and it looked very beautiful. With one look, Fang Xingjian could tell that this seed was no ordinary item. Demonized Oak Tree, plant. This is a strange seed that requires a special environment in order for it to take root and germinate. After that, it will grow and become a demonized oak tree. The demonized oak tree possesses mysterious powers. Host, please explore on your own. Explore on my own? What the heck? Su Lin looked back and forth at the silver-white seed in front of him, which was surrounded by a layer of strange power, protecting the seed from harm. The result of the system's identification was also vague. Su Lin was also curious about this seed. However, there was nothing he could do about it now. If he wanted to plant this seed, he would need to find a suitable place. Ordinary places would not allow it to germinate. Su Lin gave it some thought and kept the seed. He planned to send the seed to the secret realm to test it out after returning to northern Garrison City. After staying in San Filto City for 2 days, Su Lin brought Phyllis along to have a deep and simple conversation. After that, he went to northern Garrison City in a carefree mood. The biggest harvest this time, other than a dozen cities, was a large amount of kinnar. This time, Su Lin obtained a total of 10 million kinnar. With so many kinnar, it greatly alleviated northern Garrison City's financial problems. Moreover, Su Lin was also preparing to continue building the miracle building. Last time he obtained the Qilin horn. He already had the blueprint for the Qilin pavilion. However, he did not have enough funds at that time. Now that he had the funds, he could buy all kinds of materials. Therefore, the Qilin pavilion could also be built. The location that Su Lin chose for the Qilin pavilion was near the military camp. The terrain here was broad. After confirming the location, Northern Garrison City's huge construction team immediately began to work. All kinds of materials and building materials were continuously transported over. After that, construction began under Sulin's command. The Qilin pavilion did not occupy a large area. However, the attic's shape was grand and imposing. It used a large amount of high-quality wood. This was a 3-story brick attic. The attic was richly ornamented. On top of it, there were many carvings of rare beasts. Fortunately, Northern Garrison City's craftsmen were all experienced masters. Otherwise, this kind of attic might not be able to be completed. After handing over the blueprint to the construction leader, Su Lin left the construction site. He brought the demonized oak tree seed to Northern Wind Pagoda. Su Lin went straight to the astrology platform in the pagoda. When he arrived at the astrology platform, Hathaway was reclining on a reclining chair and flipping through a magic book. After seeing Su Lin arrive, her face revealed a trace of joy. However, it quickly disappeared. "How come you have time to come here today?" Hathaway put down the book and raised her head to take a look at him. The corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a tranquil smile. Her eyes moved and her rosy cherry lips lightly opened. Su Lin shrugged his shoulders and very casually sat on the reclining chair. Hathaway's beautiful big eyes rolled her eyes at him. After that, she leaned her body to the side and made some space for him. Su Lin comfortably leaned against her and sat down. Although the chaise lounge was rather spacious, it was still a bit crowded when 2 people sat on it. A burst of male scent assaulted her face. Although she was already very familiar with it, Hathaway's face still flashed with a trace of blush. Su Lin sniffed the faint delicate fragrance that came from the tip of his nose. He felt the astonishing elasticity and softness of her body. Hathaway's body carried a delicate fragrance. Her soft long hair casually draped down. Her white as jade-like skin was as delicate as a baby's. As if sensing Sullen's gaze, some small goosebumps slowly appeared on Hathaway's arms. After a while, Sulin withdrew his gaze. Then he took out an exquisite box and lowered it in front of Hathaway. "I obtained a strange seed this time. Take a look and see if it's useful," Sulin said close to Hathaway's ear. He opened the box and revealed the silver seed inside. His scorching breath blew on the side of her face and earrings. Hathaway's white as jade-like skin also slowly rose a little bit. Sulin stared at the woman with astonishing attractiveness and seduction in front of him. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. Chapter 474. A silver ray of light shone and appeared. The silver enchanted seed reflected a beautiful light. Even the most knowledgeable witches were attracted by this strange seed. "What kind of seed is this?" Hathaway reached out and picked up the seed. "It is said to be the seed of an enchanted oak tree." Sulin stretched his body, raised his arm and dropped it. Naturally, it went through Hathaway's back and reached her waist. Hathaway's body trembled slightly, but she did not reject it. She continued to look down at the seed. Sulin wrapped his arm around Hathaway's slender waist and pulled her tall body into his arms. Hathaway rolled her eyes at him and continued to look at the enchanted seed. "This seed has a strong vitality," Hathaway said in surprise after she sent her magic power into it to examine it. "It's just a little strange. There is a layer of energy field on the surface of this seed. Before this energy field dissipates, it can't be planted." Sulin said, "This layer of energy field has a chance to disappear when the seed is in a suitable place. I plan to plant this seed in the secret realm. What do you think?" "I just tested it. This seed is not dangerous. As long as we are careful, there won't be any big problems. But I suggest that we isolate it first." Hathaway's cheeks were flushed. Sullen's warm palm slowly climbed up like a snake. His fingertips brushed across Hathaway's smooth and soft skin. He could feel the temperature of Hathaway's body rising, and the delicate fragrance of her body was getting stronger. At the same time, he inadvertently licked her small and cute earlobe. Phew. Hathaway's breathing was obviously a little faster, and her eyes seemed to become like a pool of spring water at this moment. Although her eyes fell on the silver seed in her hand, she seemed to be absent-minded. Sullen's palm slid upward. His fingers crossed the plane and soon began to climb the peak. Hathaway felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and her breathing became faster. At this moment, Hathaway's breathing suddenly stopped. Sullen's palm was holding a soft peach. The touch was smoother than silk and as gentle as jade. He loved it so much that he could not put it down. The steering wheel was kneaded into various shapes. Sulin used his arm to directly carry Hathaway's light body. Then he walked into a room at the side. Soon, a burst of sobbing sounds floated out from the astrology platform. Sullen's purple lightning thunder dragon spear swept through thousands of troops with unparalleled penetrative power. Hathaway's protective shield collapsed under this kind of attack. However, facing Sullen's rapid advance, Hathaway did not give up resisting. She also began to resist with the wizard's hand. However, how could it withstand the giant tongue whip? Sulin brought out his specialty, the seven snakes coiling spear. He quickly charged 3 times without any cooldown time, and then violently attacked with the Overlord Spear Rush. Even legendary spellcasters were beaten to a pulp. After activating their ultimate move, they were invincible. Then it was an earth-shattering battle of tens of thousands of words. In the end, Sulin won a complete victory. Early the next morning, Sulin brought Hathaway back to the secret realm. The secret realm was still full of flowers, and there were no changes due to the wind and snow outside. Groups of winged ones were busy in the flower field not far away. On the other side, a few clay golems were working. The whole secret realm was full of vitality. The secret realm produced a lot of magic materials every month. However, because of the lack of manpower, there were still many places in the secret realm that had not been repaired. Many of the planting areas were still barren. The operation of a secret realm required a lot of manpower. The work in the secret realm was dangerous. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to do it. At the same time, some magic knowledge and the ability to cast spells were needed. With Sullen's current foundation, he could not do it. Sulin and Hathaway came to the control center of the secret realm. He asked Tower Spirit Number 1 to display a 3-dimensional map of the entire secret realm. He was going to mark out a piece of land in the secret realm and use it to plant the enchanted oak. With the help of Tower Spirit Number 1, Sulin quickly chose a place. The area of the land was neither big nor small. It was about 1,000 square meters. The surrounding area had been isolated by a spatial isolation circle. At the same time, there was an energy channel connected to the elemental pool to provide enough energy. Sulin deliberately built a small pool here. The water in it was the energy water that was drawn from the elemental pool. After the planting environment was ready, Sulin took out the silver seed. After injecting energy into the seed, he put the seed in the pool. After the seed entered the spring water, the strange energy field that shrouded the seed quickly dissipated. Then, to Sulin's surprise, the seed that had just sprouted grew uncontrollably. The seed buds broke out of the soil and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became a small sapling. Then, the elemental water in the pool was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the elemental water in the pool was exhausted. Seeing this, Sulin immediately ordered Tower Spirit Number 1 to open the energy channel. Soon, the blue elemental water poured into the pool. With the influx of elemental water, the sapling grew rapidly again. In just a few minutes, the sapling grew into a tree more than 10 meters tall. At this time, the growth of the oak tree finally began to slow down. However, even though it had slowed down a little, its growth rate was still dozens of times faster than its normal growth rate. In the next few days, with the energy supply from the elemental pool, the oak finally grew to about 20 meters tall. Its branches and leaves were lush and green. A strange energy appeared around the demonized oak tree. This energy was somewhat different from mana. It was gentler and purer, with a natural aura. This aura made people feel very comfortable. Although it had grown to more than 20 meters, the oak was still not mature. However, its growth rate had returned to normal. It could only grow slowly. This is a nature oak. Hathaway looked at the tree in front of her in surprise. Nature oak? What's that? Sulin looked at Hathaway in confusion. The nature oak is a magical plant cultivated by the elves. Hathaway reached out and enchanted the trunk of the oak. She continued, "You should have heard of the legend of the Tree of Life or the World Tree, right?" "Of course I have. The World Tree is said to be the divine tree that created the world. The Tree of Life is the treasure of the High Elves." "You mean this tree is?" Sulin immediately understood. "What are you thinking about?" Hathaway rolled her eyes at Sulin. She continued, "Not to mention the World Tree, even the Tree of Life can't grow in a space like the Arcana realm. The World Tree is a divine object that only exists in legends. No one has ever seen it before. Legend has it that the Tree of Life grows in the ancestral land of the elves. Other than a few gold elves among the high elves, no other elves can get close to it, let alone us. The World Tree was said to have been destroyed during the War of the Gods. It was cut down by the gods, leaving only some withered branches and leaves, which were taken away by some people. The Tree of Life was very precious. The High Elves had always wanted to plant one, but they had never succeeded. Later, the High Elves began to use the branches of the Tree of Life and other trees to cultivate. It was said that some of the branches of the World Tree were also used. This method of cultivation eventually succeeded, but it also failed. The newly cultivated plants were not as powerful as the elves had expected. Although they inherited a part of it, they were severely weakened in all aspects. The nature oak could change the surrounding environment and make it more habitable. At the same time, it could purify corrosion and increase the concentration of natural energy. Although it was not as good as the Tree of Life, many elven villages would plant one. Elven villages would also be built around nature oaks. During the Elven Empire, every elven village would have a nature oak. After the Elven Empire collapsed, many nature oaks were cut down and burned. Although the nature oak was not as powerful as the World Tree, it still inherited some of the World Tree's abilities. For example, it could form a nature domain around itself. Casting nature spells or druid spells here would be enhanced. Sulin did not expect this seed to be a nature oak. Since the Elven Empire was destroyed, many nature oaks were destroyed. This plant was very precious among the elves. Now, there was one growing in the Arcana realm. Nature oak. Legend has it that the branches of the World Tree and the Tree of Life were used to cultivate an advanced plant. It was widely planted throughout the continent during the Elven Empire. It has the effect of purifying the environment and improving nature. Energy purification plus 35, nature force plus 33, nature domain plus 10, health growth plus 18, bloodline evolution plus 6, only applicable to nature elemental creatures. Environment compatibility plus 33, Sulin was a bit surprised after seeing the nature oak's attributes. This kind of nature oak could promote bloodline evolution. No wonder the elves planted it in every village. At the beginning, the ancient elves' bloodline was the same as the dragons, which was the golden bloodline. However, as time passed, their bloodline began to deteriorate. For example, the normal elves' bloodline had already deteriorated to bronze, which was not much different from a human's bloodline. However, with this nature oak, their bloodline would slowly improve. Although it would be difficult to evolve, at least it would not continue to deteriorate. This was very important to the elves. However, this bloodline evolution was only limited to nature elemental creatures. In the northern city, only the half-elves and Pegasi met this requirement. Chapter 475. Bloodline evolution was a rare ability. The nature oak's ability was only effective on elves and half-elves. It had limited effect on Su Lin. As for letting the half-elves live here, Su Lin planned to use it as a reward. Only the half-elves who had made great contributions could live here. With this nature oak, the half-elves' loyalty to Su Lin would increase again. Su Lin believed that the half-elves would work hard for a long time. As the nature breath on the oak spread, Su Lin and Hathaway felt some changes in their bodies. Although Su Lin had successfully merged with the divinity after absorbing it last time, the pollution in the divinity was not completely removed. The divinity of the brain hunter contained a large amount of evil, madness, lust, violence, and destruction. It could easily interfere with one's mind. After Sulin's methods, most of these negative energies had been removed. According to the original speed, it would take at least half a month to remove all the pollution. But just now, all the pollution in his body had been cleansed. Feeling the changes in his body, Sulin's eyes flashed with joy. The nature oak could actually cleanse the pollution in his body. This was great news for Su Lin. With the purification effect of the nature oak, he could continue to extract the remaining divinity of the brain hunter. This purification effect was not only effective on Su Lin, but also on Hathaway. As a wizard, Hathaway had taken many potions. Some of these potions were used to heal injuries, while others were used to increase strength. Normal potions had side effects, not to mention this kind of potion. Although the side effects had been reduced to a very low level after Hathaway's treatment, there were still a lot of side effects accumulated in her body over the years. This kind of poison caused the energy in her body to not be pure enough. Basically, all wizards had this problem. Now, the poison in Hathaway's body had been completely cleansed. As a legendary wizard, Hathaway was very sensitive to the changes in her body. Soon, she felt that her body had become more pure. Su Lin and Hathaway waited for a while before leaving the secret realm and returning to the North Wind Tower. After Su Lin returned, he hurriedly took out the divine crystal of the brain hunter sealed in the wizard tower. He was ready to extract the divinity from it again. After taking out the divine crystal, Su Lin and Hathaway came to the astrology platform. They were very familiar with extracting divinity. They directly connected the galaxy to the elemental pool, and powerful elemental energy instantly appeared on the astrology platform. At this time, the rune circle under their feet also lit up. Hathaway gently waved her hand, and a delicate magic staff appeared in her hand. Seal. Rise. Along with the huge energy, a mighty torrent of magic power appeared. Hathaway's figure was lifted into the air by this power, and a silver chain quickly formed. At this time, Su Lin also took out the divine crystal. With a light flick of his finger, the divine crystal fell into the seal. Hathaway nodded at Su Lin. Su Lin took a deep breath and stood on another rune circle. The huge elemental energy was instantly activated, and the rune circle lit up. Soul extraction. In an instant, the powerful elemental energy turned into chains and sank into the divine crystal. Then a huge energy burst out. The chains slowly pulled and dragged the soul of the brain hunter out of the divine crystal. The ferocious-looking brain hunter was dragged out little by little. The brain hunter struggled to escape, but as soon as it moved, more rune chains wrapped around it and completely suppressed it. Soul extraction. A purple-brown soul energy was extracted and then integrated into Sulin's body. It contained the soul energy and divinity of the brain hunter. Su Lin calmed his mind, extracted the soul energy and resealed it. Then, he integrated the divinity into his body. As the soul energy was extracted, the soul of the brain hunter began to become more transparent. At the same time, a trace of pale golden energy began to slowly enter Sulin's body. The original divinity in Sulin's body was also stimulated at this moment, guiding the divinity into his body. A trace of pale golden appeared in Sulin's blood, and even the divinity in his soul became more radiant. As the divinity was integrated bit by bit, Su Lin quickly felt bloated again. When he felt that the divinity was absorbed to the peak, Su Lin directly stopped the soul extraction. At this time, the originally solid soul of the brain hunter had become faintly discernible. After 2 extractions, the soul of the brain hunter had become very weak. There was only a little divinity left. The soul crystal that Su Lin used to preserve the soul energy of the brain hunter had also become legendary. As long as the remaining soul energy was integrated, the soul crystal would become advanced legendary. Hathaway skillfully used the demon sealing formation to reseal the divine crystal. Su Lin also came to the seclusion room and began to remove the evil energy. At the same time, he removed the various negative thoughts in the divinity. When he came out of the seclusion room, the negative energy in his body was very faint. The remaining polluted energy needed to be slowly removed. The last stubborn energy would be purified by the nature oak in the secret realm. After integrating the divinity, Su Lin had 9 points of divinity. He was only 1 step away from becoming a demigod. After stretching his body, Su Lin left the Northern Wind Tower and went to the Qilin Pavilion in the northern town to inspect. The Qilin Pavilion did not occupy a large area. After a long period of training, the workers in the northern town had rich experience and superb skills. It was not difficult to build the Qilin Pavilion. After inspecting it and finding no problems, Su Lin left with satisfaction. Speaking of the buildings in the northern town, the Qilin Pavilion occupied the smallest area and was also the easiest to build. According to the progress of the project, it would be completed in about a week. After inspecting the city, Su Lin returned to the palace. During this period of time there were many things to do. The rebels in the south were still negotiating, and the rebels in the northern town of Cold Wind were finally coming to an end. Originally, after the rebels lost 5 high-grade wizards, the Marquis of Savoy had broken through the pass. However, at this time, snow had started to fall in the northern town. It was very difficult to move again in such weather. As a result, the time was delayed for a while and finally Coldwind City was completely taken care of. Alex and Karina also returned to Northgard City after completing their quests. After resting in the northern town for 2 days, Su Lin decided to build an obsidian workshop. The production of obsidian required magma, which was very common in areas with frequent volcanoes. However, there were no volcanoes in the northern town. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the fire elemental plane to capture 2 magma elementals. The temperature in the fire elemental plane was very high. Ordinary people could not survive for more than a minute. The temperature in the fire elemental plane was the lowest. Many things were needed to survive in such a harsh environment. After hearing that Su Lin wanted to go to the fire elemental plane, Hathaway spent a lot of time in elves to make a high-grade fire-resistant ring. Interplanar travel was not easy. Su Lin was only a high-grade wizard, so he could not travel between planes. However, Hathaway was already a legendary wizard. With Hathaway's power, he could also travel between planes. The environment in the fire elemental plane was very harsh. It was very dangerous for anyone below the legendary rank to enter, so this time only Su Lin went. Hathaway made an interplanar teleportation circle in the astrology station to connect to the fire elemental plane. Through this planar teleportation array, Su Lin could be teleported to the fire elemental plane. At the same time, this planar teleportation array had a time limit. The return coordinates had been set at the same time as the teleportation array. As long as the time was up or Su Lin wanted to return, he could directly activate the spatial coordinates left on him and be teleported back by the planar teleportation array. After a few days, all the preparations were done. Hathaway and Su Lin came to the astrology station, where the interplanar teleportation circle was ready. Su Lin took a deep breath, stood in the center of the teleportation circle and nodded to Hathaway. Hathaway took out her magic staff and gently tapped it on the ground. A powerful elemental energy instantly poured into the teleportation circle through the energy channel. The powerful energy tore the space apart, and a portal appeared in front of them. Su Lin cast a few defensive spells on himself and walked into the portal. The dazzling light of teleportation rose, and Sullen's figure disappeared in front of them. Su Lin only felt a strong sense of dizziness, and then his eyes lit up. A wave of heat washed over him, and all he could see was fiery red. The sky, the earth, and the mountains were all burning with fire. Everything in the fire elemental plane was shining with fire. The ground was nothing more than flattened flames and ashes, and the air was restless from the erupting firestorms. The most common liquid was lava, not water. Oceans were formed by flowing flames and mountains were leaking lava. The first time he came to the fire elemental plane, Su Lin felt an intense burning sensation. Although he had already cast a few spells on himself and had a high-grade fire resistance ring, he still couldn't completely resist the high temperature. Just the outermost layer of the fire elemental plane had a temperature of 800 degrees. Ordinary people would directly burn to death if they came here, and most things in the material world would directly burn if they came here. And in the depths of the fire elemental plane, it was normal for the temperature to reach tens of thousands of degrees. Even steel would become as soft as mud and would quickly melt when it was brought here. Ordinary weapons couldn't be used here, and the temperature was very high. Directly breathing would cook the respiratory tract and lungs. Moreover, the air was full of poisonous gases, so they could only use wind elemental power to breathe. Chapter 476. Although he was buffed by all kinds of spells, the surrounding environment was still scorching hot. The surrounding fire elements were rich to an astonishing degree, while the water elements were almost non-existent. In such an environment, using fire elemental spells would yield twice the result with half the effort, but using water elemental spells would consume several times more mana, and their power would also weaken. Just as Su Lin arrived in this world, a few fire elementals roaming in the surroundings rushed towards Su Lin. Fire elementals were the most irascible of the four elements, and these low-level fire elementals were simple-minded and filled with the desire to destroy. Their only purpose was to set everything on fire. Seeing these 4 to 5 meter tall fire elementals rushing over, Su Lin waved his hand and took out the Storm War Halberd. In the fire elemental plane, the strength of fire elementals would increase, and the most direct indication was their size. In a material plane, these low-level fire elementals were around 2 meters tall, but in this place they were generally around 4 meters tall. The Storm War Halberd was covered in lightning, leaving behind afterimages as it instantly hit the cores of the surrounding fire elementals. The fire elementals let out howls of grief as they directly dissipated. A few fire elemental crystals fell down and Su Lin caught them. The drop rate of elemental crystals here was much higher than in the material plane. The fire elemental plane didn't only have elemental life forms, there were also a large number of foreign life forms living here, such as fire lizards, fire dwarves, fire crows, and so on. The most powerful among them were the fire deities. The fire deities had built a huge city here, the Brass City. This city floated above a sea of fire, and not only did the fire deities live in this city, but there were also a large number of slaves. Escaping here was basically impossible, because only the magic of the fire deities could protect these slaves from being harmed by the flames. In the fire elemental plane, the continent floated above the lava, and large and small fire deity villages could be seen everywhere on the sea of lava. Moreover, there were also gods living in this plane. The fire elemental god and the fire god both lived here. One of them was located in the hottest place of the fire elemental plane, while the other lived in the Coke Temple. The common languages of this world were the fire elemental plane, the common language, and the infernal language. Walking in the fire elemental plane was like walking on burning flames. Most of the land was solid, but there were also some flaming swamps that were similar to asphalt and highly sticky. The most troublesome of all were the lava fountains, which appeared completely randomly. Apart from that, the fire elemental plane also had a rain of ashes. Countless burning flames would fall from the sky, and without any defensive spells, even a great night wouldn't last more than a few minutes. Other than that, there was also a volcano that could erupt at any time. Although this place was very dangerous, it was rich in all kinds of fire attribute materials. For example, elemental crystal stones, fire essence, fire copper ore, and so on could be found here. Crow. Accompanied by an unpleasant cry, a red cloud flew over from afar. Su Lin took a closer look and found that the red cloud was actually a flock of fire crows. When they saw Su Lin, they flew towards Su Lin with burning flames. Food was scarce in the fire elemental plane. It was clear that these fire crows had taken Su Lin as their prey. Quintuple lightning whip. Crackling lightning jumped out of Su Lin's hands, and a whip made of lightning swept through the air. Wherever it passed, a large number of fire crows fell down like rain. These fire crows weren't very powerful, and they relied on their numbers to win. But it was clear that they had found the wrong opponent this time. The quintuple lightning whip swept through the sky, crisscrossing lightning bolts weaved into a huge electric net. All the fire crows were covered by this electric net, and it only took a few moments for the flock of fire crows to be wiped out. Fire crows didn't have any precious materials on them, so Su Lin chose a few high-quality fire crows and put them in his storage space. He then didn't stay any longer and immediately left. The elemental fluctuations there would soon attract more monsters, and fire crows were considered good food for many monsters. If he stayed any longer, he would likely be entangled by those monsters. Sulin had come to look for lava elementals, so he didn't want to waste too much time here. After identifying the direction, Sulin's figure flashed and he quickly left. Rumble. A series of fireballs exploded, and Sulin's body flashed with light. He disappeared and reappeared dozens of meters away, dodging the attacks behind him. Why are there so many monsters? Sulin killed 3 fire lizards with a headache. It had only been a morning since he arrived, and Sulin had encountered dozens of waves of monsters. As soon as these monsters saw Sulin, they began to attack without saying a word. Since he came to this plane, the battle hadn't stopped. This fire elemental plane is really unfriendly. Sulin frowned. In fact, Sulin didn't know that the aura on his body that didn't belong to the fire elemental plane had attracted the interest of these monsters. This was something only high-grade wizards who had traveled through planes would know. He was a first-time traveler, and Hathaway didn't have this experience, so no one told him. Casually putting away the corpses of these fire lizards, Sulin looked at the surrounding environment. This can't go on. Although his strength was not bad in an environment like the fire elemental plane, he had to consume energy all the time. His recovery speed couldn't keep up with the consumption. If he didn't wear the danger tungsten on his body, his situation would be even worse. An exquisite glass lantern appeared in his palm. Immediately after, a wave of energy spread out from the glass lantern. Invisibility. Sulin's figure disappeared in an instant. Vanish. Another light rose, and the footprints and smell left behind by Sulin gradually faded until they completely disappeared. After concealing his tracks, Sulin continued to move forward. As expected, after concealing his tracks, no more monsters attacked him. At the same time, he released all his senses and deliberately avoided areas with dense fire elements. Sulin didn't go to the city of Brass. Although this city was a neutral city, it didn't mean that everyone was welcome. Sulin didn't have any friendship with the fire deity, so he didn't go there. After using fly, Sulin quickly flew through the sky. The sky of the fire elemental plane was not empty. Clouds of fire floated in the sky. These clouds were composed of flammable gas mixed with a large amount of poisonous gas and smoke. Sometimes, these clouds of fire would suddenly explode, and the scene was as gorgeous as a big firework. These clouds of fire were very dangerous. The temperature inside was very high, and if one accidentally entered, one would be roasted. When flying in the fire elemental plane, remember not to enter these clouds of fire, unless you want to set off fireworks. Sulin's target was the area of the fire elemental plane near the earth elemental plane. This area was an almost endless sea of magma. This area was also very dangerous. Magma flowed everywhere and some black rocks floated on it. Magma waves could be set off at any time anywhere. This was an area with high magma activity. At the same time, it was the border of the elemental plane. The probability of encountering a legendary elemental elder was very high. In the elemental plane, the elemental elder was far more powerful than in the material plane. In the material plane, the challenge rating of an elemental elder was level 16, but in the fire elemental plane it was level 20. Moreover, their summoning skills were not restricted in the fire elemental plane. If he had enough time, he could summon a fire elemental army. In addition to the elemental elder, there were a large number of elemental lords and demigod jinns. The lowest challenge rating of these creatures was high legend. If you encountered these creatures in the fire elemental plane, don't think too much. Turning around and running away was the best choice. The creatures in the fire elemental plane were generally very aggressive. According to the division of camps, many creatures in the fire elemental plane leaned towards the evil and chaotic camp. If you encountered a demigod jinn in the fire elemental plane, up to 90% of the cases would be a fight. The friendliest elemental jinn were the jinn. They often traded with plane travelers. Of course, this friendliness was also relative. Sulin did not go too deep into the magma sea. It was very dangerous. As the border area between the fire elemental plane and the earth elemental plane, there were usually powerful elemental demigods or elemental lords guarding it. He intended to look for a few large magma elementals nearby and catch them back. In fact, the best place to catch magma elementals was in the magma plane, but this kind of subplane was not so easy to find. There were also a large number of subplanes around the 4 major elemental planes. These planes were in the crevices of various planes such as the magma plane, the lightning plane, the ice plane, the swamp plane, the steam plane, the smoke plane, the ore plane, and so on. The most valuable one was the ore plane, but the ore plane was very rare and difficult to find. The ore plane had all kinds of ores in the multiverse. It was said that in the ore plane, there were even veins of fine gold and mithril. Veins that existed completely in the form of ores were not associated with ores that needed complicated purification processes. Once this kind of plane was discovered, it was basically a windfall. Sulin flew near the magma sea and observed. After sensing the aura of creatures such as elemental elders, elemental lords, or demigods, he directly went around. Fortunately, there were not many of these creatures and they were sleeping most of the time. As long as he did not get too close, he would not disturb them. Far away from a magma waterfall, a fire elemental lord was bathing under the magma waterfall. Sulin used the system to identify it and found that the challenge level of this fire elemental lord was as high as level 35. After Sulin looked from afar, he decisively went around it. In the fire elemental plane, if you wanted to challenge them, you would need at least a few high-grade legendary masters in a team. Chapter 477. After bypassing the elemental lord's territory, Sulin soon discovered a lava river. This lava river was about 300 meters wide and was filled with turbulent lava. In some places the sea of lava was swirling. Some sulfur ores and black stones floated on the surface of the lava. There were also some ashes floating on the surface of the lava. On the lava river there were many lava elementals. Lava elementals were the amalgamation of earth and fire elementals. They were completely composed of lava. Their ranks were the same as other elemental creatures. They were divided into small, medium, large, giant, and elemental elders. If there was a chance, Sulin wanted to capture an elder lava elemental. However, considering the current situation, Sulin decided to capture 2 giant lava elementals. It was very simple to enslave a lava elemental. One just had to brand the enslavement contract on their soul core. However, these lava elementals would not allow one to do as they pleased. Therefore, under normal circumstances, one would have to beat them up first. After controlling them, one would forcibly brand the enslavement contract on their soul core. Seeing the lava elementals, Sulin did not disturb them. After confirming that there were no powerful creatures around, Sulin slowly approached the lava elementals. Soon he discovered a giant lava elemental wandering on the edge of the lava river. Its entire body exuded blazing heat. From time to time, boiling lava would slide down from its huge body. This lava elemental gently waved its hand and set off a wave of lava several meters high in the lava river. This type of elemental creature was rarely encountered in material planes. Occasionally, one might see some near volcanic craters. However, their size was not too big and could not satisfy Sulin's needs. Ice orb. With a flash of light, a football-sized ice orb appeared in front of Sulin. As soon as the ice orb appeared, it flew toward the lava elemental like a meteor. Lava elementals were the same as fire elementals. They had high resistance to physical damage. At the same time, they had the burning effect of fire elementals. During battle, lava splashed out from the lava elementals would also cause damage to the enemy. Lava elementals also had splash damage when they attacked. Melee classes would be at a disadvantage when fighting them. However, lava elementals were not without weaknesses. Because their bodies were made of lava, their movement speed was not fast. As long as one was careful of their lava orb attacks, they could be killed with long-range spells. Lava elementals were the same as fire elementals. They were immune to fire damage and had high resistance to earth elemental spells. Their weaknesses were water and ice elementals. Water elemental spells could deal double the damage. After Sulin threw an ice orb, he lured the giant lava elemental over. The giant lava elemental roared and charged at him. Sulin observed the surroundings while he lured the giant lava elemental to the side. Then he began to cast spells to whittle down the giant lava elemental's health. After the water elemental attacked the lava elemental, some of the lava on its body would fall. At the same time, the flames on its body would weaken. Sulin needed to weaken the lava elemental as much as possible. Of course, he also had to be careful not to use too much force and kill the lava elemental. Sulin kept attacking the lava elemental. As time passed, the lava elemental's injuries became more and more serious. The lava elemental roared again and again, but there was nothing it could do. Although the lava orb attacks were powerful, they were useless if they could not hit the target. Soon, the lava elemental fell into a near-death state. Intimidate. With a flash of light, the lava elemental that was throwing the lava orb instantly stiffened. Sulin's figure flashed and appeared near the lava elemental. Hold monster. Then, a flash of light rose and instantly controlled the giant lava elemental. Then a strange stone appeared in Sulin's hand. This was a contract stone made by Hathaway. Once crushed, it could cast an enslavement spell that was equivalent to a legendary wizard's. Sulin gently squeezed and a rune instantly rushed out. The rune directly penetrated the body of the lava elemental in front of him and was branded on the core of the lava elemental's soul. As if it had sensed the danger, the lava elemental's huge body struggled a few times and then stiffened again. The entire lava elemental seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. After a while, the lava elemental recovered and stood quietly on the spot, waiting for orders. "Raise your left foot." Sulin tried to order the lava elemental. The tall lava elemental obediently raised its left foot according to Sulin's request. "Raise your right foot again." "Giant lava elemental?" The lava elemental shook its body, but it still did not raise its right foot. "Take 2 steps." The lava elemental's huge body slowly moved 2 steps and then stood aside obediently. Then Sulin gave it a few more orders, and the lava elemental acted very seriously. "Not bad, very obedient." Looking at the lava elemental in front of him, Sulin nodded with satisfaction. He then activated the teleportation coordinates on his body, and a flash of light rose. Sulin guided the teleportation light to cover the lava elemental in front of him. Then the teleportation light flashed, and the giant lava elemental disappeared in front of him. At the same time, on the astrology platform of the North Wind Tower in the material plane, a giant lava elemental appeared in the planar teleportation circle. After successfully capturing a giant lava elemental, Sulin began to look for the next target. Soon he found another giant lava elemental. With the previous experience, Sulin was more familiar with capturing lava elemental for the second time. After putting the giant lava elemental into a near-death state, Sulin took out a contract stone again and enslaved the lava elemental. Then, Sulin activated the teleportation coordinates and teleported the lava elemental back to the main material plane. Just as Sulin finished capturing the lava elemental and was about to take the time to collect some ashes from the fire elemental plane, a dull roar suddenly came from afar. Sulin's eyes widened instantly. Is that the roar of a giant dragon? The location of the roar was not close to Sulin. Sulin had heard the roar of a Euron before, and it was very similar to the roar just now. Giant dragons also lived in the elemental planes. Among them, a large number of gem dragons lived in the earth elemental plane. On the other hand, the giant dragons that usually appeared in the fire elemental plane were red dragons. Occasionally metal dragons would also come here. Usually it was brass dragons and gold dragons. Of course, metal dragons were rare. The red dragons liked this kind of environment the most. The other 2 types of giant dragons rarely entered the fire elemental plane. The giant dragons encountered in the elemental plane were a little different from the giant dragons in the outside world. Under normal circumstances, only adult giant dragons would enter the more dangerous elemental plane. All the giant dragons below the adult stage, including the more powerful young giant dragons, were not willing to enter the fire elemental plane. This was because the enemies in the elemental plane were too powerful. Many of them liked to hunt giant dragon creatures. Hearing the roar of a giant dragon here, Sulin's curiosity was instantly piqued. When he thought of the giant dragons, Sulin thought of their huge wealth. Should I go and take a look? Sulin was a little hesitant. He came this time to enslave the lava elemental and collect some rare materials at the same time. He did not have any other plans. Now that he heard the roar of a giant dragon, he wanted to see if he could get some benefits. Of course, there were still some risks. The danger level of the fire elemental plane could be described in a more exaggerated way. There were as many legends as dogs and demigods as there were demigods. Any powerful wild monster had a challenge rating of 10+. If he was unlucky and encountered an elder fire elemental, it would be a legendary battle. With Sulin's current strength, it was definitely impossible to deal with a demigod, but he was confident in dealing with ordinary legendary creatures. And even if he encountered any danger with Hathaway's planar teleportation, he was confident that he could escape. At most, he would be a little embarrassed. If he found that it was really a giant dragon, then he might be able to make a fortune this time. There were many creatures in the fire elemental plane that could deal with adult giant dragons. Those creatures were irritable. As long as there was a little fire, they would easily fight. Let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, we'll leave. Sulin clapped his hands and made up his mind. After thinking about it, Sulin once again cast invisibility on himself, and then flew in the direction of the sound. There were not many creatures in the elemental plane that could wrestle with a giant dragon. Fire Jinn, Elder Fire Elemental, Elemental Lord, and so on. These monsters were not easy to deal with, and once he was discovered, it was very likely that they would attack him. After flying over a hill, Su Lin saw a volcano not far away. After glancing around, Su Lin did not see any trace of a giant dragon. Su Lin looked at the volcano. His eyes moved slightly, and Su Lin carefully approached the crater of the volcano. This was the most common volcano in the fire elemental plane. Scorching magma was rolling inside and a lot of black smoke was coming out of the magma mouth. The scene inside the crater could not be seen clearly. The crater of the volcano was about 500 meters in diameter. It was a small volcano in the fire elemental plane. Su Lin had seen a volcanic eruption of more than 20 kilometers here before. A large amount of magma smoke rushed into the sky. It was like the end of the world. If it was really a giant dragon in this environment, then there was no need to guess that it was a red dragon. Only red dragons would like this magma environment. Su Lin came near the crater of the volcano, and then carefully entered it. Just as he went deeper, he suddenly stopped. Magic trap. A hidden magic trap appeared on the rock wall of the crater. This was an alarm array with a fire attack spell. After observing for a while, Su Lin carefully removed the magic trap and continued to go deeper. Chapter 478. Bang! A black shadow suddenly hit the rock wall beside him. Lava splashed everywhere. Su Lin immediately stopped and looked down. A 4-meter-tall lava elemental had been slammed hard against the rock wall. The lava elemental's body had cracked because of the powerful force. Before the lava elemental could recover, a huge black shadow instantly rushed up. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. Then the huge dragon's body instantly pounced on the lava elemental that was struggling to get up. Then the dragon's strong and powerful claws directly smashed the lava elemental to death. Then it grabbed the elemental core from the lava elemental's body and threw it up casually. The dragon's ferocious mouth instantly closed. The hard elemental core was crushed like a peanut and swallowed into its stomach. After eating this elemental core, the dragon licked its mouth as if it was not satisfied. Its slender tail swept across and sent a lava elemental that had just chased after it flying. Then the dragon killed another lava elemental and swallowed its elemental core. After eating a few elemental cores in a row, the dragon burped with satisfaction and walked leisurely to the deeper parts of the volcanic crater. Su Lin moved his body and rubbed his ears. The circular terrain of the volcanic crater was like a loudspeaker. The dragon's roar just now reverberated back and forth in the volcanic crater, and the echo shook his eardrums until now. A young red dragon. This is a big harvest. Ruby scales. The color is so beautiful. Looking at the depths of the volcanic crater, Su Lin's eyes flashed. After knowing that this nest was a young red dragon, Su Lin became more cautious. The red dragon was the most powerful of the 5-color dragons. Even among the metal dragons, only the gold dragon could compete with it. Su Lin took a deep breath and moved into the depths of the volcanic crater again. The red dragon's nest was in a cave deep in the volcanic crater. Next to it was boiling lava. The surrounding temperature was very high, and there was only one very narrow path leading to the cave. However, after passing through the last path and entering the cave, the front suddenly opened up. A huge dragon nest appeared in front of him. As soon as Su Lin entered the cave, he felt his eyes light up. A 5-meter-tall gold hill appeared in front of him. Gold often appeared in volcanic lava. Many gold veins were formed after the lava cooled. Su Lin was surprised that the red dragon had so much gold. As a young red dragon, he had more wealth than many adult dragons. It seemed that this volcano often brought out a lot of gold when it erupted. This red dragon had found a good place to live. It was already a rich dragon before it had even reached adulthood. However, now that the red dragon was full, it did not realize that it was being watched. Su Lin looked at the red dragon sleeping on the gold hill. The red dragon's appearance was strong and ferocious. Its ruby-like scales had a layer of muscle outline, and there were sharp bone spurs at its joints. At this time, the red dragon was sleeping very soundly. Some transparent liquid could even be seen flowing down its ferocious jaw. As it breathed, a bubble on its nose contracted back and forth. The red dragon did not react to Su Lin's arrival. Giant dragons would be less alert when they were sleeping, but as soon as they sensed danger or any movement, the sleeping giant dragon would wake up instantly. As a big boss that often appeared in various adventure stories, giant dragons were very popular. When Su Lin first came to this world, he often heard some bards telling stories about knights defeating evil dragons. The story was that the evil dragon captured a princess, and the king issued a mission to ask people to save his daughter. Then, a brave knight with the help of a few companions finally defeated the evil dragon and saved the princess. There were many different versions of this story, but Su Lin had always been curious. Why did the dragon capture the princess? Wasn't it supposed to rob the treasury? Even if the dragon captured the princess and threatened the king to hand over a sky-high ransom, the king would probably not agree. Therefore, the dragon capturing the princess was a completely false proposition. Wizards had done a lot of research on giant dragons, and Su Lin had naturally read these books. They even introduced the fighting attributes of giant dragons at different ages, such as which age was the most dangerous, which kind of giant dragons were friendly to humans, the power of the giant dragon's breath, and so on. In the library of the North Wind Tower, there were hundreds of books about giant dragons, such as Habits of Giant Dragons, Types of Giant Dragons, Overview of Giant Dragons, The Book of Giant Dragons, and so on. The body of a giant dragon was a very precious material. Its scales could be made into armor, its bones could be made into equipment, its meat could be eaten, and its blood could be used for the dragon blood baptism ceremony or to make bloodline potions. The dragon bloodline warlock was the most popular of all warlock schools, and also one of the most powerful warlock professions. Many bards said that after bathing in the dragon's blood, one would gain great power and one's body would become as hard as iron. This saying was actually wrong. Not everyone could bear the dragon's blood. For example, the blood of a red dragon was almost like boiling lava. If an ordinary person bathed in this dragon's blood, they would be directly burned into a pile of charcoal. The correct way was to carry out the dragon blood baptism ceremony. After this ceremony, one could strengthen one's body, immunity, and toughness, and improve one's resistance to diseases and toxins. The dragon blood baptism ceremony could be carried out multiple times. For example, the 5-color dragon could baptize the dragon's blood of all 5 colors once, and this effect could be stacked. If the dragon blood baptism ceremony was carried out to the 5th level and above, one could also gain an additional legendary level ability, Armored Skin. Of course, very few people would do this. After all, it was not easy to slay a dragon, and doing so would arouse the hostility of giant dragons. Su Lin had also seen in some wizards' letters that some wizards had carried out the dragon blood baptism ceremony on certain parts of their body in order to gain the achievement of being as hard as iron. It was said that the effect was remarkable. The red dragon had the highest IQ among the 5-color dragons, and at the same time, it was also the strongest. However, in the statistical research conducted by the wizards, it was found that the red dragon's death rate was second only to the white dragon. The white dragon was known as the stupidest giant dragon, and its IQ was only a little higher than that of a wild beast. The main reason was that the red dragon was too arrogant. Most of the other giant dragons would only go out to play when they were young and had the ability to protect themselves. However, the red dragon was different. They would go out to rob villages or adventurers when they were young dragons. This practice was undoubtedly telling others that there were dragons here, and that they should quickly become dragon slayers. Among all the dragons, the red dragon was the most vengeful. They would even hold a grudge for hundreds of years because of something. Then one day when they were strong enough, they would suddenly come and destroy everything. The red dragon would use a few years to come up with an attack plan. After discovering the enemy, they would directly attack. In short, they would spend a lot of time to come up with a plan. When the battle started, they would just throw it aside and attack. The red dragon in front of him was sleeping very soundly. Giant dragons that had just eaten would have a good sleep. Su Lin carefully moved back and forth in the dragon's cave. Soon he had set up a binding circle. With a burst of strong magic light, the red dragon in front of him suddenly opened its eyes. Binding circle. Spell maximization. 8 silver rune chains appeared in an instant and directly pinned the red dragon to the ground. The red dragon that had just woken up struggled to get up. Oh! Who is sneakily attacking the great lava king? The red dragon roared angrily. Its huge body violently struggled to get rid of the chains. The 8 silver rune chains were pulled out of shape, and the entire cave shook slightly. Soon it found Su Lin standing next to it. The red dragon took a deep breath. Its 2 huge eyes burst into flames and its chest bulged. In the next second it was about to spit out a scorching breath. A light flashed on Su Lin's body, and a shadow tentacle instantly appeared. It quickly wrapped around the red dragon's ferocious mouth and violently stopped the dragon's breath that it was about to spit out. For a moment, the red dragon's cheeks, which were originally dark red, turned red. Its 2 eyes bulged out, and large amounts of flames came out of its nostrils and mouth. Its entire head was on fire. The red dragon that was forcefully stopped felt very uncomfortable. After a while this situation disappeared. Plumes of black smoke came out of the red dragon's nostrils, mouth and ears. The red dragon that had recovered stared at Su Lin. Its body began to struggle with all its might, trying to get rid of the chains. The angry red dragon exploded with a shocking amount of power. Su Lin was only an advanced wizard, and the binding circle he cast was soon on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, the red dragon in front of him struggled even harder. It had already decided that once it broke free, it would torture this wizard in front of it. Why bother? Can't you just stay put? Su Lin curled his lips as he looked at the red dragon that was struggling violently. Bang, bang, bang. Su Lin smiled as he looked at the red dragon in front of him. He didn't care at all that it had broken free. You're quite active, but you still need to be trained to be a mount. Mount? The red dragon was stunned for a moment, and then it became even angrier. Damn human, you want to use me as a mount? Die. The red dragon angrily pounced at Su Lin. It's really hard to convince a dragon to be a mount. Su Lin shook his head in disappointment and dodged the red dragon's attack. However, when he thought about having a cool red dragon as a mount, Su Lin decided to persuade this red dragon. He believed that as long as he was reasonable, this red dragon would agree in the end. Chapter 479. Dragon's Breath. A scorching dragon's breath came out of the red dragon's mouth. The cone-shaped flame covered a large area. A second before the dragon's breath drowned Su Lin, a teleportation light flashed from his body. Su Lin's figure instantly appeared near the red dragon's head. 5 lightning whips. Su Lin flicked his wrist gently, and a lightning whip more than 20 meters long appeared in his hand. Su Lin swung it forward, and the 5 lightning whips instantly restrained the red dragon. Lightning crackled continuously, and a large amount of lightning exploded, causing the red dragon to scream in agony. Damn human. I'm going to kill you. The red dragon roared angrily, and the sound seemed to shake the entire cave. Some rocks slid down from the top of the cave. Bullsh *T. Su Lin curled his lips and said. Then he swung hard and the lightning whips appeared again. They ruthlessly whipped the red dragon's body, and the hard scales on its body were directly shattered. Su Lin did not stop. The 5 lightning whips continued to whip the red dragon, and the red dragon screamed in agony. How about it? Think about it. How about becoming my mount? Su Lin's hand shook gently and a lightning whip swayed in his hand. When the red dragon saw the lightning whips, it could not help but tremble. After hearing Su Lin's words, it could not help but roar, "You're dreaming, human. Even if I die, I won't become your mount. Wishful thinking. You better give up. How can I, the great Onyx Vaya, be a human's mount? Unless I'm dead. Why are you so loud?" Su Lin rubbed his ears and whipped it. Looks like we're on the same page. Su Lin shook his head in disappointment. With a flip of his hand, a long halberd surrounded by countless lightning powers appeared. The red dragon that was dodging the lightning whips froze. Then it was instantly bound by the 5 lightning whips and could not move. She instantly sensed the dangerous aura of the weapon, and a strong sense of crisis spread from her heart. It seemed that as long as she moved slightly, she would receive a fatal blow. The faintly discernible traces of blood on the weapon gave her a terrifying pressure. When the red dragon saw the human in front of her pick up the storm halberd and was about to attack, Onyx Vaya panicked. Looks like there's going to be a red skull ornament on the wall in my study, Su Lin said regretfully. Hearing that Su Lin was going to hang his head on the wall, the red dragon Onyx Vaya's face changed. She suddenly said eagerly, Stop, human. Let's talk." The sharp halberd blade stopped below the red dragon's slender neck. The red dragon Onyx Vaya only felt a slight chill on its neck, and the scales on its body stood up. Su Lin heard Onyx Vaya onyx you and said of, "Human, can you move that weapon away from me? It's too close. I don't feel comfortable." Onyx Vaya said as she twisted her body uneasily. "All right, I'll fulfill your request." Su Lin put the storm halberd away. "From today onwards you're my mount. If you refuse you can move." Su Lin waved the storm halberd back and forth in the air at the red dragon. Onyx Vaya looked at the storm halberd and did not dare to move. "Since you're not moving, I'll take it that you agree." Su Lin looked at the motionless red dragon and said happily, "Look, isn't this great? We can still be on the same page. I like this kind of giant dragon who understands the situation. Isn't it just being a mount? It's not a big deal. I'll be very gentle. All right, since you've agreed, I'll let you go." There's a saying that goes, "A wise dragon submits to circumstances." You should learn more about it, Su Lin said as he put the storm halberd back into his storage space. Then he took out a self-created general template from his storage space. Go to hell. Su Lin removed the lightning whip from the red dragon's body. After the storm halberd that made her heart palpitate disappeared, the red dragon Onyx Vaya was filled with endless anger. She was about to spit out dragon breath, but in the next second, a sharp pain came from her chin. Bang! A huge force came from her chin, and the dragon breath that she was about to spit out was scattered again. The red dragon Onyxvia's head instantly lifted up, and the dragon breath of fire was spat into the air. Before she could react, a huge force pressed her head against the ground and rubbed it back and forth. Her body was also pulled up involuntarily. She then turned around and smashed into the rock wall beside her with a bang. The hard rock wall cracked, and the huge red dragon fell down powerlessly. The red dragon Onyx Vaya didn't know what had happened at all. In just an instant she couldn't help but fly up. This was the first time she had encountered this in her dragon life. Even in her inherited memories, such a thing had never happened. A human actually had more strength than her. How was this possible? Not to mention humans, even giants didn't have such strength. Su Lin moved his wrist. His strength had reached 50, and a red dragon in its prime only had around 45. Su Lin easily flung the red dragon away. After he raised his strength to 50, he hadn't encountered any creature with a higher strength than him. Young dragons don't talk about martial ethics. Sneak attack. Su Lin said to the red dragon in front of him with a smile. He casually used a self-created hero template on the red dragon, and a familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Ding. You have used self-created hero template on the red dragon Onyx Vaya. Self-created hero activated. Please choose a hero's character trait, talent. Horsemanship, hidden weapon, throwing, sword skills, spear skills, archery skills, charm, ferocity, regeneration, calm, elemental affinity, chi return, might. Choose might. Might. The target has a strong aura, causing a strong sense of oppression to the surrounding enemies. There is a certain chance of forcing the enemy to escape or surrender. Detected that the target has the Draconic Aura talent. Might Aura talent has been upgraded to Advanced Draconic Aura. Please choose a skill. Soaring Dragon. Selection complete. Hero template generated. A light flashed and the red dragon Onyx Vaya became one of Sullen's heroes. Slap. Su Lin slapped the red dragon on Ixvia's head. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up. We're going home. The red dragon Onyx Vaya got up from the ground with a hopeless expression. Su Lin was very satisfied with this red dragon. After circling around the red dragon, the more he looked at it, the more he felt it was mighty. If he rode this big guy out, the rate of turning heads was absolutely 100%. It was better than any other mount. The red dragon was the strongest among the color dragons. They were selfish, arrogant, and liked to hold grudges. Many evil dragons in stories were based on the red dragon's template. They were greedy and had an endless greed for treasures. Basically, every red dragon could be said to be a destroyer. However, this was not a problem for Su Lin. Training was something that Su Lin loved the most. As for how to train a red dragon, Su Lin was ready to make a complete plan in his mind. He believed that he would be able to train a well-behaved red dragon. Besides, red dragons were very eye-catching. Raising such a red dragon was a symbol of strength. In the dragon's nest, Su Lin packed up the gold in front of him and put them into his storage space. At the same time, he explained to the crestfallen red dragon next to him, "Don't worry, these gold are still yours. I'm just keeping them for you. Besides, this gold hasn't been fully smelted. It's full of impurities. I'll help you smelt it again after I bring it back. Of course, you'll have to pay a small fee. By the way, you know transformation, right? Turn into a human first. Your body is too big. I'm not used to looking up to talk to people," Su Lin said as he put the gold into his storage space. Although Red Dragon Onyx Vaya was very reluctant, she could not disobey Sullen's orders. With a flash of light, the originally huge and ferocious red dragon disappeared and was replaced by a red-haired girl. This red-haired girl was Onyxia's human form. She had long red hair and a wild look on her face. Her body was very curvy, and her skin was white and smooth like jade. There were some outlines of muscles under her skin. Her facial features had the characteristics of a European and American. She looked very beautiful. She was wearing a fiery red leather coat. Her legs were slender and strong and her calves were straight. It would be a pity if her legs were not used for riding on a tricycle. Dragons had the ability to transform at will. Not only could they transform into humans, but they could also transform into elves. They could choose to transform into humans. Of course, once this human form was fixed, it would become a spell effect and would not consume any magic power. However, if they wanted to transform into other forms, it would still consume magic power. "You're pretty. Come smile. Don't cry," Su Lin said after putting away all the gold. There was still some yellow metal material on the ground. It was not gold, but brass that was close to the color of gold. "Look, you still have so much brass here. You're cheating," Su Lin said bitterly as he pointed at the brass in front of him. "You don't have gold, but you're using brass to make up the numbers. Is there even the most basic trust between humans and dragons? How disappointing. I'm only 96 years old. I'm just a young dragon. I don't have that much wealth. I want to make my gold look more comfortable when I sleep. Can't I?" Onyx Vaya said, rolling her eyes. Chapter 480. To be honest, although the strength of a young dragon was not bad, there was still a big gap between it and a real powerhouse. The strength of a young dragon was around level 17, and it would not become a legend until it was in its prime. Of course, this was the strength of a dragon after it grew up normally. The strength of some dragons with magical fetishes could not be divided by age at all. Who knew if a young dragon was also a legendary wizard? Although this kind of thing was rare, it did not happen. For example, a white dragon nested in a big glacier. If it was in its normal growth state, the time when a dragon could roam around was at least when it was in its prime. In the young dragon period, 0 to 3 years old, dragons in this period generally lived under the protection of their mother dragons. They needed to eat a lot of food every day and hid in their nest to live. Even the most evil red dragon would not chase them out during the young dragon period. Of course, there were some unlucky young dragons who were thrown into the wild as soon as they were born. The lucky ones hid everywhere, and the unlucky ones directly became a delicious meal in someone else's pot. The survival rate of young dragons without the protection of their parents was very low. Of course, there were also those who survived successfully, such as a silver dragon born in a pot and a young dragon born in a sewer. These young dragons had once received the title of King of the Sewer. It was said that the dragons who had received this title were all proficient in the way of evading and finally became the overlord of a region. For a dragon, learning the way of evading was a very important lesson. However, according to the Pride of Dragons, more than 90% of them were very repulsed by this lesson. Next was the young dragon period, 4 to 10 years old. The dragons in this period began to learn to hunt independently under the protection of their mother. At the same time, they began to improve their fighting skills, understand the knowledge of the dragon inheritance, and improve their knowledge. Of course, they also had to face the competition of their siblings. This was especially fierce among the evil dragons. Snatching food and bullying other siblings were basic skills. During the young dragon period, 11 to 25 years old, the dragons in this period had some self-protection ability. For the metal dragons, their parents would give them some guidance, and then these young dragons would be chased out of the house. Of course, they would allow the young dragons to continue to hunt and live in their territory. As for the evil dragons, they would not be treated so well. They would be chased out of the house by their parents one day, and then they would start to hide everywhere. Some dragons would also work together with their siblings to survive. Dragons in this period would be very careful. It wasn't until the young dragons, 26 to 50 years old, that they truly possessed some strength. At this time, there were very few creatures in the wild that could pose a threat to them. When they entered the young dragon age, 51 to 100 years old, the dragons finally had some of the elegance of the dragons. The kings of the underground sewers, who used to hide everywhere in the past, could finally occupy their own territories and become kings. They didn't have to live in fear all the time. The dragons of this era would recruit some goblins, kobolds, and other monsters to serve them. Onyx Vaya was now 96 years old, and there were still 4 years before the dragon reached adulthood. After leaving the dragon's den, she wandered in the fire elemental plane and finally found a safe place with gold and food. However, she didn't expect to be caught by Su Lin. Not only was her gold confiscated, but she also became his mount. Sob, 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 it's too hard for me. After 100 years, the dragon would enter adulthood after a long slumber. The adult dragon would then be able to roam around. For example, robbing someone for no reason. Kidnapping a princess. Robbing a city, these were all basic skills. Of course, after the dragons reached 200 years old, they would enter adulthood and become more powerful. After that, the dragons would enter old age. At this time, the dragons would try to avoid head-on combat. More often they would let their followers fight or use spells to fight. For the dragons to truly shake the continent and become like the Wings of Frost, the Bane of the North, the Wings of Death, the Scarlet Bane, and other dragons that made the entire material world tremble, they would have to enter the ancient Dragon Age. The dragons of this age, as long as they were still alive, were extremely difficult to deal with. The long years had allowed them to master a lot of knowledge and become cunning at the same time. At this time, even legendary wizards would have to take a detour if they encountered an ancient dragon. As for the ancient dragons, they rarely existed in the material world. Onyx Vaya watched Su Lin take away all her treasures and she became his mount. Her heart was full of grievances. She comforted herself again and again. Being caught now was nothing. When she became stronger in the future, she would definitely teach this man a lesson. Alright, she also needed to practice the flame whip. When the time came, she would hang him up and whip him every day. Slap. Just as Onyx Vaya was fantasizing about how she would whip Su Lin in the future, she was suddenly slapped awake from her beautiful dream. Who dares to slap the great Lava King? I did it. Su Lin looked at her expressionlessly and said, "What are you thinking? Didn't you hear what I just said?" "I heard it," Onyx Vaya said guiltily when she saw Su Lin's expressionless handsome face. "If you heard it, then restrain your energy. I'm going to activate the plane teleportation. If there's a problem, I can't guarantee that you won't be torn in half by the power of the dimension." Onyx Vaya retracted her energy, then Su Lin activated the teleportation beacon on his body. A teleportation light rose and instantly covered the two of them. In the next second, their figures disappeared from the fire elemental plane. A teleportation light descended from the sky, and Su Lin and Onyx Vaya appeared on the astrology platform. "Welcome back. You've worked hard." Hathaway smiled at Su Lin. "It's okay. How are the two lava elementals?" Su Lin moved his body, and the dizziness from the teleportation quickly disappeared. "They've been sent to the secret realm," Hathaway said. She then looked at Onyx Vaya and asked, "Did you bring this back?" Su Lin looked at Onyx Vaya and said, "My new mount, a red dragon. What do you think? Isn't it cool?" "Red dragon?" Hathaway looked at the red-haired girl in front of her in surprise. This was a red dragon. This beautiful girl with a heroic spirit in front of her was a red dragon? Hathaway, who saw a dragon for the first time, couldn't help but widen her eyes and size up Onyx Vaya. A living dragon. She was indeed much prettier than the dragons in books. "Can you transform into a dragon and let me see? By the way, you're not an adult yet." After learning that Onyx Vaya was a dragon, Hathaway immediately pounced on her excitedly. She circled around the red dragon and kept gesturing at her. "Do you have any extra scales? Give me a few to study. Also, you have so much blood on you. Let me draw some of it. Are you like a human now? It should be okay for me to pinch you." Hathaway stared at Onyx Vaya with glowing eyes. The little red dragon, who had just arrived at the wizard tower, only felt panic in her heart. When she felt the shocking elemental energy fluctuation in Hathaway's body, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move. "However, this woman in front of me is so scary. She actually wants to pull out my scales and draw my blood. Master won't leave me alone, right? I want to go home, sob sob sob." Looking at Hathaway's posture, Su Lin shook his head helplessly and pulled her aside. "Alright Hathaway, you're scaring her. Onyx Vaya just arrived and hasn't familiarized herself with the environment. These things can wait until you're familiar with them." "Familiar? I don't want to know her. I don't want to be familiar with her. So scary." Onyx Vaya shouted in her heart, but she didn't dare to open her mouth. She wanted to escape, but her body was bound by the contract. She could only stand there, feeling wronged. "Okay." Hearing Sullen's words, Hathaway thought for a moment and agreed. It was indeed not good to touch her for the first time, but it would be fine when they were familiar with each other. Anyway, such a big dragon couldn't run away. "Let me introduce you. This is Onyx Vaya, a young red dragon, my mount," Su Lin said proudly. "This is Hathaway, one of the masters of this wizard tower, a legendary wizard. This is Chrissy, the head servant of the succubus. The other two are the queen of the wing people, Alex and Phyllis. They are not here for the time being. I'll introduce them to you later." Su Lin introduced several people and said, "I'll give you access to the wizard tower. You can come here in the future. Of course, some places are not allowed to enter, such as the library and the seclusion room. You can use these. If you have nothing to do, you can read more books. Don't always think about relying on your talent to make a living. Learning more spells is good for you." Sulin said lightly. Okay, I'll go arrange a place for you to stay first. Sulin brought Onyx Via to the warehouse of the Wizard Tower. As soon as she entered the warehouse, the little red dragon's eyes immediately became sparkling stars behind her. Countless golden lights dazzled her eyes. A gold mountain, a real gold mountain. More than 80% of the gold of the entire northern city was stored here. In addition to the gold, there was also a pile of magic gems next to it. The whole treasury was shining with golden light. So much gold? The little red dragon stared at the gold mountain in front of her, dumbfounded. Then she jumped up excitedly and plunged into the gold mountain. After a few seconds, she came out on the other side of the gold mountain. Then she grabbed the gold with both hands and swam in the gold mountain. Sulin didn't care about her. Instead, he put the gold in his storage space into the treasury first. Looks like you're very satisfied with your new home. Then you can live here from now on. Remember, without my permission you can't leave anything behind. Otherwise he. As he spoke, Sulin looked back and forth at the little red dragon. Chapter 481. Isn't it exciting to face so much gold every day? Sulin said with a smile. Yes, yes. Onyx Via nodded her little head repeatedly. Do you want it? Yes, yes. Then guard the treasury carefully. As long as there are no problems, I will take out some as your reward. Sulin said. Really? You're not lying to me? Onyx Via said with shining eyes. Of course it's true, I'm not lying to you. Sulin said with a serious face. After receiving Sulin's guarantee, the little red dragon excitedly rolled around on the golden mountain and muttered, I'm rich, I'm rich. Seeing the little red dragon's appearance, Sulin laughed in his heart. Do you think you can protect this gold? When the time comes, you'll have someone secretly take some of it away and your reward will be gone. Maybe you can use this as an excuse to train her. As an upright king, it was still very fulfilling to train an evil dragon into a new age dragon with good morals. Yes, that's what I'll do. After making arrangements for Onyx Via, Sulin and Hathaway went to the secret realm together. He had already enslaved 2 giant magma elementals. With these 2 giant magma elementals, the resources to build the obsidian factory were almost ready. Sulin now needed to choose a suitable location, preferably an extinct volcano. If there really wasn't one, then he could only create it himself. Sulin didn't find any volcanoes in the northern wilderness, but there were still some hot springs in the northern wilderness. The presence of hot springs meant that the underground magma was still very active. Sulin and Hathaway began to use spells in the secret realm to search. He planned to build the obsidian factory in the secret realm. After some searching, Sulin finally found that the magma under a mountain in the secret realm was very active. There were also some hot springs distributed here. Sulin used the spring surge spell to observe the situation underground, then began to prepare the array with Hathaway. Since there was no volcano, he could only use the power of the magma elementals to create a small crater. He brought the 2 giant magma elementals here and commanded them to turn the surrounding land into magma. At the same time, Sulin and Hathaway also cast their magic power and guided the power of the 2 magma elements deeper. Under their mana, the originally hard rocks quickly softened and the bodies of the 2 lava elementals started burning. The lava on their bodies quickly flowed and slid down their bodies. The surrounding rocks quickly turned into lava and the bodies of the 2 lava elementals gradually swelled up. Sulin and Hathaway used their magic to guide the magma elemental power down. Wherever the magma elemental power passed, the rocks and soil underground would turn into magma. This power did not stop despite the obstruction of the soil and rocks, and continued to spread deep underground. Along with the powerful surge of magic power, the originally calm mountain range constantly issued a series of rumbling sounds. The earth trembled violently, as if there was a huge monster under the ground that wanted to rush out. Rumble. Scorching magma spewed out from the ground and a large amount of rocks and soil were directly overturned. The original mountain top was directly overturned hundreds of meters away and the entire mountain pass turned into a magma pool. The surging magma continued to spurt out and then flowed down the mountain, but most of it cooled and hardened in the flow. Sulin and Hathaway floated above the crater and commanded the 2 lava elementals to build the magma pool according to their ideas. Obsidian was a very important strategic resource. Many places required the use of this material. For example, the floating city was best built entirely out of obsidian. At the same time, the obsidian golems also required large amounts of obsidian. An obsidian factory was a must. With the power of the 2 lava elementals, they communicated with the underground magma and then completely changed the environment here into a volcanic crater. Next, they needed to build the obsidian factory near this volcanic crater. Su Lin directly dug out caves in the volcano and then guided the magma out of these caves. At the same time, they needed to build an energy channel from the elemental pool to supply the energy consumption of the obsidian factory. When magma cooled down, it was easy to form obsidian, but because of the various impurities in the magma, the quality of the obsidian was also very problematic. Therefore, they needed to make a purification array first and purify the magma through this array. The purified magma could not be used directly. In order to obtain high-quality obsidian, they also needed a magma purification array to purify the magma after purification. After the purified magma was quickly cooled down, it would become obsidian. Hathaway made an ice storm array, which could directly transform the area covered by the array into a world of ice and snow. This environment was very suitable for forming obsidian. The quality of obsidian was divided into 5 grades. The highest grade of obsidian was called the 10 Victory Stone. This was a delicate translucent gem that belonged to the gem grade. This type of obsidian was the most expensive and the most precious. Second-tier obsidian was of lower quality and wasn't transparent, but its magic and physical resistance wasn't inferior to first-tier obsidian. Third-tier obsidian was the most common, and it was also the most commonly used obsidian in floating cities. As for the 4th and 5th grade obsidian, it was basically useless. Su Lin built the obsidian factory to produce obsidian above the 3rd grade. The construction of the obsidian factory was very fast. With Su Lin and Hathaway using magic, the construction of the entire project was very fast. Hathaway directly flattened an area on the volcano's hillside. Below, she used mud to rock to turn the debris into large rocks and reinforced it with hardened to build a platform that covered an area of 500 square meters. The obsidian production line would be placed here. After the magma was led here from the volcano, it would be purified, and then cooled to finally form pieces of obsidian. The obsidian factory could also be automated, but Su Lin did not want to use legendary elemental stones in this, so he transferred a steel golem and a few rock golems to the factory. These steel golems and rock golems would be responsible for the operation of the entire obsidian factory. At the same time, the rock golems and steel golems also needed to be modified. Hathaway needed to instill the obsidian production process into these golems. Because he did not use the tower spirit to control the entire factory for fully automatic construction, Su Lin planned to inject the production process of the obsidian factory into these golem puppets. Each golem puppet was responsible for one step. There were still a lot of rock golems in the northern city. Hathaway selected a few rock golems from the wizard tower and brought them to the secret plane. Hathaway came to the center of the secret plane and handed over the control of these golems to Tower Spirit number 1. At the same time, she instilled the production line technology of the obsidian factory into these golems. Although the soul cores of these magic golems weren't large, it was still possible to imbue them with simple techniques. As for the steel magic golem, Hathaway imbued it with all the maintenance techniques of the obsidian factory. This steel magic golem would act as a technical consultant for the obsidian factory. As the soul energy in several soul crystals was extracted, a huge amount of energy and soul power was instilled into the soul core of the steel golem. As time went by, a large amount of technology was successfully instilled into the soul core of the golem. However, after instilling the knowledge and skills, all the previous combat skills of the steel golem were replaced. This steel golem had completely become a support golem. At the same time, Su Lin asked Tower Spirit number 1 to transfer a few steel golems to guard the obsidian factory to prevent other creatures from approaching and destroying the factory. After instilling the technology, these golems would work in the obsidian factory. They would maintain the normal operation of the factory every day, and at the same time, they would store the obsidian produced in the warehouse according to the grade of the obsidian. When these golems ran out of energy, they would go to the energy channel to recharge. As long as there were no problems, the obsidian factory would continue to produce obsidian. If there were any problems in the factory, the steel golem would first come to repair it. After Hathaway instilled all the maintenance technology of the obsidian factory, this steel golem could solve most of the problems in the obsidian factory. If there was a problem that the steel golem could not solve, Su Lin and Hathaway would be notified to come and repair it. After the construction of the main building was completed, the following work was much simpler. Because the construction of the obsidian factory was rushed, many details needed to be supplemented. These tasks would be completed soon. The raw material of the obsidian factory was magma. The 2 magma elementals would constantly transport magma from the depths of the ground. This work was difficult for others, but it was very easy for the two magma elementals. After all, they were born with the ability to manipulate magma. And with their existence, the magma pool would not cool down. After checking again, Hathaway nodded to Su Lin. Everything was normal, and then she started the production line of the obsidian factory. Scorching magma spewed out of the channel, and then flowed along the pipeline into a purification circle. As the circle operated, a strange magic wave appeared, and all the magma passing through here was purified of impurities. These impurities were not useless. These impurities contained various metal substances, which would be collected and sent to the blacksmith workshop for smelting. Then the magma entered the purification circle. After these two processes, a stone golem next to him opened the gate, and energy rushed out. The whole circle was activated, and the magma quickly cooled down under the effect of the circle. A piece of obsidian appeared in front of him. Chapter 482. The surging magma flowed into it, and after a quick cooling, pieces of obsidian appeared on the workbench. Su Lin picked up a piece of obsidian that was still warm and examined it. Third-grade obsidian had met the production requirements. This obsidian production line was mainly used to produce third-grade obsidian. Su Lin collected all the newly produced obsidian for inspection. The new factory had just opened, and the quality of the obsidian produced was not very stable, so some adjustments were needed. His requirements were not high, but at the very least the obsidian produced had to be of third-grade quality. As for the lower-quality obsidian, whether it was the obsidian golem or the floating city, they would not use obsidian of this quality. Hundreds of obsidian stones were quickly appraised by Su Lin, and the results were not bad. More than 90% of the obsidian stones were third-class or above, and there were more than a dozen second-class obsidian stones. As for the top first-class obsidian stones, there was no such thing as a first-class obsidian stone. For this kind of newly established obsidian factory, it was already very good that the obsidian produced could reach this level. After the obsidian factory was operating normally, Su Lin and Hathaway began to make some technical adjustments to the factory. After some adjustments, the obsidian production line began again. With the surge of elemental energy, magma flowed into it again. After a few rounds of purification, obsidian appeared in front of Su Lin. After some adjustments, the quality of the obsidian produced this time was obviously higher. Su Lin took out all the obsidian in this batch and then tested it again. Sure enough, the results were much better than the last time. 96% of the obsidian in front of him were third grade. This yield was already considered good. If he wanted to continue improving, he would need to upgrade and improve it bit by bit in the future production process. After completing the transformation, Su Lin completely activated the entire obsidian factory. A strange energy wave came, and the obsidian factory officially began to operate. One by one, the stone golems began to work, and the steel golem also began to work. After the steel golems started working, Su Lin arranged for a few steel golems to patrol outside the obsidian factory. Their current area of protection was the obsidian factory. As long as they did not enter the obsidian factory, they would activate their combat program and attack. In order to protect the obsidian factory, Su Lin had also built a sensor formation in the obsidian factory. As long as someone else entered, the sensor formation would be triggered and a signal would be transmitted to the steel golem. At the same time, the obsidian factory would enter a state of alert. Looking at the functioning obsidian factory, Su Lin nodded with satisfaction. The production area of the obsidian factory was not large. After the magma entered the production area, it would quickly form obsidian. With sufficient obsidian, the next production line of rock golems would be put on the agenda. Compared to the golem factory, the technology of the obsidian factory was too simple. The most difficult part of this factory was actually the magma production. This factory was mainly to provide raw materials for the future obsidian factory. The technical requirements of the obsidian factory were a bit high. Hathaway was now drawing the blueprints. After the blueprints were completed, the factory would be upgraded. The energy consumption of the obsidian factory was very high. Su Lin planned to build a new elemental pool here. At the same time, Su Lin also needed to prepare a legendary soul core. The golem factory was generally divided into 3 parts. The first part was carving. The stone needed to be carved, and at the same time the body parts of the golem had to be made. This part required a high-precision carving process, and at the same time, a set of micro-carving machines was also needed. The second part was the magic pattern inscription on the golem. For this part, a fully automatic magic pattern inscription machine had already been built when the clay golems were produced. After the magic pattern inscription, it would enter the third part. The parts of these golems would be sent to the assembly workshop, where they would be assembled one by one. The assembled golems would be sent to the warehouse. These golems did not have a soul core installed, so they needed to be activated by the wizard himself. Each golem would cost a soul crystal. The rock golem factory was not built for the time being. Sulin and Hathaway left the secret plane. When they left, the two brought back the clay golems they had produced during this time. These clay golems could be used after being activated. However, because the clay golems produced were basic models, they still needed to be modified. For example, a set of cleaning programs and housekeeping programs could be added to them so that these clay golems could become qualified servants. After these clay golems were activated, they would be sent to various parts of the Northwind Tower to work. If it weren't for the high cost of mining clay golems, Sulin could have made a batch of mining golems. Compared to mining clay golems, the kobolds and duergars were obviously more cost-effective. As long as they were given some food and liquor, these kobolds and duergars would complete the work with quality and quantity guaranteed. After the construction of the obsidian factory was completed, Sulin returned to Sanfelto City. After a period of fighting, the Marquis of Savoy finally won a great victory, completely wiping out the few border nobles. These border nobles had originally colluded with other countries and obtained support, wanting to split from the Kingdom of Florence. However, after Alex and Karina fought off the wizards sent by the surrounding countries, the rebels lost their biggest support. Without the intervention of other countries, the strength of these border nobles was no match for the Marquis of Savoy. After a few wild battles, the Marquis of Savoy successfully surrounded Howlwind City. After that, the rebels who were unwilling to admit defeat still refused to come out. They wanted to rely on the city walls to continue resisting. Moreover, it was already winter, and the temperature in Howlwind City began to drop. These rebels began to place their hopes in the winter. When the army couldn't withstand the cold of winter, they would naturally retreat. However, things didn't go according to their plan. These rebels weren't wrong. Although the Marquis of Savoy's army were all northerners, they couldn't fight outside for a long time in winter. They just forgot about the wizards. In fact, these rebels also subconsciously ignored the wizards. As a result, on a dark night, Alex and Karina used flying and invisibility spells to enter Howlwind City. They then used a spell to confuse humans and easily took control of a few groups of soldiers at the city gate. They had them move the miscellaneous items out of the gate and open the gate. The Marquis of Savoy, who had long been prepared, led his army into the city without shedding a drop of blood. This famous city in the northwestern territory of the Kingdom of Florence was easily breached. The remaining rebel leaders didn't even have the chance to escape and were directly captured. After completing the task of quelling the rebellion, the rebellious nobles around Howlwind City were either captured or killed. Only a few were lucky enough to escape. Of course, those who managed to escape were mostly small fries. The Marquis of Savoy had already prepared ahead of time for the main rebellious nobles and captured them as soon as possible. Sulin had already ordered the Marquis of Savoy to not kill the innocent in this mission. Wars in this era were very cruel and massacres were common. But this time the target of the war was within his own country. He did not want Marquis Savoy to lead his men to plunder and return home with plentiful spoils of war, only to leave behind a pile of chicken feathers for him. The rebellion this time wasn't because the commoners couldn't survive. It was a power struggle between the nobles, so the ordinary soldiers and commoners were basically coerced. Therefore these soldiers and commoners were pardoned. After entering the city, the Marquis of Savoy had already restrained the soldiers from looting. At the same time, Alex and Karina stepped forward and beheaded a dozen soldiers who openly disobeyed the order. Only then did the soldiers obediently not take a step forward. After capturing the rebellious nobles, the Marquis of Savoy didn't kill them directly. Instead, he planned to send them to Sulin in Sanfelto. At the same time, the wealth of these nobles was all plundered. The wealth was divided into 4 parts. Sulin took a quarter of it, the Marquis of Savoy took another quarter, and the remaining quarter was used to cover the costs of logistics. The last quarter was the reward for the soldiers. Unlike the soldiers in northern Battlefront City, the Marquis of Savoy's army had very low military expenses. Usually, they would only be able to maintain basic expenses. Only during war would they be given a starting fee. Then during battles they would loot. Now that Sulin forbade looting, they naturally had to be given a reward. This model could save a lot of money on raising soldiers, which was also the state of most armies in this world. Apart from the gold and silver, in fact, the biggest harvest this time was the nobles' land, houses, factories and mines. Apart from a portion of the wealth being rewarded to those who performed well in this battle, most of the rest fell into Sulin's hands. These shops, mines and real estate were all very valuable. Sulin had already put them under his caravan. As for the land, Sulin was preparing to sell it. These nobles controlled more than 70% of the land in Cold Wind City. Sulin took out some of these lands to recruit refugees, and let others sell the rest. When all these lands were planted next year, the tax revenue of Cold Wind City would definitely reach a new high. Chapter 483. The Marquis of Savoy escorted the rebellious nobles to the capital. Sulin ordered a public trial of these nobles and finally sentenced them to death. As for the relatives of these nobles, they were punished to be slaves. These slaves were not allowed to be pardoned, but the descendants of these nobles could obtain the status of commoners after paying a ransom. For the rebels, Sulin gave them the harshest punishment, and Sulin's punishment of the rebellious nobles' relatives was also approved. Many people even thought that Sulin's punishment was too good for them. In this era, the relatives of the enemy were often dealt with by killing them. The women were sold as slaves, and the children were castrated and sold as slaves. In comparison, Sulin's way of cooking was completely merciful. Sanfilto City. After Sulin successfully defeated the southern rebels, Sulin's prestige also rose to the peak. When he went out to fight, he even left a backup plan. With the cooperation of both inside and outside, he successfully defeated and captured the rebellious nobles. A very important reason for the southern rebellion this time was that the number of nobles in Sanfilto City decreased by 2/3. These nobles were captured, which led to a large amount of wealth being obtained by Sulin. At the same time, he also had enough money and land to reward his soldiers. After cleaning up a group of rebellious nobles, Sulin's control over the Kingdom of Florence became stronger and stronger. Now, because the Marquis of Savoy had solved the rebellion in the north, the entire North Wind and part of the south were under Sulin's control. Since Sulin ascended the throne, a series of turmoil had occurred in the Kingdom of Florence, and it finally ended with Sulin's victory. Now, Sulin could be said to be the king with the greatest control over the Kingdom of Florence in the history of the Kingdom of Florence. Kingdom of Florence, Central Plains, Sanfilto City, Champs-Élysées Castle. Numerous carriages were parked outside the castle. The entire castle was brightly lit. Teams of elite soldiers in metal armor and armed with weapons were patrolling around the castle. Outside the castle, well-dressed attendants were busy bringing in plates of delicately prepared food. The magic lamps in the castle lit up the entire hall. The crystal lamps flickered with colorful brilliance, making the gorgeously dressed noble ladies even more charming. Although a large number of nobles in Sanfilto City had been stripped of their titles and imprisoned, it seemed to have nothing to do with these noble ladies. At this time, these noble ladies were divided into small groups and gathered together to whisper. From time to time, their eyes would fall on a young man in the crowd. This banquet was specially held to celebrate the victory of the rebellion. In addition to the original nobles, there were also a large number of soldiers who were rewarded for their merits in this battle. These soldiers could be said to be very popular in Sanfilto City now. Sulin was very generous to his men. Many of them were given titles, and each of them was entrusted with important tasks by him. Since the North Town began to produce rum, white sugar and high-end perfume, noble banquets had become more and more luxurious. After the economic boom, the social atmosphere gradually became more open. Many nobles would look for their other half at the banquet. Now that the king valued the emerging nobles with military merits, many noble ladies turned their eyes to the young men in the banquet. These people were not only old, but their strength was not bad. Basically, they had reached the level of Grand Knight and Knight Commander. Because they had been practicing martial arts all year round, these people looked extraordinary, energetic and well-proportioned. They were far from the pale, flimsy and pale rich young men they had seen before. It was like heaven and earth. Many noble ladies began to take the initiative after observing for a while. These people were very popular now. If they were late and someone else got to them first, they would have nowhere to cry. The atmosphere of noble banquets here was not bad. It was not like those in the south, where both male and female nobles were proud of having a lover. Many people saw having a lover as a reflection of charm. As long as the child was guaranteed to be produced by the husband, having a lover in secret was something that both parties tacitly agreed to. Of course, Sulin sternly refused to participate in these banquets. Guardian nights, masquerade balls, he had never heard of them. Of course, There were also some private rumors that His Majesty used to have a nickname in the South called Little White Dragon with the Silver Spear. According to Lady Elizabeth J. and other aristocratic ladies who did not want to reveal their names, this Little White Dragon with the Silver Spear used to be invincible, but she suddenly left 3 years ago. At that time many people felt sorry for her. There was also a mayor of Cullen City who did not want to reveal his name. He said that the Little White Dragon with the Silver Spear went to the north and became a pioneer noble. Of course, Su Lin said that these were purely rumors. He had never heard of the Little White Dragon with the Silver Spear. It's not me. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. In addition to celebrating the victory of the rebellion, this noble banquet also provided an opportunity for the new nobles and the nobles who had previously sided with the king to interact. The banquet would last for 3 days. Today was just the beginning. Many noble ladies had just begun to look for targets. They gathered together and discussed clothes and jewelry in low voices. From time to time, they would take some desserts from exquisite porcelain plates. Next to them were 2 silver plates with snow-white sugar and salt for them to taste. The whole banquet was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Su Lin and Marquis of Savoy were the most eye-catching people in this banquet. However, no one approached them except for the Queen and Marquis of Savoy's youngest daughter. Alex did not like this kind of environment and did not participate. Karina had already returned to the northern city. As the matriarch of the Drows, she still had a lot of things to do. During this period, Su Lin had gradually begun to clean up the territories directly under the kingdom. The size of the embroidered uniform guards did not increase. These embroidered uniform guards were responsible for monitoring the world and the officials in various places. Then they would send the results to the palace. Those who did not do anything were directly removed from their positions. Those who took bribes, broke the law, and plundered the land were arrested and imprisoned. After Sulin's rectification, the environment of the Kingdom of Florence was slowly changing. He had already formulated a set of city sanitation regulations that all cities in the Kingdom of Florence must abide by. It would not be long before the stinky, polluted, and stacked cities with feces would be brand new. Your Majesty, the Marquis has something to discuss with you. The eldest son of Marquis of Savoy said respectfully after Su Lin had a simple conversation with the nobles. Go chat with the ladies. I'll go over there for a while, Su Lin said to Phyllis and then left with Vader. What is it? Your Majesty, the Marquis has compiled an account of the spoils of war collected in this war. Your Majesty, please take a look, Vader said respectfully. Su Lin nodded. His expression did not change. He was very satisfied with the Marquis of Savoy's actions. It was not difficult to capture the army. His original army had a system that allowed him to clearly know the loyalty of the army. However, the others did not have a system, so they relied more on wealth and goods. In this era, as long as the army had control over personnel and finances, they could basically control the army in their hands. Therefore, Savoy took the initiative to hand these things over to Su Lin to express his attitude. In a room on the second floor of the castle, the Marquis of Savoy handed the account book to Su Lin for inspection. Although he had never learned how to keep accounts, he relied on his mathematical foundation in his previous life to check the account book. In fact, part of the rewards for the soldiers had already been distributed. The rest would be distributed after Su Lin confirmed it. As for the rest of the rewards, it would be distributed by Su Lin. After all, it was best to distribute the rewards personally. In his previous life there was a saying that Su Lin strongly agreed with. Only the name of the instrument could be used. What was the name of the instrument? The musical instruments, ornaments, and titles that represented the ruler's rank were the name of the instrument. In other words, the power and position could not be given to others. Things like awarding rewards could not be done by others. Thank you for your hard work. After checking the account book, Su Lin nodded with satisfaction. I'll give you another 10% as your reward. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty, Savoy said happily. Next, Savoy prepared a sumptuous banquet. Apart from the Marquis and his son, his youngest daughter, Xanthi, was also accompanying them. Su Lin had met Xanthi once before. Today she was wearing a beautiful low-cut noble lace dress. She had delicate makeup on and an exquisite diamond necklace around her elegant neck. With her fair skin and perky breasts, she looked absolutely stunning. Your Majesty, thank you for your trust in me. Savoy came over to propose a toast. Su Lin naturally would not refuse their toast. He raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. After the two drank one, Vader also came forward to make a toast. Then Sandy also came forward to make a toast to Su Lin. They were drinking the high-end rum produced in the northern town. Although this kind of rum tasted a little sweet, its alcohol content was not lower than that of vodka. Although it was drunk without feeling anything, it was easy to get drunk if one was not careful. Xanthi's alcohol tolerance was not good. After a few glasses of rum, her face turned red and her bright eyes became even more moist. Under the illumination of the light, she was mesmerizing. However, Sulin did not see it. He was currently dealing with Savoy and Vader's toasts. At this time, Sulin realized that something was not right. The two of them were drinking until their faces were red. They were still pulling Sulin to propose toasts. They were obviously trying to get him drunk. With Sulin's physique of over 50 points, his resistance to alcohol was very high. It was not easy to get him drunk. As for whether they had other motives, Sulin was not worried. Savoy's loyalty had always been 100%. He would not do anything to betray him. Therefore, Sulin decided to go with the flow and get drunk. P.S. To make up for yesterday. Chapter 484. Seeing that Sulin had finally passed out, the Marquis of Savoy and his son heaved a sigh of relief. If he hadn't passed out, they would have been the ones to pass out. Today they had thoroughly experienced Sulin's alcohol tolerance. The two of them had already used magic potions to temporarily increase their physical fitness. Even so, they had almost passed out. The Marquis of Savoy sat down on a chair and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. It's finally over. Hurry up and arrange for someone to send His Majesty over. Also, send your sister over. The Marquis of Savoy glanced at Xanthi, whose eyes were already hazy with drunkenness. Burp? Vader burped and shook his head. Don't worry, father. I've already arranged it. As he spoke, Vader stood up unsteadily. His arm groped around the cabinet at the side for a while. The originally seamless wall suddenly opened up to reveal a passageway. A few maids who had been waiting for a long time walked out from the passageway. Be careful. Send His Majesty to the room upstairs. Also send Miss Xanthi up too. Vader instructed everyone to start moving. The maids were all strong. 4 of them worked together to help Sulin up, while the other 2 supported the drunk Xanthi. With the help of another maid, Vader staggered all the way to a luxuriously decorated bedroom upstairs. He placed Sulin and Xanthi on the big bed. Sister, it's all up to you this time. As your brother, I can only help you this much. After saying that, he patted Xanthi and left unsteadily. At the same time, he closed the door behind him. Vader shook his head and then said to the maids, all of you stay here tonight. Don't let anyone in to disturb His Majesty. Do you understand? Yes. The maids hurriedly lowered their heads and responded. If things go wrong, you know the consequences. Of course, if everything goes well, you will receive a generous reward tomorrow and regain your freedom. After settling everything, Vader returned to report to the Marquis of Savoy. Of course, after the door was closed, Sulin slowly opened his eyes as he turned around and took a look at Sandy, who was lying beside him. At this moment, Sandy's beautiful face was very red. Due to being drunk, she was a bit confused. Her delicate facial features, white skin and delicate fragrance made Sulin's heart feel like being scratched by a kitten's paw. This Marquis of Savoy actually did such a thing. It's simply amazing. Since he delivered himself to my doorstep, I'll eat him. Eat it? Or should I eat it? Forget it. Since they are so enthusiastic, I really can't refuse them. Just accept them. Sulin quickly made a decision. What was the point of being pretentious at this time? Men were creatures that could never withstand tests. You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, you can send a beauty over and I'll show you. Now, the Marquis of Savoy was very clear about the consequences of getting 2 people drunk and then sending them to the same bed. As a legendary master, he was very clear about the physique of a legendary master. Even if they were drunk, they would at most wake up in 1 or 2 hours. When a hot-blooded young man and a young and beautiful girl who had no strength to resist appeared on the same bed, what would happen in the end? Let's not talk about it anymore. I just want to say that I understand what you know and I won't explain what you don't know. After all, it's fine as long as you know. As for the drunken sex, I can tell you seriously and responsibly that it's all bullshit. The premise of drunken sex is that he isn't drunk at all. Alcohol is just an excuse. If he was really drunk, he would have already become a pile of dead people. How could he have messed up sex? As one of the chosen Marquis of the Kingdom of Florence, the Marquis of Savoy was very clear that his current position was very dangerous. For the sake of the family's future, he personally directed today's matter. In Sulin's words, his path was broadened. At this point, Sulin naturally would not refuse, so the next morning, the Marquis of Savoy saw the energetic Su Lin and the shy and limping Sandy. Then, the nobles of the entire Sanfilto city knew that Su Lin had a new consort. When Su Lin returned to the northern city from Sanfilto City, it was already the season when the snow and ice melted. During this period of time, he had been handling matters in Sanfilto City. With the large amount of information collected by the brocade guards, Su Lin made some appointments and adjustments to the officials in various places. The first batch of students in the school in Sanfilto City had been trained. After 4 months of learning, these students were now beginning to be assigned to various places by Su Lin to serve as grassroots officials. Of course, these people also had to go to prison to receive ideological education before they left. During this period of time, the brocade guards had been quietly expanding. Now, the brocade guards had been building strongholds in most of the cities in the north. At the same time, the construction of the Eagle's Nest had been closely followed by the brocade guards. An intelligence network that could cover the entire kingdom of Florence was gradually taking shape. Of course, the cost of building this intelligence network was also very high. A large sum of money was needed every month to build this network. This time, a large amount of money had just been obtained from the battlefield, and a considerable part of it had been invested in this. Walking out of the astrology platform, Su Lin was about to go see the apprentices in the wizard tower. However, he was surprised to see Onyx Vaya and Hathaway walking out together. The two were still discussing what to eat tonight. A wizard who wanted to study dragons and make friends with a dragon. This seemed to be a bit wrong. After thinking for a while, Su Lin asked Chrissy about the daily activities of the little red dragon during this period of time. Onyx Vaya was very obedient after coming to the wizard tower. She found that there were too many big bosses here. In the past, she had the guts to wait until she was strong enough to whip Su Lin, but she quickly gave up this dangerous idea. Su Lin was really too strong. He was an advanced legendary and also had a wizard tower. Even if she was an adult, she would still be far from being able to compete with Su Lin. Only when she was an ancient dragon would she have the chance to compete with Su Lin. However, the gap between a young dragon and an ancient dragon spanned several years, and the gap spanned thousands of years. If Su Lin was still alive after such a long time, then how strong would he be? She lived until she was strong enough, but Su Lin might have died of old age. Even if she was strong enough, she would not be able to take revenge. Therefore, after knowing the truth, Onyx Vaya gave up. Then she returned to her daily life as a dragon. Every day, she slept on the Golden Mountain in the treasure room. When she had nothing to do, she would walk around the wizard tower or sneak into the kitchen to eat. Later, when Hathaway wanted to study dragons, she told her that as long as she learned spells, she could speed up her growth. Onyx Vaya was tempted. Dragons were long-lived creatures, and they also hoped to become stronger. Therefore, Onyx Vaya agreed to cooperate with Hathaway to do some experiments, and then Hathaway would teach her all kinds of spells. Master, you're back. Seeing Su Lin come over, the little red dragon's body stiffened. Then it immediately recovered and said carefully, "Looks like you've had a good time." Su Lin looked at the little red dragon and smiled. "Su Lin, Phyllis didn't come back with you?" Hathaway glanced back and asked. "No, she's now the queen of the kingdom of Florence. When I'm not around, she needs to be there." Su Lin shook his head. "I see. I wanted to study the blood connection between dragon wizards and dragons," Hathaway said, a little disappointed. "Oh, did you find something new?" Su Lin asked. Hathaway shook her head. "I have some ideas, but they're not mature yet. Isn't Phyllis's blood density a little low? I want to try to strengthen her a little. When she comes, you can talk to her. I think she'll agree." Master. The little red dragon said hesitantly. Su Lin looked at her and said, "What's wrong? I heard you built a volcano here. Can I move there?" The little red dragon said weakly. "Move to a volcano?" Su Lin paused for a moment, then understood. Red dragons like to live in warm mountains. It would be even better if they lived in a volcanic environment. "If you live in a volcano, do I have to move my gold to the volcano and build a lava hot spring for you?" Su Lin said, glancing at the little red dragon. "Really?" The little red dragon's eyes lit up. "Pa." Su Lin reached out and knocked the little red dragon's head, and then said angrily, "In your dreams. Lava hot spring? If there's lava, why don't I use it to make obsidian? Why make it a hot spring for you? I caught you to be my mount, not for you to enjoy." "Oh." The little red dragon hugged its head with both hands and said dejectedly. Seeing the little red dragon's expression, Su Lin smiled and said, "Although you can't live in a volcano, it's not impossible to modify your environment. I can create a temperature array for the place where you live, and adjust the temperature there to be close to the temperature of the volcano. Really? That's great. Onyx Vaya shouted happily. Of course. When the time comes, I'll give you the remote control for the temperature control. You can choose to adjust the temperature as high or low as you want. Su Lin smiled. He was very democratic when it came to this. By the way, remember to collect the scales that you shed and don't throw them away. Su Lin suddenly said, those scales are not very hard, but they're good for making dragon scale armor. Dragons and snakes were somewhat similar. Their scales would fade as they grew. Of course, sometimes in battle their scales would be destroyed, but after a period of time they would grow new scales. The scales shed when a dragon was young had low defense. Other than making some potions, they were not very valuable. The scales that were shed when a dragon was young were valuable. Chapter 485. The dragon scales shed by the giant dragons also had the power of the giant dragons. The giant dragons often rewarded their slaves with these scales. They used a spell to embed these dragon scales on their slaves, which could create some dragonkin kobolds, dragonkin orcs, and so on. There were still some differences between these dragonkin and the real dragonkin. The dragonkin transformed by embellishing scales on their bodies had low heritability, and their strength was also weaker. This kind of dragonkin transformation would improve the user's physical fitness in all aspects. Of course, this method consumed less energy, and the number of dragonkin that could be transformed was also higher. In fact, many dragonkin creatures were not the offspring of giant dragons and other creatures. Of course, a considerable number of dragonkin creatures that were almost all over the multiverse were indeed the descendants of giant dragons. The giant dragons had a special radiation ability around their bodies. This radiation was not destructive, but it could subtly dragonize other creatures. Living in this environment for a long time, the body would even show some dragonization reactions, such as growing some small scales like dragon scales and so on. Su Lin and Hathaway came to the treasury together and made a temperature control array for the little red dragon's sleeping place. At the same time, they strictly limited the area to ensure that it would not affect other places. The energy of this temperature control array was also provided by the elemental pool. Now the elemental pool of the entire wizard tower was still full of energy. The elemental pool that Hathaway originally designed could be used to upgrade the wizard tower into a floating space tower. Of course, this elemental pool could only maintain the floating space tower's flight for a period of time. To truly become a floating space tower, the elemental furnace technology was still needed. After making the temperature control array for Onyx Vaya, Su Lin and Hathaway returned to the palace together. At this time, Alex also returned from the Eagle Fortress. During this period of time, she had been paying attention to her people. After this period of upgrading, several more harpies had successfully transformed into winged people. After seeing Alex, Su Lin pulled Alex together. That night, Su Lin stayed in the palace and gave Hathaway and Alex a checkup. So far, Hathaway's body had improved a little, but she was still no match for Su Lin. During this time, her bloodline awakening was very stable. As her strength increased, her bloodline would awaken bit by bit. Although this bloodline power gave her great power, it was also a kind of restraint. Luckily she was a wizard. When the bloodline potential was exhausted, she could still rely on the power of a wizard to continue to increase her strength. Among Sullen's wives, the most powerful one was Hathaway, followed by the little succubus Chris and Alex. Their strength was about the same, followed by Phyllis. As for Sandy, she was just an ordinary person. In fact, even Phyllis was just an ordinary person before. She only became a warlock because of Sullen's dragon blood potion. However, compared to Alex, Phyllis's bloodline potential was far inferior. Phyllis had only implanted a small amount of bloodline, so her awakening and potential were much lower. However, she was much stronger than before. When they were in Sanfilto City, Su Lin would take Phyllis to do exercises every night to improve her physical fitness and speed up her awakening. After this period of consistent exercise, Phyllis's physical fitness had been greatly improved. This was something that Su Lin had personally verified. What the dragon bloodline brought to her was not only the improvement of her physical fitness, but also the ability to protect herself. With the advantage of her physical fitness and sullen swordsmanship, Phyllis could easily defeat many warriors. The thrilling battle was over and a new day had begun. Su Lin was drawing a blueprint at his desk. The terrain of the northern city was troublesome, so he was thinking about the layout of the floating city in the future. Although the floating city was built with the northern city as the core, it was impossible to raise the entire city into the sky. After the northern city had been expanded several times, the outer city wall was 8 kilometers long. Coupled with the surrounding farmland, the area had reached dozens of square kilometers. Such an area could be regarded as a medium-sized floating city. Sulin's current planned area was only part of the city. After the separation in the future, a huge pit would be formed in the inner city of the northern city. He was ready to renovate it. If the elemental furnace was built successfully, it would not be too difficult to raise a small floating city. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the area of a large floating city was more than 50 square kilometers. That kind of large floating city used several mice energy nuclei arranged in a special way to form an energy matrix, and then the behemoth was raised. Sulin naturally did not have such powerful technology. To build such a large floating city, Sulin had to go one step further after mastering the elemental fusion furnace and obtain the elemental annihilation furnace. Elemental annihilation was a technology that not many people in the era of the Arcane Empire knew about. It was said that this technology had not been developed and was still a conjecture. Of course, no one knew the specific situation now. However, Sulin did not have any information about the elemental annihilation technology, so it was impossible to talk about it. There was a light sound of footsteps, and then the door of the study opened. Chris's figure appeared in the room. She was wearing a black bodysuit with hollowed-out patterns today, showing off her curves incisively and vividly. The figure of a succubus was very exaggerated. Her breasts were high, her hips were round, and her waist was slender. It was a perfect figure, and because of her race, the body of a succubus was very soft. This flexibility was far beyond that of humans, so they could easily perform many positions that humans could not. At the same time, they could also use some offensive methods that humans could not use in battle. Sulin had prepared a large number of materials for Chris and asked Hathaway to make equipment for her. The black leather coat she was wearing now was one of them. He had made a total of 5 of these coats using the toughest and softest leather from Hydra. According to standards, they were high-grade magic items and were only a little bit away from being Tier 4 magic items. These leather armors were very soft and did not affect Chris's agility at all. Moreover, their defense was very good. Sulin had accumulated a large number of materials and asked Hathaway to make them. Many of the equipment Sulin and the others were using were made by her. Master. Chris was like a beautiful snake as she wrapped herself around Sulin. Did you miss me? Slap. Sulin slapped Chris's perky butt, which was like a full moon. The sound was crisp and pleasant. Her butt shook slightly and the elasticity was very good. Behave now again. I'll deal with you tonight. A small flame rose in Sulin's heart, but he forced it down. Chris pouted and pressed his head hard against her body, letting him have a taste of suffocation. Only then did she get up. Master, is there something you need from me? I've prepared new equipment for you. Sulin took a deep breath. The suffocating feeling just now was too strong. New equipment? For me? Chris's eyes lit up at the mention of new equipment. Of course it's for you. Sulin rubbed her head. Let's go. Soon, Sulin brought Chris to a room. There were many stone platforms in this room. These platforms had been sealed by magic barriers, and pieces of equipment were floating on the platforms. Sulin took her to a stone platform and gently inputted a magic password on the stone platform. The protective barrier on the surface of the stone platform disappeared, and a piece of equipment appeared in front of them. This weapon is called Poison Fang. It's the strongest and sharpest tooth I took from the Hydra's head when I killed it last time. It has armor-piercing, anti-magic, sharpness, poison, and paralysis effects. Try it and see how it works. Sulin took the dagger and handed it to Chris. Other than using a whip, Chris also used a dagger. Her dagger energy was very strong. Chris grabbed the dagger with one hand and did all kinds of fancy things with the other. She was very familiar with the dagger. Very good. That's good. Hathaway turned around and took a delicately made belt. This is the Giant's Belt of Strength. After wearing it, your strength will increase greatly. You need to get used to it in advance. Hathaway made 2 Giant's Belt of Strength. They were made from the body materials of the Frost Giant Chief and the Swamp Giant Chief. The 2 Giants' Belt of Strength were basically the same. The only difference was the color of the belt. The Frost Giant's belt was blue, and the Swamp Giant's belt was yellow. This kind of Giant's Belt of Strength had very few uses. Its purpose was to increase strength. It could give the wearer the strength of a Frost Giant or a Swamp Giant. The best belt of strength in the material plane was the Frost Giant King's belt. It was said to be made from the skin of a Frost Giant King. It could increase the wearer's strength by 8, and the highest was 35. The two belts made by Hathaway could increase the wearer's strength by 4, and the highest was 30. There were restrictions on relying on external forces to increase the body's attributes. For example, attributes added by equipment such as strength could not be stacked and had a limit. The second kind was the increase in strength from spells. At the same time, the attributes added by spells could not be stacked and would be covered. The third kind was the eruption of the body's potential. The most common was Berserk. The attributes in these three states could be stacked. Chris took the belt and put it on. As she put it on, her whole body immediately surged with a heat full of power. Chapter 486. How do you feel? Sulin asked with a smile. My body is full of power. I think I can punch through the wall here. Chrissy said eagerly. Do you want to give it a try? Sulin said, looking at Chrissy with a teasing smile. However, Chrissy didn't notice at all. She nodded and agreed. Sulin took Chrissy to the training ground of the Wizard Tower, and then the two stood in the middle of the training ground. Chrissy was a warlock and a part-time assassin. As soon as she stood still, she attacked. With a flash of cold light, a dagger appeared in front of Sulin. Sulin blocked it with his long sword. Although he was not an assassin, Sulin's agility attribute was much higher than Chrissy's. The battle between the two was very fast. In the eyes of others, there were afterimages quickly appearing on the battlefield, and only when they collided did sparks burst out. Chris surrounded Sulin and kept attacking. Every attack she made was aimed at Sulin's fatal points, which made people tremble with fear. Bang! Sulin blocked Chrissy's attack again. The cold light on the dagger was less than a centimeter away from Sulin's throat. However, a huge force came from the dagger, and Chrissy's body flew backward at an even faster speed. She then smashed into the wall beside her. Ouch! It hurts. I'm done. Chris said as she rubbed her aching back. I'm an assassin, but my dexterity isn't as high as yours. Moreover, your strength is more than one level lower. Why should I torture myself? Chrissy sat on the ground with a depressed expression. Sulin smiled and walked over to help her up. Now that you have the strength belt, your strength has reached the standard of an ordinary frost giant. You're much stronger than other assassins, Sulin said with a smile. The best strength belt was made from the skin of a frost giant king or a cloud giant king. It allowed the wearer to have the strength of a frost giant chieftain. I've also prepared other equipment for you. More equipment? Hearing Sulin's words, Chris's eyes lit up. She grabbed Sulin's hand and got up from the ground. Let me see what kind of equipment it is. Let's go. Sulin pulled Chris back to the lab. This is a mind headdress. It can add a mind shield to prevent you from being controlled by mind control spells. Prerequisites. Will immunity to some mind control spells and mind attack spells. Sulin handed a beautiful gemstone headband to Chris. The gemstones used in the headband were actually the eyes of the brain hunters. The brain hunter's eyes had the same special psionic ability as the beholder. After soaking in a specially concocted potion, the brain hunter's eyes would become very hard, as beautiful as the best cat's eye gems. Gale boots. It comes with advanced haste, fly, featherfall, and auto-recharge. You should be able to use it. The Gale boots were made of cryopterous leather. The wind element on it was rich, and with the runes inscribed with mithril, it was already a quasi-legendary level magic equipment. Agility gem. It can strengthen your agility perception. It will be effective as long as you wear it. Sulin handed a gem to Chris. In addition to the agility gem, Hathaway also made strength gems, physique gems, mind gems, and charm gems. These gems required high-quality magic gems as the main material, and many rare materials were added. Only one of these gems could be worn at a time, and the effect was not bad. It could increase the corresponding attributes by 3 points. These attribute gems could only be worn one at a time, and the attributes increased by the gem could be stacked with other equipment. If you wanted to change it, you would have to take it off and exchange it. In fact, these attribute gems were only the primary products of another type of gem, the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone, this gem required 5 high-quality attribute gems and other materials to synthesize. After success, you would get a Philosopher's Stone. The success rate of the Philosopher's Stone was very low, but after success, the Philosopher's Stone would increase all attributes by 3 points. It was a pity that Hathaway hadn't made it yet. Shadow Cloak with a high-level invisibility spell. It can strengthen stealth and shadow at the same time. It can summon a mirror image. The mirror image is exactly the same as the original, but the damage is only 1/5 of the original. The mirror image's defense is also 1/5 of the original. It was a very good cannon fodder to attract the enemy's attention or to cover an attack or retreat. If used well, it was not difficult to change the outcome of a battle. Protection ring. This is made based on the ring I used to wear. After activation, a high-level energy protection force field will appear. Anti-magic ring. After wearing it, it can increase magic resistance. It is very valuable against wizards. Beside him, Chris was dazzled, her face full of shock. This set of equipment was simply too luxurious. Any one of these equipment in front of her would be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions of kinnar. With so many of them added up, it was a few million kinnar. Chris had become a moving treasure trove. The main materials for these equipment were obtained by Su Lin from killing various monsters and monsters. After Hathaway's crafting, they became powerful magic equipment. As a member of the Chinese family in his previous life, Su Lin had also inherited the fine traditions of the Chinese family. For example, he was obsessed with the construction of cities, roads, and other infrastructures. For example, Su Lin was like a squirrel in winter, hoarding large amounts of wealth. These things in front of her were accumulated bit by bit. When he was playing games, Su Lin liked to accumulate large amounts of materials and gems. Then he would upgrade his equipment every once in a while. After giving all the equipment to Chris, Su Lin went to find Alex. Alex was flipping through books in the library. When he saw Su Lin coming, he put down the book and said, "How come you have time to come here today?" Su Lin stepped forward and grabbed Alex's arm. "Come with me, I have something for you." Su Lin pulled Alex to the lab. In the lab, as soon as Alex entered, he was attracted by a luxurious mage robe. The appearance of the equipment made by Hathaway was basically designed by Su Lin. Su Lin combined the various patterns he had seen in his previous life. After some deletions or direct plagiarism, the pattern was much better than the original pattern in this world. Of course, some impractical patterns were also deleted by Su Lin. This is the Starry Sky robe. The main material is the skin of the Hydra. It's made from the softest skin of the Hydra's abdomen. The gold and silver threads on it are made from adamantine and mithril. Although the skin of the Hydra's abdomen is not as tough as the other parts, it's still tougher than normal fur. The softness is also very suitable. It's a good material for inner armor or wizard robes. The wizard robe in front of Alex was in the style of a windbreaker. It was very luxurious and the tall Alex looked very beautiful in it. Is it beautiful? It's so beautiful. Alex stared at the wizard robe in front of him without blinking. "Try it on." Su Lin smiled. "Okay." Alex did not refuse. He stepped forward and put on the wizard robe. This wizard robe is called the Starry Sky robe. It comes with spell maximization and mana reconstruction, meta magic abilities. At the same time, it can greatly increase your mana recovery speed. Magic resistance is 25. There are also advanced chain of accidents and spell sequences on it. It can increase the casting speed, reduce the casting difficulty, and shorten the casting time. Many spells that would take you a second or 2 to 3 seconds to cast will take a lot less time with this Starry Sky magic robe. Some spells can even be cast instantly. Chain of accidents and spell sequences will need to be input and set by you. When the time comes, you just need to prepare according to your fighting style. The wizard robe also comes with flash spells, advanced invisibility spells, flight spells, advanced mage armor, and advanced energy defensive force field. There's also the life-saving spell Banish. Banish was a spell that did not have any attacking power. The only use of this spell was to instantly send an object into a different dimension. In this different dimension, the object would not be able to move, and at the same time, it would not be able to be attacked. It would only come out of the different dimension when the time came. This Banish was very similar to the Time Dragon's Time Banish. It was said that this spell was made to imitate the Time Dragon's Time Banish. Time Banish, the Time Dragon's innate ability. It can directly throw the enemy out of time. The creature will completely disappear and be unable to move. Of course, others will not be able to attack it until its existence is recaptured by time. In other words, it will appear in the near future. During this process, the existence of the opponent can be said to have completely disappeared. During this time, everything about the subject will be stopped, and even their thoughts will be stagnant. Of course, Banish was not so powerful. It could only send the person into a different dimension for a period of time. It would not stop their thoughts. The duration was 30 seconds. It could be used to escape or trap the enemy. What do you think? That's great. Alex said happily. The robe is beautiful. The spells on it are also great. As long as you like it. Sulin shrugged. Here's something for you. Look at this staff. Sulin took out a staff. Su Luin had used a branch of a nature oak tree for this staff, and had carved a large number of magic patterns on it. This staff could store a level 8 spell, a level 7 spell and 2 level 6 spells. At the same time, it could reduce the casting difficulty and mana consumption. It was blessed with the metamagic ability Spell Penetration. Chapter 487. Sulin was busy preparing equipment for Chris and Alex to enhance their strength, and Hathaway was no exception. Compared to Chris and Alex's equipment, Hathaway's equipment was more powerful. Alex's Starry Sky robe was actually a simplified version of Hathaway's Sage Robe of Wisdom. Not only did it have all the power of the Starry Sky robe, but it also had many supreme magic skills that were at the legend level. As for the magic staff, the nature oak was now in its growth stage, and its branches could not be used to make legendary magic staffs. Originally, the Hydra's spine could be used to make legendary magic staffs, but this kind of spine material was more suitable for necromancy and voodoo spells. It was not suitable for Hathaway's prophecy, incantation, and evocation spells. Ordinary magic staffs had almost no effect on Hathaway. Hathaway's magic staff was still the one she made before, and its effect on her could only be said to be better than nothing. Northern Wilderness, Ruins Valley, Kobold Camp. Under Sullen's deliberate indulgence, this kobold camp already had more than 2,000 kobolds and goblins. These monsters were now all believers of the evil god of the Heartless. After more than half a year of development, this place had become the evil god of the Heartless headquarters. This fruit had now matured and Sulin was ready to harvest it. The ice and snow had melted, and Sulin set off with an army from the northern battlefront city, accompanied by Chris and Alex. As for Hathaway, she still stayed in the wizard tower to cooperate with them. These slender rogues quickly disappeared in front of people's eyes. Sir, there are no enemies. We have arrived at the predetermined location. Hide here. From now on you can only enter and not leave. Sulin said coldly. Ever since the kobolds were allowed to live in the valley, Sulin had never relaxed his surveillance of them. A large number of harpies were keeping a close eye on the valley. Because of the arrival of winter, all the kobolds who were out had returned to the valley to spend the winter. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there was only one exit. The mountains blocked the cold wind, so the winter here wasn't too cold. Moreover, there was a spring in the valley and there was land for farming. It could be said that as long as the entrance was sealed, it would be a paradise. Of course, the space in this valley was limited. It could only accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people at most. Sulin came to the outskirts of the valley and looked at the kobolds who were preparing for the ritual. He didn't bring a lot of soldiers with him this time. There were only 300 of them, but they weren't weak at all. There were 100 half-elf archers, 100 barbarian warriors, and 100 spear guards. After 3 years of development, Sullen's current guards had already been replaced by the formation breaker. The number of people in the formation breaker had officially broken through 50, and the shooting sound battalion was not inferior, reaching 40 people. These guards weren't here to protect Sulin, but to protect the palace. The valley below was already occupied by the kobolds. After a few months of development, these kobolds had built all kinds of defenses here. Although the normal kobolds weren't very intelligent, the kobold warlocks were still very intelligent. At least they weren't worse than normal people. After seeing this kobold tribe, Sulin was surprised to find that there were at least 12 kobold warlocks in this tribe. It must be known that in the northern wilderness, only one kobold warlock could awaken in a kobold tribe with over 1,000 people. In this kobold tribe with only 2,000 people, there were 12 spellcasters. This probability was higher than the human world. In addition to the kobold warlocks, there were at least 3 teams of dragon blood kobolds. One team had 36 kobolds, and 3 teams had 108 kobolds. A village of this size could be considered a medium-sized tribe in the northern wilderness. The equipment of these kobolds was somewhat crude. They wore dirty leather armor and held metal weapons in their hands. Kobolds knew how to smelt metal, but due to technical problems, the metal they smelted had a lot of impurities, and the weapons they made were much worse. Sulin was very clear that this was definitely the work of the evil god. Normal kobolds were classified as level 1, but their strength didn't reach level 1. According to the system's rating, a farmer with simple training was only level 1. Such a farmer only needed to be calm and collected to deal with 3 kobolds. The dragon blood kobold's strength wasn't something normal kobolds could compare to. The profession level of a dragon blood kobold was level 7. This was already stronger than a knight. As for the kobold warlocks, their strength was at least level 2. Most kobold warlocks had mastered the fireball spell. This spell wasn't trash, but in fact the destructive power of the fireball spell was very strong. This spell was basically comparable to the power of a small caliber cannon. In the valley in front of them, the kobolds used trees, rocks, and mud to build a crude wall to seal off the entrance of the valley. There was also a team of kobold guards on the wall. In the valley there was a messy village. A stream flowed outside the village and there were some cultivated farmlands nearby. However, the farming techniques were terrible and the farmlands looked more like graffiti. However, in terms of civilization, the kobold village in front of them was much more advanced than the kobolds in the northern wilderness. The kobolds here looked like they were living in a slave society. Rough mud walls were erected around the village. They were nearly half a meter thick and were made of stones and mud. Behind the mud walls were low thatched huts and mud enclosures. There were also many slaves working outside the village. If it wasn't for the fact that it looked too simple and crude, this was completely a town. They're learning really fast. Seeing the scene in the valley, Sulin couldn't help but sigh. These kobolds and goblins that escaped from the northern city might have only learned a little, but under the power of the evil god, they started to develop a civilization. Since when did the evil god start to develop believers? Or was he preparing to transform into a true god? Although Sulin didn't know what the evil god was planning, he could tell that he was planning something big. Woo woo woo. A low bugle horn sounded from the village, followed by a series of noisy shouts. Accompanied by the kobold's clumsy draconic language, it sounded like thousands of dogs barking at the same time. It was very irritating to listen to. In the center of the village, a group of priests wearing strange masks stood on an altar. The stones on the altar were a strange dark red, as if they were soaked in blood. The kobolds around them looked very fanatical, and there was a kind of sick madness in their eyes. Then, under the escort of a team of strong dragon blood kobold warriors, a group of captives was dragged out. What surprised Sulin was that there were not only goblins and kobolds among the captives, but also jackalans and orcs. These slaves were covered in ugly scars and their eyes were numb. There was no sign of life. Woof, woof woof. A series of broken dragon language sounded. It was the kobold priests praising the evil god. When the leading priest raised his hand, the noisy scene instantly quieted down. Then there was another shout. The black mass of people all knelt on the ground, and then started to chant under the guidance of the priest. The entire ritual site was in a frenzy. The kobolds and goblins' eyes were all red as they screamed hysterically. Their loud voices reverberated throughout the valley, and the birds and beasts in the surrounding forest were also frightened by this sound. Woof woof. A cruel smile appeared on the leading kobold priest's face. He held an obsidian dagger in his hand and came to the first captive. With a flash of cold light, the sharp dagger directly pierced the captive's chest. The captive opened his eyes wide and wanted to struggle, but he was held down by the dragon blood kobold next to him. The priest did not stop. Instead, he cut horizontally with the dagger, opening a large hole in the captive's chest. Blood gushed out, and a bright red beating heart appeared in front of him. The kobold priest grabbed the beating heart, and the obsidian dagger in his hand flashed with cold light, and he instantly cut it off. Hot blood gushed out of the captive's veins, but the kobold priest did not care. The blood flowed along the rocks and onto the altar. The priest held the heart in one hand and the dagger in the other, and he walked to the center of the altar with a very sincere expression. He then carefully placed the heart on the dark red stone platform. As the blood flowed out, a strange evil energy also appeared. The kobold believers all had frenzied, intoxicated, and excited expressions on their faces. Su Luan quietly watched the group of kobolds perform the blood sacrifice. Obviously, these dogs couldn't change their habit of eating shit. The evil god of the Heartless still liked blood sacrifices. After all, blood sacrifices were the easiest way to obtain divine power. Otherwise, in ancient times, almost all the gods would have accepted the blood sacrifice. However, this blood sacrifice had a lot of side effects which made the gods fearful. In the end, they had to give up on this ritual. Otherwise, this method of sacrifice would not have been abandoned. Relying on the conscience of the gods? In the past, many true gods went crazy because of blood sacrifices. They attacked everywhere and were eventually surrounded and killed by other gods. In the end, the gods gave up on this ritual. Looking at the dark red bloodstains on the altar, This kind of sacrificial ceremony had been held countless times. In fact, this kind of blood sacrifice was not conducive to the development of believers. Although the normal development of believers seemed to take a long time and the effect was slow, this kind of method was sustainable. In the long run, this kind of method was far more beneficial than blood sacrifice. Chapter 488. The specialty of a blood sacrifice was that it took only a short time and had a quick effect. The gods naturally liked this method. As for the other method that had a better long-term effect, they could not see that far ahead. Don't overestimate the knowledge of the gods. In fact, most of the gods were short-sighted. Soon the second captive was dragged out. A blood sacrifice was not enough to satisfy the evil god. In ancient times, there were often blood sacrifices of thousands of people. There were even a few blood sacrifices of tens of thousands of people. As an evil god, the heartless would not be satisfied so easily. As time passed, the scale of the blood sacrifice would only increase. One day the believers would not be able to bear it. If the blood sacrifice could not provide powerful sacrifices, then they would have to rely on sufficient numbers to please the evil god. Therefore, a blood sacrifice would often last for a long time. Through this blood sacrifice, the believers would be able to obtain the god's blessing. The quality of the sacrifices provided by the kobolds was not high, so they could only rely on numbers to make up for it. The sun gradually set, and the light in the valley became even dimmer. Pine oil torches were lit, and the priests began to dig out the hearts of the captives. Soon all the captives were killed, but the evil god seemed to be dissatisfied with the sacrifices. The entire altar was shrouded in an eerie and terrifying aura. The invisible pressure made the kobolds tremble. The evil god was not an obedient child. If they could not satisfy the evil god's request, the evil god would do it himself. A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the leading priest. He then ordered in a deep voice. A few strong dragon-blooded kobolds rushed to the back of the crowd and grabbed some disabled kobolds and goblins. The captured kobolds and goblins screamed in horror and tried to escape, but everyone lowered their heads and ignored them. As the obsidian dagger slashed across, a kobold's chest was directly torn apart. His steaming heart was dug out. Scarlet blood spurted out and slowly flowed into the crevices of the rocks on the altar. As the heart was placed on the altar, the evil god's consciousness showed a trace of satisfaction. Then it kept urging the sacrifice to continue. Seeing this, the kobold priest inwardly let out a sigh of relief before killing the other kobold. At the same time, the faces of the kobolds and gnomes kneeling before the altar were once again filled with fervent excitement. The kobold priest could feel the power within his body growing, and his heart was filled with joy. After every blood sacrifice, his strength would increase. This was a gift from the gods, and as long as he continued to sacrifice, he would become even more powerful. Above the altar, a blood-red spirit light enveloped the entire valley. This spirit light was emitted by the evil god. At this time, the sacrifice had reached its climax. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Even Sulin could smell it in the air. "Do it," Sulin ordered coldly. "Alex, have the harpies seal off the battlefield. Don't let any living creature escape." "Yes, master." Alex gently flapped her wings, and a wave of energy spread out from her body. Soon, 3,000 harpies descended from the sky and surrounded the valley. "Chris, don't leave anyone alive in this battle." "Yes, master." The little succubus Chris's tall figure stepped forward and responded. Then a group of demons behind her spread their wings and flew towards the valley in a flash. The northern battlefront city's army, which had already been prepared, began to move. Arrows rained down from the earth walls at the entrance of the valley. The kobolds patrolling the area were shot into hedgehogs before they could even react. The leading kobold with dragon blood was the focus of attention. At least 20 arrows pierced through its 2-meter-tall body. Blood flowed everywhere, and this kobold with dragon blood fell to the ground dead before he could even make a sound. The barbarian warriors covered in armor all roared and charged forward with their giant axes. These barbarians directly activated charge and rushed towards the earth walls at the entrance of the valley like tanks. Then they jumped and smashed through the gate. The stronger ones even smashed through the walls made of stone, wood, and clay. The first line of defense built by the kobolds only lasted for a minute before it was completely destroyed. Frantic shouts came from the valley, and the sound of the collision startled the kobolds who were in the middle of the sacrificial ritual. The evil god Heartless also sensed something, and it roared furiously. Then all the kobolds turned their heads to look. In the next second, the kobolds also roared furiously, grabbed their weapons and rushed toward the entrance of the valley. Pang pang pang. As the sound of bowstrings rang out, sharp arrows fell from the sky, instantly pinning the charging kobold gnomes to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere. Spinning slash. Blood and flesh flew everywhere and colorful organs fell everywhere. The blood made the barbarian warriors even more excited. Many of the barbarian warriors' eyes were bloodshot, and they directly activated Berserk. Their already tall bodies grew even taller, and the axes in their hands were like wheat being reaped. They killed all the kobolds and goblins that rushed up. Teams of spear guards followed closely behind. These spear guards wore fine iron armor and held spears in their hands. They lined up in a neat formation and pushed forward uniformly. After the kobolds and goblins collided with the spear guards, it was like a tide crashing into a reef. Bright red blood splashed like waves, and the enemies were directly stabbed to death in front of the spear formation. Lightning Spear. A bolt of lightning appeared in Sullen's hand, and then a bright bolt of lightning was thrown out by Sulen. The lightning instantly hit the kobold priest on the altar. The powerful lightning power instantly hit the priest's chest, and a bowl-sized hole appeared in his chest. The powerful lightning power turned the area around the wound into a pile of charcoal. These kobold wizards were also priests, so who knew if they had some strange spells? So Sulen took care of these people first. Lightning flashed and then a few more bolts of lightning shot out. The dozen priests around the altar were just about to attack, but they were all covered by the lightning. A series of crackling sounds came, and these kobold priests were directly turned into piles of charcoal. Their corpses fell down one by one and blood kept flowing out. The blood then seeped into the altar. There were sounds of killing all around, and kobolds and goblins were killed one after another. Because Sulen gave the order to kill, these people did not plan to take any prisoners. Everywhere they went there was a rain of blood. Blood sprayed on the ground, and then slowly flowed under the influence of a strange power. The blood slowly gathered towards the altar as if it had a life of its own. Fortunately, the battlefield was in chaos and no one noticed this problem. Hundreds and thousands of people died and a large amount of blood gathered. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Nimble half-elven archers nimbly jumped onto the roofs and shot at the enemies. Quick, take the high ground. Archers, focus on suppressing the enemies. Break their formation, don't give them a chance to regroup. Waves of shouts sounded and arrows rained down. The kobolds that were just about to gather into a formation were once again heavily injured. The half-elven archers shot very quickly. One of the older half-elves held 6 arrows in one hand, and in a short 2 seconds he shot out 7 or 8 arrows in one breath. The kobolds that he aimed at fell one by one. One of the dragon-blood dog-headed men roared and grabbed a heavy metal shield and charged forward, wanting to get close to the archers. This powerful dragon-blood kobold was very fast. The archers immediately focused their fire on it. However, this dragon-blood kobold's reaction was very fast, and the shield in its hand was very large. It easily blocked those arrows. With the protection of the other kobolds, this dragon-blood kobold was very fast. Seeing that it was less than 10 meters away from the archers, the older half-elven archer's eyes narrowed, and his gaze became as sharp as an eagle's. Then a scorching energy shot out from his bow. Flame arrow. Boom. The flame arrow was like a cannonball that flew over in an instant, and then directly hit the dragon-blood kobold. The shield in the kobold's hand was instantly blown to pieces, and the high temperature directly melted the metal shield. The kobold hiding behind the shield was directly blown away, and his entire body turned into a ball of fire. After the death of this kobold, the morale of the kobolds in the surroundings collapsed, and they turned to run. The battlefield was completely one-sided, and the kobolds and goblins suffered heavy casualties. Large amounts of blood gathered on the altar, and the evil energy on the altar became stronger and stronger. Now that the battle had reached this stage, the kobolds had long since collapsed. Many kobolds wanted to surrender, but they were immediately killed. Seeing this, the remaining kobolds started to run. However, there was only one exit in the valley, and they had nowhere to run. As the kobolds suffered heavy casualties, the evil energy quickly grew, and an evil spirit chi spread out from the altar. The evil spirit chi swept out, and in Sullen's eyes, the souls of the kobolds that had been killed were sucked in, and a shocking power quickly gathered. A powerful energy fluctuation appeared, and this energy tore through space, and a black shadow forcibly squeezed in. As the black shadow appeared, the blood on the altar instantly fused into the black shadow's body. Chapter 489. Boom. Soul energy surged and a large amount of blood gathered. The original altar suddenly shattered, and a tall figure appeared there. Everyone, retreat to the exit of the valley immediately. Su Lin immediately said after seeing the bloody figure. The next battle is no longer something you can interfere with. At this time, Su Lin had already descended from mid-air. Lightning flashed on his body, and the storm halberd appeared in his hand. Powerful lightning power filled the air, and lightning snakes flashed through the air. Thunderstorm skill. The dazzling lightning cut through the night sky, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket fell from the sky, instantly hitting the bloody figure that was constantly churning. Blood splattered and lightning shot in all directions. A large amount of blood evaporated, and a 3-meter-tall figure appeared in front of them. You deserve to die. A roar was heard, followed by a powerful evil energy that instantly burst out. Su Lin felt his body sink. Ding, affected by blasphemy power. Ding, affected by evil spirit energy. Lightning surged and Su Lin's body was shrouded in a layer of lightning energy. Then a powerful lightning power erupted from Su Lin's body. Thunder domain. Endless lightning appeared in Su Lin's eyes. At this time, Su Lin was like the incarnation of lightning. Seeing the blood-red figure in front of him, Su Lin didn't have to guess to know that it was the evil god known as the Heartless. Although it wasn't his real body, he had already injected most of his power into this incarnation. Gods were afraid of death, and very few gods would take the initiative to leave their divine kingdom with their true body. This evil god in front of him had put in a lot of effort this time. Although it was not his true body, the incarnation was not an ordinary incarnation. If this incarnation died, the evil god's strength would plummet, and he would suffer heavy losses. Seeing this incarnation, Su Lin was not too surprised. After all, he had already prepared for this situation. As an evil god, although not a true god, his combat power was far beyond that of a legendary expert. Su Lin speculated that this evil god's true body was much stronger than a demigod. The incarnation in front of him was also not to be underestimated. Lightning Spear. After activating the Thunder territory, the thunder power around Su Lin became even stronger. A thunder spear filled with a destructive aura quickly formed in his hand. Su Lin immediately threw out a lightning spear. However, Su Lin's target wasn't the evil god's divine incarnation but the spatial portal that had been torn open. Amidst the thunderous roar, the heartless divine incarnation looked strangely at the collapsing portal. The lightning exploded, and even the altar below was destroyed by the lightning spear. Su Lin wasn't going to leave the teleportation gate behind. What if this divine avatar escaped through the teleportation gate? Sui Xiong did not want to give up on the incarnation at the last moment and escape with the power of divinity. If that was the case, then all his efforts would be for naught. An angry roar sounded. Su Lin directly destroyed the portal. The evil god's incarnation could not return unless he accumulated power again and started a new round of blood sacrifice. The wind raged. The angry evil god's incarnation was very fast. With a flash of red light, it had already appeared in front of Su Lin. A blood tentacle instantly shot out. Su Lin's storm battle halberd swept across and directly cut off the blood tentacle. However, something unexpected happened. The blood tentacle that was cut off quickly moved toward the main body and then merged back together. Regeneration? Or other abilities? Su Lin frowned slightly. Or immunity to physical damage? Lightning Spear. The storm battle halberd was instantly wrapped in a layer of violent thunder power. With Su Lin's attack, thunder and lightning clashed in the sky. Boom. The moment the two sides clashed, an extremely fierce battle broke out. Horrifying scars appeared on the evil god's incarnation's huge body, and the energy shield on the surface of Su Lin's body shattered one after another. The evil god's incarnation's attack directly hit Su Lin's body, but he blocked it with his spear. Thunder and blood made a fierce explosion, and the two were directly pushed away by the explosion. Revenge. 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 I'm going to eat. The evil god's incarnation muttered. Su Lin's ears were shrouded in chaos. Whispers kept ringing in his ears. These noisy voices seemed to ignore space and appeared directly in his mind, constantly disturbing his mind. Su Lin frowned. He hated this kind of enemy. Not only was their vitality tenacious, but they were also very difficult to kill. They were either immune to physical damage or had super strong regenerative abilities. Blasphemy. In a strange silence, an inexplicable figure appeared and pierced Su Lin's soul. Unfortunately, this kind of attack was useless. Su Lin had a strong will to begin with, and he also had the Iron Will talent ability. His own resistance was also high, and he was not afraid of this kind of control spell at all. Great Cleave. The evil god's follower rushed directly towards Su Lin, and the evil energy kept corroding the surrounding space. Rumble. After realizing that magical attacks were useless against him, the evil god's incarnation directly used physical attacks. A giant sword condensed from flesh appeared in its hand. Sullen's body flashed and flew past from the side. Accompanied by the flash of thunder, Sullen's storm battle halberd fiercely cut a hideous wound on his body. A blood whip swept across. The blood whip had strong corrosive properties, and a layer of the rocks next to it was directly corroded. In a short while, the surrounding ground and rocks were full of traces of corrosion. There was also a layer of divine force field around the evil god's incarnation. Su Lin was very clear about this and had already prepared for it. The storm battle halberd flashed with thunder and attacked quickly. The evil god's incarnation did not show any weakness. It fought speed with speed, and the whip shadows covered the surroundings tightly. The sky was filled with whip shadows that fell from the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Su Lin swept the evil god's incarnation away. Then, without any hesitation, he instantly chased after it. Chain Fireball. Spell Maximization. Flames rose up, and the evil god's incarnation was beaten to a pulp. Su Lin did not stop at all. Fireball after fireball whizzed out. In the deafening explosion, the evil god's incarnation in front of him became smaller and smaller, and the energy layer on the surface of its body became shaky. The evil god's incarnation was originally an amalgamation of chaotic evil power. Later on, it received a large number of blood sacrifices, and its consciousness became even more chaotic and crazy. In the face of Sullen's attacks, it did not dodge at all. It directly rushed forward. With a flash of blood, it was already in front of Su Lin. A scarlet shadow instantly attacked. Bang! Thunder exploded. Tentacles of blood instantly hit Su Lin. These tentacles of blood attacked very quickly. In just a moment, Su Lin was attacked hundreds of times. The thunder shield only lasted for 2 seconds before cracks appeared. Advanced Mage Armor. Advanced Energy Protective Barrier. Advanced Deflection Force Field Protection. Rays of spiritual light flashed across Sullen's body. The protective spells that he had prepared in advance were released in an instant. Invisible barriers opened up. The moment the thunder shield shattered, it directly blocked the evil god's incarnation's attack. Silver Dragon Inverse Scale Spear. The shadow of a silver dragon appeared on Sullen's body. Then, with a blinding flash of lightning, it suddenly attacked the evil god's incarnation in front of him. Endless lightning instantly wrapped around it. As the evil god, its power was completely opposite to Sullen's. The blood light on its body was constantly being worn down by the lightning. At this moment, Su Lin suddenly felt his heart palpitate. A sense of danger enveloped his heart. Without hesitation, Sullen's body flashed as he tried to retreat. Boom! Just as he was about to retreat, a dazzling red light swept over him like a hot knife through butter. The lightning that had been wrapped around the evil god's incarnation was also worn down by the red light. Wherever the red light went, an evil, chaotic, and crazy corrosive energy came out. Although this kind of energy was not very damaging, it had a very disgusting ability. It could corrode other people, and it was very difficult to get rid of. But this kind of explosive power cost a lot of energy, and the cooldown time was very long. After using his talent, his sixth sense, to dodge the attack, Su Lin rushed forward again. After the explosion, the evil god's body's blood light became even dimmer. A round of extremely effective chain of fireballs appeared again. After casting that spell, Su Lin threw out 5 lightning whips. The evil god's incarnation was sent flying again. Boom, 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 boom. The evil god's giant body was pierced again. The blood light on its body was used up. This time, its wounds did not heal as quickly as before. Instead, there was a hideous gash. Now, Su Lin could see the evil god's incarnation's scary, twisted soul. That was the evil god's soul origin, but it was not all of it. It was only a part of it. This time, to take revenge on Su Lin, the evil god had given up a lot. It had given up a part of its soul origin and god power. Evil gods relied on blood sacrifices and sacrifices to grow. But blood sacrifices made gods crazy. Evil gods were a collection of chaotic powers, and now they were even crazier. The evil god in front of Han Sen had lost its sense of self. It had become a collection of all kinds of negative energy and chaotic consciousness. When Su Lin absorbed the god's divinity, it had a strong consciousness. So, when he absorbed the god's divinity, he spent a lot of effort to wipe out the consciousness of the god's divinity. That was difficult and it took a lot of time. But it also brought him many benefits. He would not be affected by the consciousness of the god's divinity. He would not become a puppet controlled by the god's divinity. Dazzling lightning swept across. After losing its powerful regenerative ability, the evil god's incarnation was no match for Su Lin. Under Su Lin's constant attacks, it could only retreat again and again, with more and more wounds appearing on its body. Chapter 490. Thunderstorm Spell. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and countless lightning bolts rolled back and forth in the dark clouds. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket descended from the sky and instantly struck the evil god's incarnation. Without enough power to quickly regenerate, endless lightning instantly drowned it. Lightning Spear. Endless lightning power instantly gathered in Sulin's hand, and a lightning spear formed completely from lightning power appeared in Sulin's hand. In the next second, he threw the lightning spear and instantly hit the evil god's incarnation, which was still in a stiff state. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The evil god's incarnation's body was extremely stiff and fixed on the spot. The evil god's incarnation's body shattered like crystal glass, and powerful lightning burst out from its body, illuminating the entire valley in an instant. The evil god's incarnation's entire body disintegrated into countless tiny dust particles bit by bit. A gust of wind blew past, and the evil god's incarnation's body disappeared without a trace. Ah! A miserable wail sounded. Just as the evil god's incarnation's body was completely destroyed, the countless souls that it had absorbed just now surged out of its dissipated body. As these souls had only been absorbed for a short period of time, the evil god of the Heartless had no time to absorb and digest these souls. Therefore these souls were basically still complete. They were just a little distorted because they were contaminated with the chaotic energy of the evil god's body. Soul-binding spell. A spiritual light rose from Sulin's body and quickly imprisoned a part of the evil god's soul core that wanted to escape. Endless lightning power turned into lightning chains. These chains crisscrossed and weaved into a large net in midair, as if enveloping the entire world. The evil god's soul, which was mixed in with a large number of spirits, couldn't escape in time and was completely sealed. As a spiritual light flashed, the large net in the sky instantly enveloped downwards. All the spirits and the evil god's soul were trapped in the lightning net. Soul-binding spell. Su Lin took out more than 10 magic gems from his storage space. Bolts of lightning turned into countless chains and pulled all the spirits into the magic gems. Those low-level spirits were directly sealed in the magic gems. As the evil god's soul, Su Lin specially used a high-quality magic gem to seal it. As the evil god's soul was sealed into the magic gem, the entire magic gem turned purplish-red. A crazy and chaotic aura was constantly emitted from the gem. Just standing nearby made people feel very uncomfortable. Su Lin snapped his fingers, and the soul crystals floating in the air fell into his palm. Ding! The battle is over. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the evil god Heartless Divine Incarnation. You have received 368,000 experience points. You have obtained 30 high-quality magic gems. You have obtained 2 sets of Star Ocean Silver Sand. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the evil god Heartless Divine Power Incarnation. You have obtained Diamond Treasure Chest X2. Congratulations, host. You've won an epic victory. Congratulations, host. Your army has completely wiped out the evil god Heartless Believer's gathering place. You have obtained 103,000 experience points. Evil god Heartless Stronghold Extermination Battle. Battlefield level, High Legendary. February 1689 of the Huiwe calendar. You discovered a hidden stronghold of the evil god Heartless. After some preparations, you launched a war and successfully wiped out the stronghold of the evil god Heartless Believers. You also killed the evil god Heartless Divine Power Incarnation. Your name is widely spread across the continent. Prestige plus 15. Favorability of various Orthodox churches plus 30. Congratulations, host. Your experience points are full. You have leveled up. Current level, 30. You have obtained 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. You have obtained Platinum Treasure Chest X2. As the battle ended, A series of system notifications rang in his ears. Su Lin dispersed the energy on his body, and the rumbling thunderclouds in the sky also dissipated. The battlefield was a mess. The original altar had long since disappeared in the aftermath of the battle, and the surrounding village was only left with broken walls. Clean up the battlefield and kill all enemies. Leave no one alive in this battle. With Su Lin's order, the Northgard city's army began a net-like search of the valley. Not all the enemies had died in the battle just now. Many had taken advantage of the chaos to escape to various parts of the valley, but because there was only one exit, these kobolds had nowhere to run. After arranging for people to clean up the battlefield, Su Lin returned to the Northwind Tower. After leaving the follow-up matters to Hathaway and Chrissy, he went to the seclusion room to check on his harvest. The most precious thing in this battle was naturally the divinity crystal. Su Lin checked it and found that this divinity crystal contained 6 points of divinity. It could be said that this was the most divinity Su Lin had ever obtained. However, it wasn't easy to absorb this divinity crystal. He hadn't finished absorbing the Brain Hunter's divinity crystal, so he could only slowly absorb this divinity crystal. Currently, Su Lin needed about a month to absorb a single point of divinity. If he wanted to absorb all of it, he would need half a year. However, this was already a fat piece of meat in his mouth. There was no rush to eat it. He opened the storage space and opened the 2 diamond treasure chests and the 2 platinum treasure chests together. A series of beautiful special effects flashed, and the sound of a system notification rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item 9 Transformations Golden Pill *1 bottle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item Wishing Crystal *1 bottle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Nature God Crystal *1 bottle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the book Levitating Ring Theory and Production. When the light faded, Su Lin couldn't wait to take out the 4 items to check. Su Lin had already obtained a bottle of 9 Transformations Golden Pill. This kind of pill was very powerful. Each pill could increase 5 free attribute points. It was a rare item. Su Lin beamed with joy as he put away the bottle of pills. The second treasure chest contained a crystal called the Wishing Crystal. Su Lin curiously picked up the crystal and looked at it. This crystal looked clear and transparent. There were no impurities in it. It looked very beautiful. This crystal also contained a strange power. Su Lin didn't know what this power was for. After playing with the crystal for a while, Su Lin asked the system to appraise it. Wishing Crystal, a special kind of crystal bred by nature. It has a special power. It is said that Jinn elemental spirits like this kind of crystal very much. When using the wishing spell, you can use the wishing crystal as an item of exchange. When negotiating with the Jinn elemental spirits, the wishing crystal can obtain a higher value. This is actually an item used for the wishing spell. After reading the introduction of the system, Su Lin's eyes moved slightly. Although the wishing spell was said to be able to grant wishes, in fact, this spell had many traps and the price to pay was also high. Now it seemed that with this wishing crystal, Su Lin could make a wish without paying any price. Of course, when using the wishing spell, one still had to strictly follow the rules of the wishing spell. The Jinn elemental spirit's ability to take advantage of loopholes was not inferior to the devils of Bator. In the past, there were more than 1 or 2 wizards who were cheated by these Jinn elemental spirits. The wizard who wished for immortality still didn't know which corner of the multiverse he was sealed in. The nature crystal was a green crystal the size of a palm. There was rich natural energy on it and even a little divinity of nature. This crystal could be directly absorbed to increase one's own divinity. It was much better than the divinity crystal Su Lin had before. He didn't need to spend time to eliminate the evil consciousness in the divinity crystal. He could directly absorb it. Of course, in addition to direct absorption, this nature crystal also had other effects. For example, it could improve the surrounding environment. It could also be used to purify the power of pollution and chaos in the divinity crystal in Su Lin's hand. Of course, this purification effect was limited. It could also be used directly on a druid. This would allow the druid to obtain a large amount of natural energy and even directly become a big druid. The nature crystal quickly turned in his hand. Su Lin already had a plan in his mind. He was going to try it in a few days. The Principle and Making of Floating Rings. When he read this book, even Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. This was simply like meeting a pillow when he was sleepy. He planned to build a floating city. In addition to the problem of energy, there was also the problem of the floating rings. The floating rings were the key to building a floating tower. At the same time, it was also an important part of building a floating city. The manufacturing technology of the floating rings was only mastered by a few wizard organizations. If the elemental pool was the energy source of the wizard tower, then the floating rings were the engine. The manufacturing of the floating rings required a lot of precious resources. At the same time, it also required a deep knowledge of runes and grandmaster alchemy skills. Su Lin simply flipped through the book. This kind of floating rings required a lot of technical skills. He couldn't make it yet. The main material of the floating rings was mithril. Some adamantine, orichalcum, starry silver sand, arcane dust, and many other materials needed to be added. These materials were processed according to a special method and refined into a special silver alloy. Then, the runes were engraved on the floating rings according to a special method and pattern. Finally, a runic array was formed. Each rune was formed by a combination of a larger number of magic patterns. These runes were combined to form a larger runic array. There couldn't be any mistakes in the manufacturing of such a floating ring. Otherwise there would be a big problem. If there was a problem with the floating ring during flight, the consequences would be terrifying. Su Lin planned to study the book, The Principle and Making of Floating Rings with Hathaway. Although he couldn't make it now, it didn't mean that he couldn't do it in the future. Now that his wizard level had reached the advanced level, it was only a matter of time before he became a legendary wizard. Chapter 491. The construction of the floating city could not be done by Hathaway alone. A floating city like the floating city, which was the ultimate magic creation of the Arcane Empire, required a lot of people to work together to build. Among other things, it was a big project just to enchant the floating city with hardening spells. If only Su Lin and Hathaway were relied on, they would be busy for a long time. It required a lot of wizards to work, which was one of the purposes of Su Lin and Hathaway establishing the Wizard Academy. The Wizard Academy was to continuously provide a large number of wizard talents for Su Lin. Su Lin did not expect the wizards to become legends, which was unrealistic. He only wanted them to be promoted to official wizards. And even if they were wizard apprentices, there were a lot of jobs that they could do. For Su Lin, wizards were high-level talents. He had too many jobs that needed wizards, such as planting magic herbs, refining potions, enchantment equipment, building wizard towers, and daily maintenance. If it were not for the lack of manpower, Su Lin would not have made the golem factory automatic. As for the way the black wizards cultivated their apprentices, in Su Lin's opinion, it was a complete waste. Those who were strong and talented would learn. Those who were good at fighting would be arranged to become combat wizards. Those who were not good at fighting would be responsible for various logistics work. Those who were not talented could be planted with magic plants. In short, in Su Lin's opinion, these wizards were all labor. The way the black wizards cultivated their apprentices was only brave and fierce. They might be strong for a while, but in the long run, they were far less developed than Su Lin's way. Su Lin's way would snowball and become stronger in the future. Moreover, the black wizard's way of cultivating their apprentices had a high chance of backfiring. That was why he used the black wizard's way of cultivating their apprentices. Su Lin put away The Principle and Making of the Floating Ring, and took out the 9 transformation golden pill. His only attribute value was charm, which had not reached 50. The 2 free attribute points that he got from the upgrade were directly added to charm. Su Lin's charm value increased to 35 points. Then he took 3 more 9 transformation golden pills and got 15 free attribute points. After adding all these points to charm, Su Lin's charm value also reached 50 points. The increase in charm was a little different from other attributes. There seemed to be no change after moving his body, but Su Lin felt that the elemental energy around him seemed to have become closer to him. With a snap of his fingers, a water ball appeared in front of him. Then the water ball turned into a mirror, and Su Lin's appearance was reflected. The facial features of the figure in the mirror did not change much from before, but there were slight adjustments and refinements. His face was bright and clean, and his facial features were handsome and angular. His eyes were dark and deep, like a pair of black gemstones with a charming luster. His eyebrows were straight, his lips were red, and his teeth were white. His eyes were bright and clear, and his figure was elegant and graceful. His neck was long and slender, and his skin was white. This was not a human. Even if a god descended, it would not be better than this. Sure enough, I've become more handsome. Looking at himself in the mirror, Sulin was not surprised. This was his true appearance. Charm was not only about appearance but also about elemental energy. Sure enough, even elemental energy was close to those who were good-looking. Sulin left the seclusion room and went to the astrology platform. He gave the book he got this time to her to study, then took Chris and Alex to the secret plane. He had gained a lot of good things this time and he had already made a decision. He now had 3 divinity crystals in his hands. One of them was from the Brain Hunter, which only had 1 divinity left. The divinity crystal he got from killing the Heartless Incarnation had 6 divinity points, and the nature crystal he got from opening the treasure chest contained 2 divinity points. In total he had 9 divinity points. The nature crystal had other uses, and Sulin could not absorb the remaining divinity for the time being, so he planned to let his maids use it. Sulin now had 9 divinity points, and he would reach the first critical point after absorbing 1 more divinity. He planned to distribute the remaining 6 divinity points to each of them first. Chris, Alex, this is for you. Sulin handed them 2 magic gems that emitted evil energy fluctuations. These 2 magic gems were sealed by the divinity that Sulin had extracted from the divinity crystal left behind by the evil god. Divinity crystal? Chris and Alex exclaimed in surprise when they saw the faint golden gems in Sulin's hands. Yes, divinity crystal. Sulin nodded. Although these are divinity crystals, the remnant consciousness in the divinity has not been cleaned up. When you absorb the divinity, you must remove the remnant consciousness, energy, and so on. If you don't want to be affected by the remnant consciousness in the divinity, it's best to clean it up before absorbing it. As soon as Sulin finished speaking, Chris and Alex grabbed the divinity crystals in his hands. In fact, both of them were divine creatures, and it was much more convenient for them to absorb divinity than for Sulin. Abyssal demons were actually creatures of the same level as angels. The strength of those demon lords in the abyss was comparable to that of the gods. Otherwise, abyssal demons would have courted death everywhere and caused trouble until now. Basically, as long as it was a secondary demon lord, there would more or less be some divinity on them. It was just that the divinity on a demon's body contained a lot of negative energy and all kinds of chaotic consciousness. If Chris wanted to advance, she would need to obtain the Succubus Queen's blessing and obtain the qualifications of an honorary nun. Of course, Chris would have to return to the abyss. Of course, Sulin would not let Chris return to the abyss, let alone let her accept the Succubus Queen's blessing. The Succubus Queen's blessing was not easy to obtain. The Succubus Queen, who was as beautiful as a delicate datura flower, was one of the most dangerous demons in the abyss. This bitch was known as the most dangerous woman in the abyss along with the Spider Queen Lolth of the infernal realm. Without the Succubus Queen's blessing, it was not impossible for a succubus to advance her bloodline. This required the power of divinity. As the most powerful force in the multiverse, divinity had many miraculous powers. It was not difficult for the little succubus Chris to advance to legend. Compared to Chrissy, Alex's bloodline source wasn't weak either. It was just that her bloodline was too ancient. Back then the ancient gods had either fallen, gone missing, or gone into seclusion. Alex's bloodline was already very thin. If it weren't for the reversion of her bloodline, she would still be a harpy and not a winged person. Bloodline was Alex's advantage, but also her limitation. Fortunately, Alex was a wizard. Otherwise, if she wanted to advance, she would have to rely on her bloodline. It was just that her bloodline potential was almost exhausted. If she wanted to advance her bloodline again, she would have to rely on divinity. After Sulin gave the 2 of them the divinity crystal stones, Chris and Alex each found a place to go into seclusion. A little divinity crystal stone was not enough for them to directly advance, but it could make it easier for them to advance. Hidden Realm Nature Oak. After a period of growth, the oak had grown to a height of more than 20 meters. As soon as Sulin arrived, he could feel a strong natural aura. The tall oak swayed gently when the wind blew. Sulin took out a nature divine crystal. He intended to use this nature divine crystal on this nature oak tree. Even if a mortal absorbed the power of divinity, they would be able to transcend mortality and obtain great power. If the nature oak absorbed the divinity, it would also be reborn. Of course, some preparations would be needed before this could happen. The nature oak was located in the hidden realm. Sulin had divided it into a special sealed space. Sulin took out his tools and began to build a magic circle on the ground. The level of the spell he planned to cast was a bit high, so it could not be cast without a magic circle. After learning from Hathaway for a while, Sulin had fixed his own shortcomings. Building a magic circle was not too difficult for him. As time went by, a complex magic circle began to appear little by little. Phew. Sulin stood up and let out a long breath. He looked at his masterpiece with excitement. It was his first time making a complicated rune circle like this. Looks like I'm quite talented. Normal wizards can't do this. Sulin stretched his wrist and put away his tools proudly. After finishing, Sulin took out a magic staff and stood in the center of the circle. Tower Spirit 1. Connect to the energy channel. Open the elemental pool. Powerful elemental energy gushed out from the elemental pool. The energy channel glowed faintly. Sulin gently inserted the magic staff into the center of the circle. A powerful energy suddenly appeared around Sulin. Whoosh! Bright light burst out from the circle. A powerful energy rushed into Sulin's body, and a melodious ancient chant sounded. As the spell ended, a terrible pressure shrouded the place. This kind of coercion made Sulin feel a strong pressure. With the appearance of a magic aura, a high-space portal opened in midair. The next second, the portal reflected the light of divinity. A creature full of power and divinity appeared in front of him. Sulin narrowed his eyes. The figure in front of him was a tall wind elemental. She looked like a woman. She looked like a genie in a magic lamp. She held a quill pen and a contract in her hand. After seeing Sulin, she asked calmly, "Did you summon me?" "A demigod who is about to advance. What wish do you have? Or what wish do you want to fulfill? As long as it's reasonable, it can be fulfilled." A djinn, at least a djinn at the level of a god. Sulin was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted. He was a high-grade legend. At the same time, he also had divinity. Ordinary djinn at the level of a demigod were not qualified to respond to his summons. Only a djinn at the level of a god could respond to him. Chapter 492. This was an angel of an elemental god. The effect of the prayer spell was actually to make a deal with an elemental spirit. Normally, wizards would only summon a demigod elemental spirit. Only the more powerful ones could summon an angel of an elemental god. If you were powerful enough, you could directly invite an elemental god. "Tell me your wish." The angel of an elemental god urged impatiently while Sulin was still in a daze. The wishing spell also had a time limit. If the transaction was not completed within the specified time, it would be regarded as a failure and the elemental oracle would leave directly. Sulin could only use the wishing spell again to summon a new elemental djinn. "I hope you can give this oak tree wisdom." Sulin pointed at the nature oak tree next to him. The angel of an elemental god looked at Sulin strangely and said slowly, "Give this oak tree wisdom? This is not an easy task. Do you need me to give it that level of wisdom? If it's too high, you'll need to summon other elemental spirits. The level of a newborn baby, but also the ability to grow." Sulin said directly. "Okay, this is a contract. Write your request on it. I'll give you a hint. Don't make a mistake." The angel of an elemental god said slowly. Sulin carefully took the contract. The material used to make the contract looked like sheepskin, but it wasn't sheepskin. Sulin couldn't tell the specifics, but the contract had a strange power. Sulin was very cautious about this kind of contract. Once a contract of this level was signed, the consequences would be very serious. Sulin carefully began to check the contract again and again. "These patterns on the contract need to be removed." Sulin pointed at the circle of decorative patterns on the edge of the contract. The angel of an elemental god looked at it and slowly said, "Okay, you're very cautious." "I have to be cautious. I don't want to pay a heavy price because I didn't read the contract clearly." Sulin said calmly. "I'm not a devil. I won't use such despicable means to deceive you." The angel of an elemental god looked at Sulin unhappily. At the same time, he reached out and used his divine power to remove the patterns on the contract. "You are indeed different, but I have to be careful when signing such a contract." Sulin shook his head. "All right, let's sign this contract according to the current standard." After saying that, Sulin picked up the quill pen and signed his name on the contract. "All right," the elemental envoy said as she looked at the contract. Then she picked up the quill beside her and quickly wrote down the contents of the deal. With a flash of golden light, the written contract appeared in front of Sulin. "Let's take a look. To fulfill this wish, you need to pay 2 points of divinity, or the corresponding soul power. If you agree, then leave your soul brand on the contract." Sulin took the contract and read it carefully. He read the 3 lines 4 or 5 times until he was sure that there were no problems. Then he left his soul imprint on it. Very good. Feng Juling gently waved his hand, and the signed contract dissipated with the wind. Then a divine power enveloped Ling Ren and Ling Ren. Su Lin took out the wishing crystal that he had already prepared from the storage space and said, "This crystal is your reward." Feng Juling's eyes lit up. His fingers moved slightly and a gust of wind blew. The wishing crystal in Su Lin's hand flew up and fell into his hand. After casually sizing it up, Feng Juling's palm turned over and directly put away the wishing crystal. "All right. According to the contents of the contract, if you pay the reward, I will give wisdom to the oak tree." Soul Awakening Technique. Divine Power plus Change Reality. A beam of spiritual light descended from the sky and landed directly on the nature oak tree. The originally ordinary oak tree suddenly seemed to have something extra. Soon, a weak soul fluctuation was born from the oak tree. The soul light was extremely weak, just like a firefly. It seemed that it would be blown away by the wind. However, although this spark was weak, it was full of vitality. Instead of being extinguished, it began to grow. Seeing that the soul fire had slowly grown to a certain extent, the wind spirit god envoy withdrew his hand. "All right. The contract is complete. Goodbye." After that, Feng Juling said to Su Lin, "Next time you have this kind of crystal and need to make a wish, feel free to summon me. My name is Alonas. Goodbye, little guy." Before his voice fell, the Feng Juling turned into a whirlwind and disappeared in front of him. The powerful pressure that shrouded the surroundings also dissipated. Most of the elemental gods were neutral. They rarely paid attention to other planes. In the records of the multiverse, the only large-scale war between the elemental gods was because the demons of the abyss wanted to expand and occupy the multiverse. As a result, as soon as they came out of the abyss, the elemental gods led the four elements to beat them up and swept the abyss. After obtaining the soul awakening technique, this natural oak tree had awakened its spiritual wisdom. However, its spiritual wisdom was very low and needed to grow slowly. After awakening its spiritual wisdom, this natural oak tree was no longer an ordinary tree, but had a trace of possibility. Although it had now awakened its spiritual wisdom, the hope of growing into a tree of life or even a world tree was very slim. However, it was still possible to make it stronger. Su Lin took out the nature crystal from the storage space and modified the array of the soul awakening technique. Soon, a new array appeared in front of him. Su Lin stood in the middle of the new array and took out a staff. Tower Spirit 1. Connect to the energy channel. Open the elemental pool. Powerful elemental energy quickly poured in and the whole array lit up again. Su Lin took a deep breath and then began to chant an incantation. Soul Awakening Technique. Elemental energy rose from Su Lin's body, and then the nature crystal in Su Lin's hand flew up. Powerful elemental energy gushed out from Su Lin's hand and a dazzling brilliance appeared. The nature crystal then turned into a golden light and instantly integrated into the nature oak next to it. As soon as the golden light integrated into the nature oak, the 20-meter-tall nature oak seemed to be inflated and began to grow rapidly. The surrounding elemental energy was instantly sucked away. Seeing this, Su Lin immediately ordered Tower Spirit 1 to open the energy channel. Azure elemental water gushed out. With enough energy, the oak tree grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the oak tree had grown to 25 meters tall. With the addition of a large amount of elemental water, the oak tree continued to grow rapidly, but it had slowed down. As time passed, the oak tree finally stopped growing after reaching a height of 30 meters. A breeze blew and the entire nature oak shook slightly. The nature oak faintly expressed a hint of joy. Its lush branches swayed slightly as if it was greeting him. The nature oak in front of him had fused with the nature divinity and was already a divine creature. The surrounding natural energy became more and more abundant, and the environment was constantly changing. He felt an aura of growth. Even the surrounding space was beginning to be affected. A surge of energy was transmitted from the nature oak into Su Lin's body. This energy was very gentle. As soon as it entered his body, it integrated with Su Lin's body. This energy dissipated in his body and began to quickly repair the hidden injuries Su Lin had suffered in the past. At the same time, the violent power of thunder and lightning in Su Lin's body began to become gentle. Although the power of thunder and lightning was powerful, it was very violent. When Su Lin used it, he would hurt himself. In the past, when Su Kuan used the power of thunder and lightning, his body would also be injured. Fortunately, his regeneration ability was strong. After the energy fusion just now, the originally wild and untamed power of lightning suddenly became docile. After circulating in his body, it no longer harmed his body. Even the remnant evil consciousness he had when he absorbed the divinity was dispelled by this energy. The divinity had completely integrated into his body. Feeling the changes in his lightning energy, Su Lin was overjoyed. He patted the nature oak's trunk. "Grow well here. No one will disturb you." The nature oak waved its trunk and the rustling of leaves could be heard. Su Lin stayed here for a while before sealing off the area again. This nature oak was still very young and weak. Its current abilities were more supportive, such as healing, purification, and accelerating the growth of plants. It would only become more powerful after it continued to grow. After sealing off the area around the nature oak, Su Lin stretched his body and returned to his room in the mystery realm. At this time Alex and Chris were already in seclusion. Su Lin did not disturb them. After the two obtained the divinity, they began to remove the original consciousness of the divinity. Once the consciousness was removed, they would integrate the divinity into their bodies. The houses in the mystery realm were built with druid spells. Sullen's room was a big tree. Some people used mushrooms, some used pumpkins, and some used tree houses. All in all, the rooms were very varied. It looked like a fairy tale. After Su Lin returned to his room, he also prepared to go into seclusion. With the nature oak's help, he had already absorbed the divinity. Su Lin had a lot of divinity in his hands. He naturally wanted to absorb all of it as soon as possible. He was only one step away from becoming a demigod. After returning to his room, Su Lin went to the training room and had Tower Spirit 1 open the energy channel. Rich elemental energy gushed out. Su Lin sat on the rune circle of the training room and took out the divinity crystal. Soul extraction. A powerful energy appeared. Lightning turned into chains and shot into the divinity crystal. Lightning flashed and the evil god soul was slowly pulled out. P.S. Pulling out teeth is too painful. Floating Dream is going to pull out 3 wisdom teeth this time. Sob sob sob. It's so painful that I can't even write. I'll try to update every day. Chapter 493. Although it was only a part of the evil god's soul, it was still very powerful. It was just that it wasn't Sullen's match when it was alive, let alone after it died. Thunder sealing magic. Endless thunder and lightning wrapped around the evil god's soul. The phantom of the evil god's soul howled in pain as it floated above the gem. As energy crazily surged, Su Lin took a deep breath and a beam of light rose up. Divinity extraction. Streaks of dark purple soul energy slowly entered Sullen's body. This energy was full of evil, madness, and destruction. Su Lin needed to extract the divinity from this chaotic soul energy. Su Lin already had experience and extracting divinity was a walk in the park for him. He sealed the chaotic, evil, and crazy soul energy into another magic gemstone. Soon, the gemstone used to seal the soul energy turned dark purple. This soul energy was full of all kinds of negative emotions. Although absorbing it could improve the soul energy and strengthen the soul origin, it would also corrode the soul. If one was not careful, they would become a fallen one, and their entire being would become crazy, bloodthirsty, and destructive. Su Lin didn't want to become such a lunatic, so the best way was to use it to make a legendary rune. High-quality soul crystals were rare and very precious. Su Lin only had one, which he obtained after killing the brain hunter and extracting all the divinity in its soul. Su Lin gave the divinity crystal to Chris to absorb, and the rest of the soul crystals were not used yet. High-quality legendary soul crystals could be used to make legendary runes such as the Magic Breaker and Arcane Guard. Northfield City didn't even have a diamond golem, let alone a high-quality legendary golem like the Magic Breaker. Su Lin slowly injected the divinity into his body. Soon his body felt full and satisfied. Su Lin immediately stopped absorbing the divinity, and then quickly used the thunder chain to reseal the rest of the evil god's soul. After extracting the divinity, Su Lin still needed to absorb some of the divinity. At the same time, he needed to erase the remnant consciousness of the divinity. This step would take a lot of time and this kind of thing could not be rushed. After absorbing the divinity, Sullen's negative energy aura also increased a lot. There were still 4 points of divinity left in the divinity crystal in his hand, and he could only slowly absorb them later. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully absorbed 1 divinity. Ding. Congratulations, host, your divinity has reached 10 points. The power of divinity has begun to transform your body. You have successfully become a demigod. Divine power is changing your body. Faint golden energy emerged from Sullen's blood and began to wander around his body. Traces of golden energy penetrated deep into his bones, muscles, and organs. His body, which was already very strong, became even stronger. Dong dong dong. His heartbeat became more and more dull, like the sound of a war drum ringing in his ears. His blood was like mercury, rapidly flushing out the impurities in his flesh and bones bit by bit. As time passed, his bones also became harder and harder. The elemental energy in the isolation room surged, and a large amount of elemental energy quickly rushed into Sullen's body. The speed was getting faster and faster. After noticing that the energy in the isolation room was being consumed quickly, Tower Spirit Number 1 immediately increased the energy supply to the elemental pool. The surging elemental water rushed in quickly, and the originally low concentration of elemental energy was quickly replenished. Sulin absorbed the elemental energy faster and faster. The highly concentrated elemental energy washed through his body, and then merged into every part of his body. A vortex appeared around him, and as soon as the vortex appeared, it quickly grew bigger. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire room. The vortex grew bigger and bigger and soon formed a scene like a tornado. If a high-ranking wizard saw this, he would definitely recognize it. This was the extremely rare elemental siphon. Su Luan quickly absorbed the elemental energy, and his body also underwent earth-shaking changes under the influence of the divine power. From his bones to his flesh and blood, the golden light was thoroughly integrated into his flesh and blood. Even his soul began to transform under the influence of the divine power. At this time, if Sullen's soul was out of his body, he would find that his original soul had become extremely solid, and his soul was also tinged with a faint golden color. A large amount of energy flowed back and forth in Sullen's body. After his soul was reconstructed, the energy rushed to his body again. The divine power not only changed his soul but also his body. Ding. Transformation complete. Congratulations, you have successfully become a demigod. Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent. Demigod body? Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent. Language proficiency? Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent. Divine transcendence. Host has successfully become a demigod. You have received the demigod talent. Immortality? Congratulations, host has become a demigod. Your understanding of the thunder territory has deepened. You have mastered more of the rule power and your ability has been greatly improved. You have received the skill, Thunder's Fury. Host's divinity has reached 10 points. All attributes +2. The system's notifications kept ringing in his ears. Sulin slowly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed through his eyes, and the entire isolation room seemed to be lit up at that moment. As he woke up, the elemental energy gradually calmed down, and the elemental siphon disappeared. Sulin opened the system interface and began to look at the changes after becoming a demigod. At the top was the demigod body. Demigod body. This is the primary form of a god's incarnation. You who have divine power have surpassed the realm of mortals. Your body will not be hurt by ordinary weapons, and any weapons below the extraordinary level will not hurt you. At the same time, you will not fall sick. Your resistance to poison, curses, and other negative effects will be increased by 30 points. Your resistance to spells will be increased by 30 points. Language proficiency. Divine ability. After becoming a demigod, you have automatically gained the ability to read all night. You can write most languages. Your literacy +15. Language proficiency and language proficiency work together. Sulin learned most languages in an instant. All living beings had this ability. Divine transcendence. Demigods have integrated themselves with the power of the law. Their bodies have transcended the racial boundary and become a new race. Your own magic ability and resistance to spells have been greatly enhanced. You are immune to spells of the third circle or below. Whether it is the effect of spells or the damage caused by spells, they will not have any effect on your body. This ability made Sulin immune to spells of the third circle and below. With Sulin's high resistance to spells and magic defense, even a fourth circle spell would cause very little damage to Sulin. This ability was the ability of divinity. Legend had it that the gods with great divine power were immune to spells of the seventh circle and below. Immortality. After obtaining enough divinity, the mortal body will be transformed. Your lifespan will be greatly enhanced. Your life will be greatly strengthened. You will not age and your physical fitness will always be in a state of abundance. The state of immortality did not mean immortality. Immortality only meant that one's face and strength would not age. One's physical fitness would also be at its peak. As for aging, it would only appear when one reached the end of one's life. Immortality was the literal meaning. Those who obtained immortality would have a near-eternal lifespan. As long as they were not killed by others or died by accident, they would be able to live forever. Of course, this talent also had its drawbacks. The person who obtained this talent would age. Although this aging would be very slow, it would also affect one's combat effectiveness. Only with the two talents of immortality and immortality could one be considered truly immortal. Of course, one could still be killed. After becoming a demigod, Sullin's strength had improved again. However, if he wanted to improve further, he would need to reach 30 points of divinity. In addition to these, Sulin also received a reward of +2 to all attributes. After his attribute points reached 50, he would need to spend 3 free attribute points to increase it by 1 point. This time, the +2 to all attributes was equivalent to an increase of 10 points, which was equivalent to 30 free attribute points. If Sullin's attributes had not reached 50 before, he would have received +5 to all attributes. Of course, the upper limit was 50. Just after Sulin received +2 to all attributes, he heard the system prompt again. Congratulations, host, your strength attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Strength. Congratulations, host, your physique attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Physique. Congratulations, host, your agility attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Agility. Congratulations, host, your spirit attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Spirit. Congratulations, host, your charm attribute has broken through 50 points. You have received the legendary talent, Epic Charm. Hearing the system prompt, Sulin only felt a surge of power in his body again, and then slowly merged into his body. Epic Strength, legendary ability, your strength has exceeded the scope of human beings. When attacking, your strength will cause an additional 3 points of damage. You will permanently gain an additional 3 points when making a strength test. At the same time, when attacking, there is a chance to cause crushing damage to those whose strength is lower than your own by 5 points. In any strength test, you will gain an additional 1 epic point. After all of Sullin's attributes had broken through 50 points, he had directly gained 5 legendary talents. It could be said that his accumulated talents and toughness had now surpassed that of a dragon in its prime, except for the legendary dragon species. According to his current physical fitness, it would be polite to say that he was a humanoid dragon. Chapter 494. Epic Physique, Legendary Ability. Your physique is far beyond the range of humans. When you receive any damage, you will gain an additional 3 points of damage reduction. Your test of fortitude will gain a permanent 3 points bonus, and you will gain an additional 30 points of HP. When you receive any test of physique, you will gain an additional 1 point of epic value. With the Epic Physique talent, Sullin's already thick defense was increased again. With his current level of tankiness, ordinary attacks could not hurt him at all. Even many warriors who specialized in defense would find it difficult to reach this level of epic physique. With Sullin's original legendary strength, legendary regeneration, and legendary tenacity, his vitality was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. Sulin felt that even if he did not add any defense, he would not be hurt at all if he jumped into the magma now. The magma was like a hot spring to him. Epic Spirit, legendary ability. You have a comprehension ability that is far beyond ordinary people. No spell model can be difficult for you. Your memory ability and analysis ability have been further improved. When casting any spell, you can fully understand and analyze the structure of the spell. This allows you to perfect and modify certain spells. In any test of spell penetration, you will gain a permanent 1-point bonus. Sulin did not feel much change in Epic Spirit. He just felt that his mind was clearer and his thinking had become more agile. There were some other benefits that he needed to experience on his own. In addition to these, Epic Dexterity and Epic Charm were not weak either. Sullin's strength could now be said to have skyrocketed. Sulin moved his body and closed the energy channel. The elemental energy in the seclusion room returned to normal. Only then did he get up and leave. In fact, Sullin's divinity value was now. If he obtained a divine spark, he could almost try to become a god. Becoming a god was both difficult and simple. In addition to divinity, one also needed a divine spark and a divine spark. To put it bluntly, the clergy was the scope and responsibility of the gods. If Su Lin wanted to become a god, the clergy would be ready-made. It would be the god of thunder, or thunder clergy. In addition to the clergy, there was also the divinity. It was not easy to obtain a quintessence. A quintessence was a materialized substance formed by the laws of the multiverse. If one had a thorough understanding of one of the laws, one could attempt to condense a quintessence. Of course, there was another way, and that was to kill other creatures with a quintessence. There were many creatures with divinity. For example, the demons of the bottomless abyss would drop divinity fragments from the lesser demon lords. As long as one killed a few lesser demon lords, they would be able to synthesize a complete divinity fragment. Of course, archangels, divine envoys and elemental spirits could also drop divinity fragments. Of course, if one felt that they were strong enough, they could also directly kill gods. If the weakest weak divine power god left the divine kingdom, the challenge rating would be around level 35. If the god was in the divine kingdom, then the challenge rating would be increased by 5 to 10 levels. Fighting in the divine kingdom was completely at the god's home ground, and the strength of others would be suppressed there. The best time to kill a god was when the god's body came to the material plane in the form of a saint. The limited number of deicides in history were basically completed under such circumstances. The opportunity to become a god could only be encountered by chance. Although the gods had destroyed the arcane kingdom, Su Lin did not have any prejudice against these special and powerful beings. Many arcanists in the arcane kingdom had also sought the opportunity to become a god, but in the end, there were still very few who succeeded. The study of the gods had always been in the hands of the top wizards. Otherwise, there would not be such a forbidden spell as divine ascension, and there would not be creatures like the demigod Lich. There were many wizards who wanted to become a god. After having the above three things, the next step was to have believers. Every righteous god would have its own church. These churches were responsible for preaching, cultivating believers, and providing the gods with the power of faith. The power of faith would be transformed into the divine power used by the gods. The road to becoming a god was a sea of corpses and blood. In history, except for the lucky one, the other strong mortals who had succeeded in becoming a god had killed their way from the material plane to the abyss of hell, and then killed their way back and forth in the abyss of hell. There were even some ruthless characters who had killed their way through the lower planes on the road to becoming a god. Their names were taboo in many worlds. They were the kind of existence that could not be mentioned at all. Others might want to become a god, but Su Lin did not have such an idea. The gods were subject to too many restrictions. In the secret realm, Su Lin had successfully advanced into a demigod and came out of seclusion. As soon as he opened the door of the seclusion room, Su Lin saw Chris and Alex sitting outside in a daze. Their white jade-like fingers were tapping on the table irregularly, and their expressions were absent-minded. Su Lin closed the door of the seclusion room and asked, "What's wrong with you two?" "Ah, Su Lin, you've come out of seclusion?" Chris heard Su Lin's voice and immediately stood up. "Are you okay? There was such a big commotion just now." "I was worried about you," Alex asked. Su Lin moved his body and said proudly, "Of course I'm fine. Just now, I've successfully advanced into a demigod." "Demigod?" Alex and Chris looked at Su Lin in disbelief. "You've advanced into a demigod?" Su Lin did not say anything. Instead, he released his territory directly. Alex and Chris instantly felt an invisible pressure enveloping them. It was very difficult for them to move their bodies, and a sense of alarm rose in their hearts. Seeing that the two were having difficulty breathing and their bodies were shaking, Su Lin withdrew his territory pressure. For them who had not yet reached the legendary level, his current pressure was too strong. Whoosh! As soon as Su Lin withdrew his territory pressure, the two's bodies went limp and were about to fall. Su Lin hurriedly supported them. "How are you? You almost scared me to death." Chris patted her towering chest and complained. Su Lin chuckled. "By the way, how's your divinity absorption going?" Chris and Alex looked at each other, then stood up. With a slight tremble, a pair of wings stretched out from behind them. Chrissy's wings were devil's wings, which were very similar to the fleshy wings of bats. However, devil's wings were dark red and looked more ferocious. Su Lin had seen Chrissy's devil's wings before. Now, devil's wings were obviously stronger and larger. In addition to these, some small scales had also grown on her wings, and her defense had also increased by quite a bit. Alex's wings were feathered, and her wings were even bigger than Chris's. Right now, Alex's wings looked like they had a layer of metallic luster, looking very hard. On the feathers of her wings, there was also a layer of faint golden light, making her wings look very beautiful. In addition to these, Sulin also discovered that Alex's ears had become a little sharper, her skin had become as white as milk, and her body seemed to have the smell of the wind. Her long hair was also covered in a strange luster, and there was a faint golden color at the ends of her hair. The most obvious change was her pupils. Even Alex didn't realize that her pupils had become like emeralds, faintly emitting a faint golden light. These changes showed that Alex's bloodline had become denser. Beside him, Chris also underwent a similar transformation. Her skin became even whiter, smoother, and more supple. A golden radiance flashed in the depths of her eyes, and the charm she exuded became even stronger. Every move she made was astonishingly charming. She looked like a beautiful black rose. The shackles that had originally prevented them from becoming legends had also loosened. On Sulin's attribute panel, there was an additional, Divine Creature, Awakening, label in their attribute panels. Their experience slots had also been filled by more than half, and they were very close to leveling up. Of course, although they had become divine creatures with divinity, they were still the lowest level of divine creatures. Above divine creatures were demigods, and above them were weak gods, followed by weak divine power, intermediate divine power, great divine power, and great divine power. Demigods were generally descendants of gods. Most of the weak gods were gods born from some small races, and were usually subordinate to the mainstream gods. Orthodox gods were generally intermediate divine powers, and the main god of a divine system was basically a great divine power. As for the great divine power gods, so far there were very few of them. Gods such as Gaia Mother, Nero the god of death, and the god of justice like Alex and Chris, were completely unorthodox. It seems that you've absorbed it well. Sulin nodded with satisfaction. This divine power is really powerful. I feel like I've been reborn, Alex said as he folded his wings. Chris nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. She went around to Sulin's side and hugged Sulin with her jade-like arms. The amazing elasticity of her chest pressed against Sulin's back. Feeling that Sulin's breathing had suddenly become a little faster, Chris smiled slightly and said, "Master, can you give us a little more divine power?" "Yes, I can. Divine power has the ability to turn something rotten into something magical, but it's not easy to get this kind of power." Sulin shook his head and said, "After you've completely digested the divine power, and the residual negative energy consciousness in your body has been completely removed, I'll give you more divine power. Don't think about it now." Chris was disappointed and she was a little dejected. Next to her, Alex also became a little disappointed. "Greedy." Sulin shook his head. "If you continue to absorb divinity, be careful that you'll eventually be affected by the residual consciousness in the divinity, and you won't even have a place to cry." Chapter 495. Night fell and the silver moonlight shone on the ground. After a day of hustle and bustle, Northgard City gradually quieted down. Sulin lay on the soft sofa and tasted the green tea that the little succubus Chrissy had made. The nobles of this era liked to add fresh milk, sugar, and other spices to their tea. The taste was very strange and Sulin had never gotten used to drinking this kind of tea. He liked green tea and black tea, and the little succubus Chrissy had added some magical plants and flowers to this tea. Tasted pretty good. Alex frowned and took a sip before putting down the cup. He then said to Chrissy with a fawning expression, "Big sister Chrissy, I want to drink more's coffee. Can you make me a cup? I really don't know what to do with you. There's not much more's coffee left. If you finish this you'll have to wait until next year." Chrissy patted Alex's head dotingly. "But this is the last of this month's supply. If you finish it you'll have to wait until next month." Okay, hurry up and make me a cup." Alex nodded his little head like a chick pecking at rice. Chrissy shook her head. She then took out an exquisite clay pot and poured out some brown powder. She then picked up a glass bottle and poured out some elemental water. There was a flash of light and a flash of fire elemental energy. In the next second, the elemental water in the cup began to boil. Chrissy picked up the cup and poured the boiling elemental water into the Moore's coffee powder while stirring it with a glass rod. Soon, an alluring aroma wafted out of the cup. At the same time, there was a powerful energy fluctuation from the cup. Alex's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to bring the brewed Moorish coffee over. He didn't mind that it was hot and directly took a sip. After that, he closed his eyes to savor the aftertaste, and his eyes narrowed like a pair of crescent moons. Moor's coffee was a magical plant unique to the Hidden Realm. It wasn't produced in large quantities. At the same time, a dozen other magical plants had to be added to make it. It tasted fragrant and silky. Alex, Hathaway, Phyllis, and Chrissy all liked this drink. Apart from the fact that it tasted good, this Moor coffee could increase one's magic power and mental strength. Most importantly, it could purify one's physical body. This was very useful to Alex. Although the purification effect was very small, if he used it for a long time, these effects could not be underestimated. La 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 la, I'm happy little red. A cheerful humming sound was heard, and then a figure came bouncing over. When she saw Su Lin, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes and her body stiffened. Then she tiptoed around and wanted to leave, but before she could take a step, Sulin's figure had already appeared. Onyx Via. Where are you going to hide? Su Lin asked, lying on the sofa. Oh, who dodged? The red dragon Onyx Via pretended to be calm and said, I just forgot to close the door when I went out. All right, I still have something to do, so I'll go back first. After saying that, he turned around and slipped away. I've already asked someone to close the door, so you don't have to worry about it. Now let's talk about other things. Sulin's figure flashed, and he appeared beside the red dragon Onyx Via. He reached out and picked up the little red dragon and then returned to the room. Su Lin threw the little red dragon on the carpet and glared at her fiercely. Tell me, who told you to sneak into the secret realm's obsidian factory to eat fire copper and magic iron? That. The little red dragon Onyx Via's eyes darted around. Have you thought about how to lie? Su Lin stared at the little red dragon with a half-smile. Previously, he had noticed that some of the metal ingots produced in the obsidian factory were missing. Tower Spirit No. 1 had reported that Onyx Via had secretly swallowed them. It hurts. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me, I'll get angry if you hit me again. Ouch. Wah wah wah. The little red dragon Onyx Via rubbed her buttocks. The dragon's recovery ability was very fast, and Su Lin did not cause her any harm. At most, he just made her feel unbearable pain. She sneakily reached for the milk tea Chris had made and poured herself a cup. Then, when Su Lin was not paying attention, she picked up a bear biscuit and stuffed it directly into her mouth without chewing. Then she picked up the milk tea and drank it happily. Delicious. The little red dragon said with satisfaction. Su Lin looked at her expressionlessly and then said, Why did you steal those metal ingots? To eat. The little red dragon said casually, and then immediately reacted. What steal? I didn't steal, I just borrowed. Okay, borrowed? Sulin's mouth twitched. Tell me, why did you borrow those metal ingots? I'm growing right now and I need to eat metal to grow. Onyx Via said as she stuffed the bear biscuit into her mouth. After listening to Onyx Via's explanation, Su Lin finally understood that dragons needed to eat all kinds of minerals and metals as they grew. It was not that they were so hungry that they could only eat dirt, but after eating these minerals their claws and scales would be strengthened. The scales, claws, and teeth of dragons were not very hard when they were born, but as time passed, they would become hard little by little as they grew up. When they became young dragons, they would consciously swallow minerals to increase the strength of their scales. This was an innate ability of the dragons. They were able to obtain some substances from minerals, making their scales and claws extremely hard. Okay, I'll prepare metal ingots for you to grow, but you're not allowed to steal from the golem factory. And you're not allowed to bathe in the lava pool. If I find out, I'll beat you every time I catch you, do you hear me? Su Lin reached out and knocked Onyx Via on the head. After training the little red dragon, Su Lin leisurely left the secret realm and came to North Town City. The Qilin Pavilion in North Town City was still under construction. When Su Lin came to the construction site, the Qilin Pavilion was already more than half completed. The entire Qilin Pavilion was magnificent, about 10 meters tall and occupied a vast area. In this building there were statues of all kinds of animals such as horses, camels, and so on. They were all carved to perfection and looked very lifelike. In the center of the Qilin Pavilion, there was a huge statue that was 8 meters tall. This statue was carved with a qilin. The main material of the Qilin Pavilion was redwood, a specialty of the wasteland. This tree's trunk was straight, and the wood was hard and resistant to corrosion. It was a very good building material, and the wood used to build the Qilin Pavilion was over 1 meter in diameter. Chapter 496. After the construction of the Qilin Pavilion was more or less done, Su Lin still had to carve some runes here before placing the most important item of the Qilin Pavilion, the Qilin Horn. The Qilin Horn was something similar to a deer's antler, but the Qilin Horn was much sturdier and harder than a deer's antler. It was completely dark gold in color and there was a peculiar energy revolving around it. With one look, one could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. After Su Lin patrolled around the Qilin Pavilion, he left. According to the current progress, the building would be completed in 2 days. At that time he would still need to personally come over to activate it. After patrolling around the Qilin Pavilion, Su Lin walked around the northern citadel. The northern citadel had become even more flourishing. All kinds of caravans came and went in an endless stream. The first batch of serfs that came to the northern citadel had obtained their freedom this year. While Su Lin was strolling around, thousands of serfs were excitedly waiting in the plaza outside the city hall. These serfs had just passed the inspection and had gotten rid of their serf status and obtained their freedom. Right now they were going through the household registration change. Other than the household registration change, they would also be allocated 5 to 20 mu of land according to their points. Outside the northern citadel, 500,000 mu of land had already been reclaimed. According to the plan, they would continue to reclaim this year. At the same time, Mirror Lake City had also reclaimed 200,000 mu of land. Right now, the northern citadel's efficiency of farming had increased by a lot. Because of the large amount of cattle and horses in Centaur City, the northern citadel had sufficient animal power. The land was now being plowed by cattle and horses. In the past, those gnomes, kobolds, and gnolls were either sent to mine or to build roads. After these people successfully got rid of their slave status and became free people, it made those serfs that hadn't obtained their freedom status extremely excited. The city hall held a grand celebration for these people. Of course, this grand celebration was relative, but to these people it was already very good. At least they could eat a meal of meat and drink 2 cups of wine for free. The Northern Wind Principality's territory didn't continue to expand. After the ice and snow melted, Su Lin sent people to build the new city once again. During this period of time, the nobles of Sanfelto City rebelled and a large number of nobles in the south rebelled. Other than the main culprit being killed, the other accomplices were all exiled to the northern citadel by Su Lin. Ever since the snow melted last month, the exiled nobles had been escorted here. Most of these nobles were sent to work on construction sites, such as moving bricks, digging pits, and transporting sand and stones. However, some of them were knowledgeable and were sent to prison for political reform. Northern Battlefront City was developing very fast, but it was still lacking in all kinds of knowledge and talents. After these people were reformed in prison, they cried bitterly and deeply realized their mistakes. They turned over a new leaf and expressed their willingness to contribute their strength to the Duchy of Beifeng, showing their light and warmth. Su Lin was still very willing to give such lambs who knew how to mend their ways. Some of these people were trained to become basic officials of the Mirror Lake City, while others joined the students of the Northern Garrison City as teachers. Most of the nobles who were sent to the construction site were not used to this kind of life at all. It was only the goblin supervisors and gnoll supervisors who taught them what to do. Su Lin discovered that these goblin supervisors and gnoll supervisors were very useful. The workers of the Northern Garrison City would not directly interact with the slaves. Usually, the supervisors would be the bad guys. These supervisors were very cruel to both their own race and the human slaves. The human supervisors would often punish the slaves with corporal punishment or deduct their food, while the goblins and gnolls preferred to use whips. If it wasn't for Sulin's request that they were not allowed to kill or cripple, the number of deaths and injuries of these slaves would be very high. One side played the good cop, the other side played the bad cop. The slaves of the Beifeng Duchy were very obedient. In the next 2 days, Su Lin went to inspect the new city. The construction of the new city was very fast. There were many caravans transporting all kinds of materials in the Northern Garrison City every day. All kinds of houses and facilities were also being built in the city. After inspecting the city, Su Lin returned to the Northern Garrison City. After returning to the Northern Garrison City, Su Lin did not go to other places and directly went to the Qilin Pavilion. After more than 2 months of construction, the Qilin Pavilion was finally completed. Su Lin looked at the magnificent building in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Inside the Qilin Pavilion, there was a circular altar in the center of the Qilin Pavilion's main hall. There were 4 Qilins standing around the altar. These Qilins were of different shapes, but the carvings were vivid and lifelike. The obsidian material was very sturdy. Coming to the center of the altar, Su Lin placed the Qilin horn on the altar. As the Qilin horn was placed, a strange energy surged out from the altar. The entire Qilin horn also merged with the altar. A dark golden brilliance pierced through the roof and soared into the sky. After that, it quickly spread to the entire city. At the same time, the system's familiar notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, host, the construction of the Qilin Pavilion is completed. Qilin Pavilion, Building of Wonders. This is a special building that enshrines the Qilin horn. Having the Qilin Pavilion will bring special benefits to the mounts in your territory. Rapid growth plus 35, sturdiness plus 37, disease reduction plus 33, vitality of dragons and tigers plus 38, indestructible plus 36, bloodline evolution plus 12, taming plus 35, additional effect, Qilin's Might. Qilin's Might, the prestige of the King of Beasts. After activating, the local mounts will be intimidated by the divine beast Qilin's Might. Mount speed minus 5, there is a 10% chance of causing other mounts to go limp. There is a 15% chance of causing other mounts to retreat. There is a 20% chance of intimidating the enemy and stiffening them for 2 seconds. All enemy mount speed minus 5. After seeing the attributes of the Qilin Pavilion, Su Lin was also very satisfied. Attributes like rapid growth and sturdiness were still not bad. The most precious attributes were bloodline evolution and Qilin's Might. Bloodline evolution, as the name implied, was able to allow various mounts to undergo bloodline tempering, allowing the bloodline to complete an advancement. Of course, this kind of probability was still very low. However, Su Lin suddenly thought of the little female dragon Onyx Via. She should also be considered as a mount. A young red dragon, if her bloodline underwent a mutation, it was estimated that her strength would definitely increase by quite a bit. The little female dragon was originally a pure-blooded huge dragon. If she were to undergo an advancement, what kind of huge dragon would she become? Su Lin was also somewhat looking forward to it. Another Qilin's Might technique. This technique was completely used on the battlefield. Taking advantage of the time when the opponent's cavalry launched an attack, it would directly release a Qilin's Fury. The charging cavalry would definitely be in a mess and their formation would also be completely messed up in an instant. Using it on the battlefield was completely a huge killing machine and could even be used to control the battle. Chapter 497. North Wind Tower Treasure Vault. A small mountain of gold was casually piled up on the ground. There were all kinds of gold coins, gold bricks, gold products, and countless gems. At this moment, countless gold coins suddenly slid to the surroundings. A ferocious-looking giant climbed up from the mountain of gold. The fiery red scales emitted a metallic luster. The ferocious-looking bone spikes all indicated that this giant beast was very dangerous. Strange, why do I suddenly feel like I've become stronger? Onyx Via shook her head. Forget it, let's not think about it. It's a good thing to become stronger. Let's go back to sleep. A rain of gold slid down, and the red dragon once again lay down on the mountain of gold and fell asleep. In the military camp's horse farm, tens of thousands of horses were leisurely grazing and running. A strange energy swept past, but most of the horses didn't have any reaction. Only a few horses seemed to have felt something. They raised their heads to look back, but they didn't discover anything. In the palace's luxurious stable, the Pegasus that was eating suddenly quivered. It then raised its head to look around. In the end, other than a gentle breeze, there was no other movement. The Pegasus snorted and then lowered its head to continue eating. After the construction of the Qilin Pavilion was completed, a peculiar energy swept out from here and instantly enveloped the North Town city. Soon after, it disappeared. After Su Lin sensed that there wasn't any abnormality, he left the Qilin Pavilion. All the spectacular buildings in the North Town city were guarded by specialized personnel, and this place was naturally no exception. Although these buildings were magic buildings and were sturdy, it didn't mean that they couldn't be destroyed. In order to protect these buildings, Su Lin arranged guards around the buildings. The sky gradually darkened. The early spring weather was still a little cold. The ice and snow melted, and North Town City was about to start the spring plowing. When Su Lin returned to the palace, only Angela and his 2 personal maids were here. Chris had returned to the underground world. A few of the harpies were about to transform, and Alex had gone over to take care of them. Hathaway was still in North Wind Tower to continue her research. Phyllis was in San Filto City. In the end, no one had time to accompany him for a meal. Where are Boulder, Johnson, and Karina? Sulin passed the cape to Angela and asked. The two generals have yet to return from clearing out the bandits. Her Excellency Kalina went to hold a ceremony today. Today is the birthday of the Dark Maiden Elizabeth. The Dark Elves who believe in the Dark Maiden would usually hold a ceremony on this day. Angela said. Sacrificial ceremony? Sulin was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. He remembered that Karina had made a request to him after she returned from quelling the rebellion. The Night Elves wanted to resume their sacrifice, and Sulin had agreed to it because he was thinking about other things. I didn't expect it to be ready so soon. Sulin nodded. In the past few years, the Night Elves under his protection were no longer hunted down by others. Their lives had also stabilized, so they picked up the sacrificial ceremony that they had been forced to give up in the past. Sulin basically would not reject such a request. This was not a sacrifice to an evil god. Besides, the Dark Maiden had already fallen. In Sulin's eyes, this was more of a remembrance. Since it would not cause any harm and could gain their favor, why not? Your Majesty, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat now or wait a while? Annie asked. Let them serve it up. Sulin said. Dinner was very simple. Sulin did not emphasize too much on the details of the ceremony. Besides, this was not a formal banquet. Dinner was roasted whole lamb, fruit and vegetable salad, and a bowl of mushroom tripe soup prepared by Frodo. The lamb was fresh and tender. After being roasted by Frodo's master chef and sprinkled with a layer of spices, it tasted great. After dinner, Sulin thought about the Drow's sacrificial ceremony and suddenly wanted to see it for himself. Since he wanted to do it, Sulin gave some instructions. Then he rushed directly to the gathering place of the Drows in the city. The gathering place of the Drows was in the inner city. It was a separate market. The residents living in the inner city were basically Sulin's followers or their relatives. This place was big enough for them to arrange their own residences according to their own preferences. Just like the half-elves, they would usually plant all kinds of trees around their houses. Every house would plant a few purple fir trees and oak trees, so their residences looked like a forest. The living quarters of the barbarians were simple. In addition to the houses, there was a large drill ground. These energetic guys liked to wrestle in the drill ground. The residence of the Drows was not far from the left side of the palace. Their residence was not much different. Some green trees were planted on the periphery, but there was a small altar in the center of the residence. Sulin came to the gathering place of the Drows. At this time, the moon was already in the middle of the sky. A bright silver moon appeared in the sky, and the whole city was plated with moonlight. At this time, a melodious song came from inside. Sulin hesitated and did not knock on the door. He was late this time. The sacrificial ceremony had already begun. In a flash, Sulin went directly into the market. The Drows in the market gathered near the central altar square. Sulin came to the square quietly. As soon as he arrived, Sulin was shocked by the scene in front of him. Under the silver-white moonlight, the entire square became a little hazy. Several Drow girls on the altar were almost naked as they danced under the moonlight. The silver-white moonlight shrouded their bodies, and their smooth and tender skin slightly reflected a fluorescent light. Their ankle-length silver hair was like silver light spilling to the ground. These Drow girls had curvaceous figures and wore tulle. They danced in the moonlight. From a distance, they looked as beautiful as a group of fairies under the moon. The surrounding believers formed a circle under the altar and sang. After a song ended, another Drow girl would begin to dance. Sulin soon found Karina. As the family master of this group of Drows, Karina was also the priest of Dark Maiden Elizabeth. She was also the chief priest. And compared with the other Drows, Karina's figure was more voluptuous. Her long silver hair reached her ankles, and her body was almost naked. But the silver hair just covered the parts of her body. A black tulle was wrapped around her waist, showing a trace of mystery under the night light. Her slender thighs, smooth and tight skin, delicate facial features, and the perfect curves on her body made people's hearts burn. The light dance was intoxicating. With Karina's dance, the whole sacrificial ceremony reached its climax. The silver-white moonlight shrouded the altar, and her curvaceous body looked magnificent under the moonlight. Her silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, making people's hearts sway. However, her song carried a trace of sadness and sorrow that couldn't be dispelled. It was very intoxicating. In fact, if the Dark Maiden hadn't fallen, she would have bestowed power to her followers. Unfortunately, this deity had already fallen. She died in the hands of her mother, the Spider Queen Lolth. It was said that her fall was completely a conspiracy, and a few traitors played a very important role in it. Sulin felt sorry for this god. Although she was a drow, she was a kind god. She protected the kind races in the underground world, and with her fall, the kind races in the underground world would soon be swallowed up and destroyed. The reason why Spider Queen Lolth killed her was to completely integrate the spiritual beliefs of the drows and then find an opportunity to become a powerful god. The master of the realm of demons, the schemer in the multiple planes, finally succeeded. After many years of planning, Spider Queen Lolth successfully promoted to a great divine power in the Battle of Spider Queen. Sulin still had a good impression of the Dark Maiden. This young goddess could only be said to be a tragedy from the moment she was born. The Dark Maiden, Elizabeth, was a god of the good alignment. Her nickname was the Dancing Lady. She lived in the plane of the elven gods and the pit magic network. Her clergy was singing, beauty, dancing, swordsmanship, hunting and moonlight. The elven gods did not have a good impression of her. The goddess of magic, Mistra, and Sulin, the Lady of Silver Moon, were her allies. She was not a very powerful god, and her position was quite awkward because she was the daughter of the Spider Queen Lolth. However, her nature was not evil at all. On the contrary, she could be said to be quite kind. Therefore, she had been against her mother for a long time, and most of the time she lost more than she won. In the end, she died in the hands of her mother. This goddess represented the remaining good of the drows. Her fall also meant that the race had completely fallen into evil. Sulin and Elizabeth still had some common interests. For example, both of them liked music and dancing. However, Sulin liked to listen to others sing and dance, while Elizabeth liked to sing and dance by herself. In addition, both of them were lovers of naked sex. Of course, Elizabeth also liked to run around naked. This was something that Sulin could not do. He preferred to fight naked. Of course, Sulin also liked this kind of sacrificial ceremony very much. From an artistic point of view, the dancing of these drows was very good. After the sacrifice, it was a perfect visual enjoyment. Sulin was intoxicated. With the end of the song, the grand sacrifice was also over. The moonlight still shone on the altar, but the Dark Maiden could not respond to her believers. The drows were a little silent, but they had expected this situation. After the sacrifice, they returned to their houses. Seeing that the sacrifice was over, Sulin also turned into the darkness next to him. After all, he came here without being invited to secretly observe the sacrifice ceremony of these drows. He could not help but feel a little guilty in his heart. After seeing that the sacrifice was over, he planned to sneak away quietly. Chapter 498. Where are you going? Just as Sulin was about to leave, a pleasant voice came from behind him. Sulin's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and was stunned by what he saw. Under the moonlight, Karina's naked body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver sand. Her long silver hair hung in front of her chest, and a black veil wrapped around her waist. Her whole body seemed to be emitting a faint glow. Coupled with her delicate face, she gave Sulin a sense of holiness and seduction. Do I look good? Yes. Sulin came back to his senses and said, By the way, how did you find me? Your eyes are glowing. How can I not see you? Karina rolled her eyes and said. Sulin shrugged. You can't blame me for that. Who knew that your ceremony would be so beautiful? If I had known, I would have come. Humph, according to the rules, if it's not for the celebration, the non-drows have to use oil to paint their bodies black and their hair silver. Your attire won't do at all. Karina snorted softly. Painted black? That's not unacceptable. Sulin hesitated. Come on. I wouldn't dare let you attend. Karina rolled her eyes and said, You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll take you to eat. Sulin reached out and grabbed Karina. Then, in a flash of light, he appeared in the bedroom in the palace. Didn't you say that you're going to eat? Why did you bring me here? Karina said with a seductive look in her eyes. F***ck. Hey, stop, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Before Karina finished her words, Sulin covered her mouth. Then there was a series of moaning sounds in the room. The moon in the sky was blocked by a dark cloud. Sulin and Karina were studying spells in the room. Sulin had obtained a few new spell books. The content was a little deep and he needed to study them together with Karina. The title of the book was Combat Wizard Advancement. The Art of Binding Shadow Tentacles. Lightning Arcana. Evoking Thunder Spear Attack. Among them, Karina, as a drow, was a 4th grade warlock. She was proficient in shadow spells and had a deep understanding of them. On the other hand, Sulin was proficient in lightning spells and had excellent spear skills. Both of them had their own strengths, so they complemented each other and complemented each other. Early in the morning, Sulin woke up from his sleep and felt a soft fragrance beside him. His heart was slightly stirred. The chocolate from last night was silky, fragrant, and delicious. It was just that he went a little overboard last night, so he couldn't eat chocolate today. As the sun rose, another busy day began. As of now, the expansion of the northern citadel was almost enough to meet the needs of the population. The next step would be to slowly renovate the market and commercial streets. The entertainment center would also need to be opened up. Speaking of which, the entertainment centers in the northern citadel were far inferior to the ones in San Felto. However, some merchants with good taste had come to set up entertainment venues. After all, there were many merchant groups, mercenaries, adventurers, and merchants in northern town city. These people were the main source of consumption. The blacksmith workshop was also expanding. Sulin planned to develop military weapons here on a large scale. The moat of the city was also being renovated. During the planning process, Sulin planned the canal in the city to be smaller. Now, it needed to be widened. With so many merchant groups, it was easy to get congested. At the same time, he planned to build a reservoir in the city to prepare for the future upgrade of the floating city. After the upgrade, the city would definitely need to build a large artificial lake. The artificial lake would provide the city with a water supply and create a perfect water circulation with spells. Wow, these are golems? So strong. They look like clay. How can they move? Amidst the waves of exclamations, the people who had just entered the city for the first time stopped and exclaimed. In front of them there were many clay golems moving supplies. For ordinary people, golems only existed in the stories of bards. These things that belonged to wizards rarely appeared in front of ordinary people. There was a clay golem production line in the northern citadel. There were so many clay golems that the Northwind Tower and the Secret Realm couldn't use up, so Sulin began to sell them. A clay golem like this was sold for 25,000 kinar and came with 30 free charges. In fact, the cost of a clay golem was about 10,000 kinar. Selling one could make 15,000 kinar. Although the clay golem was not as strong as the rock golem, its labor ability was still very strong. It could easily carry a ton of goods and it also had some attack power. Many caravans would buy one or two as a front. These clay golems worked seriously and didn't need to rest or eat. If it weren't for the high price, those merchants would definitely buy them on a large scale. Earth, water, wind, and fire. Under Hathaway's suggestion, Sulin made some changes to the layout of the northern citadel. The moat represented water, the harvest altar represented earth, and the blacksmith shop and the golem factory represented fire. Finally, a large air circulation system would be built in the city, which represented the power of air. The air circulation system would use runes to connect to the air plane of the 4 elements. Even in the astral plane, the northern citadel would have fresh air. Ordinary people wouldn't have to worry about lack of oxygen. Of course, after gathering the 4 elements, Hathaway planned to use the power of these elements to build a puzzle that would cover the entire city. Of course, this puzzle was still being designed. In order to build it, at least 2 legendary spellcasters would be needed. Hathaway alone wouldn't be able to do it. However, Sulin wasn't in a hurry. In the northern citadel, besides Alex, there was also Sulin who had the power to become a legendary wizard. If Karina and Grace also succeeded, then there would be more legendary spellcasters in the northern citadel. Karina was a sorcerer, so it wasn't easy for her to become a sorcerer. Sorcerers were strong in the early stages, but it was difficult to become a sorcerer in the later stages. The blood of the drows came from the blood of the high elves, but they were cursed after the fall of the spider queen Lolth. Later, when the spider queen Lolth became a greater god, the curse disappeared. Now, the blood of the drows was very thin compared to that of the high elves. However, Sulin still had some things that could improve blood, such as divinity and bloodstones. Sulin got 1 bloodstone when he killed the broodmother's eye, but the effect was not obvious. He could only wait and see if he could get a few more in the future. There was a lot of work to do in the northern citadel. Sulin did a simple calculation. After all was done, the northern citadel would need to spend at least 8 to 10 million kinar. It would take 5 or even 10 years, but it was all worth it. If all was done, the northern citadel would have a mystery lock. With the mystery lock, the northern citadel would not have to worry about being attacked. Only when the mystery lock was broken could the northern citadel be attacked. Southern Plains, Tarbet's province. A small group of valiant knights was galloping on their horses. Columns of smoke could be vaguely seen in the distance. Harumph! Accompanied by the neighing of the warhorse, the leading knight pulled the reins and dismounted. He pulled out the sharp sword at his waist and said in a deep voice, "Be careful. Report to me immediately if there is a situation. Don't act alone." "Yes, Spencer. Take some people to the right side. Bard, stay here and watch the horses. At the same time, pay attention to the surroundings. If there is anything wrong, send the signal immediately." The village in front of them had already turned into a purgatory. There were many broken corpses scattered on the ground. There were adult soldiers, the old, the weak, women and children. Obviously they had all been cruelly tortured when they were alive. Some of the scenes were unbearable even for these battle-hardened knights. The whole village was burned down. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. There were no living creatures around. The brutality of the murderer shocked the soldiers. "Captain Hunt, the wounds on these corpses look like they were left by claws." A young knight in chainmail walked over and said. Although he looked young, there was a thick layer of calluses on his hands. The chainmail on his body was also damaged. The leading knight raised his head. There was a deep scar on his face. The scar went directly across the right side of his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Captain Hunt looked at the knight and nodded. "These are the marks left by claws. The murderer is very strong. Look at this weapon." As he spoke, Hunt handed over a broken longsword. The longsword was made of fine iron. In fact, it was low-carbon steel. It was sturdy and durable. However, this weapon had been broken in half. The man took the broken sword and held it in his hand. He then picked up a tree trunk and chopped it. With a crack, the tree trunk was cut in half. Not bad. It is much stronger than the standard weapons of the kingdom. Now that it has been damaged like this, the enemy must be very strong, Captain Hunt said slowly. "What kind of monster is this? Could it be a magical beast?" the young man asked. Captain Hunt shook his head. His eyes were alert as he looked around. The probability of a magical beast is not high. Even if a magical beast attacked a town, it would not kill everyone. Look at these corpses. They are all in the village. If a magical beast came, even if they could not defeat it, they would have fled into the mountains. There is no way so many people died. This is more like a massacre. A massacre? Yes, a massacre. Look at the corpses and blood. This was done on purpose. Captain, there is something here. At this moment, a shout came from not far away. Hunt immediately rushed over with a few men. Chapter 499. A strong knight hurried over and handed a scale-like object to Hunter. "This is a kind of scale. It's very tough. I've never seen such a tough scale before. I suspect it's a dragon's scale." Hunter took the scale and looked at it. It was a dark red scale about the size of a human eye. There was also a shallow scar on the sword. Hunter took a look and hurriedly picked up the broken sword he had picked up earlier. He compared it with the sword and found that it was a perfect fit. What a tough scale. "Boss, I was right, wasn't I? This must be a dragon's scale," the knight said proudly. "Dragon's scale, my ass." Hunter scolded. "Have you seen a dragon's scale? If it was really done by a dragon, let alone this place, even the castle would have been razed to the ground. There wouldn't be a village like this. But this enemy is also very strong." "Boss, what are these enemies?" the knight asked. "I don't know. There have been several massacres in the Ibotes province recently, and the victims were all in these relatively remote villages. Even now, we still haven't caught those people," Hunter coldly replied. Hunter picked up the scale and sniffed it. He frowned. "The smell of blood is mixed with a strong smell of sulfur. These damn things are probably demons from the lower realm." "Demons? You're saying that it's a devil?" Spencer exclaimed in horror. "Calm down, Spencer." "Spencer." Hunter looked at him and said, "They're gone now. The higher-ups have received news that some of the fallen have held a sacrificial ceremony and summoned the demons here. The power of evil has begun to infiltrate our world." Hunter suddenly moved. In an instant, those lifeless corpses suddenly rushed towards him as if they had come back to life. A cold light flashed, and the cold blade instantly cut the corpses that were rushing towards him in half. But it was like cutting rotten wood. A resurrected undead was killed by the knight on the spot. Following the first undead's attack, the surrounding corpses immediately attacked. These undead might be useful against normal people, but against these well-trained knights, their only use was to dirty their weapons and armor. "Kill all these undead," Spencer said in a low voice. The knights in the surroundings who were always on guard brandished their swords and rushed forward. Their speed was very fast and their explosive power was amazing. These ordinary undead were not the opponents of these knights. All the undead in front of these knights were instantly beheaded. In just 5 minutes, dozens of undead were completely annihilated by these knights. After the last undead was killed, Hunter tore a piece of cloth from the corpse and wiped the blood off the weapon. He then ordered, "Kill all the corpses and cut off their heads. Gather them all together and burn them." "Yes." The knights next to him replied. "Remember to tell the priests to come here and purify this place." So many people died and they were turned into undead by the demons. This place is very polluted. If we don't purify it, more undead will be born. In fact, these undead were not created by the demons. This world had supernatural powers. Under normal circumstances, areas with strong negative energy had a high chance of giving birth to undead. In a place like this where demons had appeared and so many people had died, the negative energy in the surroundings had long gone off the charts. If this place was not cleaned up, the undead would be haunted for a long time. "Everyone else, pack up. We're leaving. We have to find this monster before it destroys the next village," Head Knight Hunter said as he mounted his horse. Soon, another bonfire was lit in the village and the smell of dead bodies spread out. These people did not stay any longer. Once again they galloped into the distance. It seemed like there was a dark shadow in the dark that was looking for them somewhere else. The fallen seemed to be carrying out some kind of evil sacrifice. They had to stop it before it got worse. A group of people quickly mounted their horses. Accompanied by the sound of hooves, these knights continued to follow the traces left by the enemy. In the past 2 years, the fallen and the evil cultists had become more and more active. Especially after the war last year, many places were destroyed by the war. Some evil creatures from the abyss gradually appeared. The purge last year caused many nobles to suffer heavy losses. Many nobles' territories could not bear the burden. Fortunately, the power of the temples was still there. With the help of these temples, the overall situation was still stable. San Filto City. After receiving professional training and ideological and political education, Phyllis continued to send these people to various cities and territories. If it were not for the lack of manpower, Phyllis would have sent these people with the army. Now she could only send a group of soldiers to protect them. Fortunately, after the previous war, no one dared to go against the king's orders. Otherwise, many of these officials would have died of illness or been killed by bandits before they could reach their destination. Now that Su Lin was there, these people naturally would not dare to do such a thing. If you dared to let an official die of illness, Su Lin would dare to kill your entire family. North City. After Sulin's promotion, he entered a period of stability. He now needed to stabilize his strength as soon as possible. As for the 9 transformation golden pill, he could not use it for the time being. He still had 2 9 transformation golden pills in his hand, and he gave them to Chris and Alex respectively. The effect of the 9 transformation golden pill was very powerful. The strength of the 2 had been improved again, but it would take some time for them to advance. Although Karina didn't have the 9 turns golden pill, Su Luin had given her the bloodstone. The bloodstone could increase the concentration of one's bloodline. For a drow like Karina, it could purify her bloodline, enhance her potential, and increase her chances of becoming a legend. The shackles of advancing into the legendary realm were very firm. Otherwise, out of the tens of millions of people in Florence, only less than 10 people had successfully advanced into the legendary realm. The realm below the legendary realm was completely different. If those below the legendary realm were only powerful extraordinaries, then the legendary realm was a transition of life and race. While Su Lin stabilized his strength, he also cleared his consciousness of the participating divinity. He did not want to devour a large amount of divinity and become a lunatic with a chaotic mind. During the break, Hathaway found a job for Su Lin. The new year had begun, and the Northwind Tower needed to continue recruiting students. The Northwind Tower needed a large number of people, so the best way was to recruit apprentices. In the past year there had been a lot of new immigrants in North City. There were also many children who had reached the age to take the test. Although the number was not as many as last time, Sulin planned to take the test in San Filto City at the same time. This time Hathaway made a special test crystal ball. Alex had a lot of winged people to help, so a test team was quickly formed. The test crystal ball was easy to operate and had a high accuracy rate. After some simple training, these people began to work. The Northwind Duchy was very efficient. After Sulin gave the order, a large number of workers began to move. When the serfs, civilians and freedmen learned that the wizard aptitude test was going to be held in North City, they immediately brought their children over. After all, this was a wizard test. Noble, mysterious, powerful and rich wizards. As long as one became a wizard, the serfs would immediately be treated as freedmen, and the civilians and freedmen could even become citizens. This was a chance to reach the sky in a single bound. In the entire city, as long as there were families with children of suitable age, they immediately brought their children to the city square for the test. Fortunately, there were enough grassroots officials in North City. At the same time, the test time had been divided into different areas, so it was not too crowded. Many merchants who came to Northern Town City for business all expressed their willingness to donate funds to support the development of Northern Town City. Their only request was for their sons and nephews to come forward and sign up. Sulin certainly would not refuse this kind of thing, but he would not agree so easily either. If one wanted to be qualified, they would need to donate a sum of money first. After that, they would need to go through a political review. After passing both, they could take the test and join the Northwind Academy. At the same time, Sulin sent a message to Phyllis, asking her to count the number of children of suitable age in San Filto City in advance. After the Northwind Duchy finished the test, they would go to San Filto City for the test. The Northwind Academy was just a newly established magic academy, so there was a serious shortage of mentors. They could not use the teaching method of a mentor teaching a few apprentices like other wizard organizations, so they could only use a large class. However, considering that North City did not need a few talented wizards, this kind of teaching method was acceptable. At the same time, this kind of teaching method had its advantages. For example, in the same class, the talented and untalented apprentices would be able to show off very quickly. After a while, after a few simple tests, they would be able to distinguish the outstanding ones among the apprentices. At the same time, they would be able to understand the personality of the apprentices through these observations. After a period of time, the most outstanding apprentices would be selected, and then the mentors would choose from them. These people would be the focus of training. As for the rest of the apprentices, the Northwind Academy would not just give up. They would also continue to teach them knowledge and provide them with resources. After all, sometimes talent did not guarantee success. Sometimes luck was also very important. Chapter 500. There were nearly 2,000 children in Northern Town City who were tested this time. After the test, only 11 of them had the potential to become a wizard. However, these children had not learned any knowledge at all. They couldn't even write their own names. Sulin also needed to arrange cultural teachers for these children to let them learn knowledge first. If they hadn't learned this knowledge, they wouldn't understand the basic knowledge of wizards at all. Sulin had no choice but to arrange for teachers to teach these children. After the test in the Northern Wind Duchy, Sulin brought the winged people to San Filto City for testing. San Filto City had a population of about 200,000. It was a big city in this era. Compared to the Northern City, the education level in San Filto City was much higher. Although it had been purged several times, there were still many nobles in San Filto City. At the same time, there were also many merchants. After a few days of screening, more than 30 children were found to have the potential to be a wizard. Among them, more than 10 children came from well-off families. They were either nobles or rich merchants. They had already gone to school for a while and could directly start their apprenticeship education. However, this didn't mean that the children of nobles or merchants had an advantage in becoming a wizard. In fact, Sulin never liked to deal with nobles. Their environment made them used to scheming against each other. The most important thing on the path of magic was focus and hard work. Living in such a family environment, those children would also be influenced by what they saw and heard, and they would also be infected with all kinds of problems. These children's minds were too complicated. Many of them were spoiled since they were young and couldn't adapt to the heavy learning of a wizard. Among the apprentices taught by wizards, those who were born ordinary were more likely to achieve something. For example, Hathaway was adopted by her teacher since she was young. She didn't have any contact with nobles, nor did she mix with other noble ladies. She was used to the superficiality, vanity, and arrogance of those noble ladies. Therefore she was very focused on the path of a wizard. However, being born a noble also had a big advantage. They had a solid foundation and rich knowledge. Some of them even had the blessing of inherited bloodlines. They could take on the role of a sorcerer when they became a wizard. Those wizards who weren't born in a good family might not be able to improve their strength quickly, but they could at least reach the level of a high-grade wizard in the end. As for whether he could advance to the legendary stage, no one dared to guarantee it. After all, the threshold of the legendary realm was a barrier to many geniuses. There was a saying that went, "Master can show you the way, but cultivation depends on the individual." For many people the legend rank was the end, but for Su Lin the legend rank was the true starting point. To wizards, becoming a legend was like opening the door to the multiverse. Only when one reached the legendary level could one travel between planes and leave this world. Southern Plains, Tarbet's province. In a noble's territory near the Corinth Mountains in the northwest, a noble's castle appeared on a hill. A group of travel-worn knights stopped outside the fortress, causing the guards to grip their weapons nervously. This was just a small baron's castle. There were only 20 guards in total. Although it was called a castle, it was actually a solid stone house with an area of more than 300 square meters. Looking at the appearance of the castle, it was at least a few hundred years old. After a long period of peace, this kind of castle, which was more for military purposes than residential purposes, was rarely inhabited by nobles in the south. In contrast, they preferred to live in their own prosperous manners. But for some unknown reason, the baron's family suddenly moved from the comfortable manor to this cold and gloomy castle. Why are those people coming here? The leader of the guard saw a group of knights running from afar. As the distance closed, he soon saw the flag of the knights clearly. There was a sharp sword on the flag, with a snake wrapped around it and a circle of thorns around it. This was the insignia of Count Cromwell. Soon, the group of knights that looked unusually valiant gradually approached the castle. Even from a distance he could feel the strong murderous aura of the other party. As a retired veteran he was all too familiar with this kind of aura. "Quick, quick, pick up your weapons and be on guard." The leader of the guard's expression changed drastically. This group of knights seemed to be coming with ill intentions. He immediately notified the soldiers to be on guard, but his approach seemed to be completely useless. How could these untrained guards, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, be a match for these battle-hardened knights? They could probably take down the castle with a single charge. "Halt! This is the dominion of Baron Brent. Who are you? Stop immediately or we'll shoot." As soon as the leader of the guards finished speaking, more than 10 guards knocked their arrows and took aim at the knights. However, judging from the power of the wooden bows in their hands, it was no doubt impossible for them to shoot through the knights' armor. The knights in front of them were all wearing gray cloaks. Most of them had their faces covered with hoods, only the outline of their chins could be seen. They were clad in exquisitely forged armor with a layer of chain mail underneath. With such elite warriors equipped with double layers of armor, normal arrows would be ineffective against them. At the same time, the knights were also equipped with long swords, crossbows, throwing knives, gauntlets, boots and so on. Even the most elite soldiers of Rhodes City, the leader of the guards, didn't have such a complete set of equipment. Furthermore, they all seemed to be of high quality. Some of them were using heavy weapons that were difficult to control. Such weapons required a high level of control. Only an expert would be able to use such a weapon, otherwise it would be easy to injure oneself. "Leader, who are these knights? Are we really going to fight them?" asked a smaller guard in a low voice. Judging from their banners, they should be Count Cromwell's knights. "But what are they doing here?" asked the leader of the guards. "Did the king order them to capture Baron Brent?" During this period of time, there were many nobles who were imprisoned. The reason was naturally a rebellion. The king was purging the nobles who stood on the wrong side. Could it be that Baron Brent was also one of the targets? The leader of the guards broke out in cold sweat at the thought of that. The battle last year had completely shattered the confidence of the southern nobles. Even if they wanted to rebel, there wouldn't be many who would follow them. Under the castle, Knight Hunt dismounted from his horse and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He felt the coldness of the metal on the hilt of his sword. He turned around and said, "That demon is nearby. Be careful." "Have our reinforcements arrived yet?" The burly man beside him shook his head and said in a low voice, "Not yet. But based on my calculations they should be here soon." Although the knights were strong, The wizards and priests of the church were better at dealing with demons. Demons also had many spell-like abilities. It wouldn't be easy to rely on the knights alone to deal with them. Along the way they came across another 2 villages that had been slaughtered. Even if they rushed, they still couldn't catch up to the demon. Sensing that the situation was getting more and more serious, Captain Hunt became more and more uneasy. Thus, he decisively sent someone to ask for help from the temple and the Earl. As the archenemy of the demons, the temple would immediately send reinforcements after realizing the severity of the situation. Likewise, the Earl would also send a wizard to help. "Something's not right," said the leader of the guards as he looked around. The burly knight beside him looked around and asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Isn't this normal? Are you worried about those weaklings in the castle? As long as you give the order, I can rush up and squash them to death." "It's not those people. It's too quiet here. The negative energy is too strong," said Hunt in a serious tone. "Yeah, there's no sound of insects. There aren't even any birds around? This is too strange. Don't worry about that. Let's go and ask the lord of this castle. He's the boss here. He should be able to help us." All right. Soon, the knights finished their discussion. Head Knight Hunt looked around the castle and waved to another young knight. "Hans, you go and talk to them." "Yes, boss." Inside the castle. When the knights requested to enter the castle to see Baron Brent, the leader of the guards let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the king's doing, it wouldn't be a big problem. As for the fact that there were demons here and they wanted to see Baron Brent, it was fine. As for the demons, Hunt and the other knights were here to deal with them. It was fine as long as they were here. Thinking of this, he quickly sent someone to report to Baron Brent. A few minutes later, a servant hurried over. "What did you say? The Baron refused to let them in? And he wants them to leave immediately? Otherwise he wants us to attack." The leader of the guards couldn't believe his ears. "Is he crazy or did I hear wrong? Do you know who those people are? They're a whole team of knights and the leader is a knight. You want us to attack these knights? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." The servant said coldly. "You are the knight's guards. You should listen to his orders. Now go and do as he says." Hearing this, the guard captain's face became gloomy and uncertain. This order was clearly to send them to their deaths. Being a guard was only a profession, and the Baron didn't pay him much salary. He had elders and children to take care of, so he didn't need to risk his life. Thinking of this, he made a decision in his heart. Chapter 501. The guard captain had followed Baron Brent for 10 years. Naturally, he knew some of Baron Brent's secrets. This time, the Baron hid in this remote castle on the surface to avoid the epidemic. However, the real reason was that he was afraid of being punished for his actions in the future, so he hid here. Now, it was obvious that the Baron was preparing to fight back. However, judging from the current strength of the knights, they would be nothing more than fodder. "I order you. Shoot the arrows." Seeing the leader of the guards hesitating, the Baron's personal guard's face became even more stern. However, he didn't expect his voice to be so loud that the knights outside the castle could hear him. "Boss, they want to attack. Should we?" Spencer looked at the castle not far away and said to Hunter. At the same time he made a chopping gesture. The knights were not obedient children who would not fight back. Moreover, these people wanted to attack them. Hunter coldly looked at the personal guard on the castle wall. He then waved his hand at the knights behind him. The knights who were already prepared immediately pulled out their weapons and rushed forward. At this time, the leader of the guards on the castle wall had not made up his mind to attack. "Captain, this is bad. The knights are attacking." Just when the Baron's personal guard's patience was at its limit, a guard suddenly shouted. The knights were very fast. 2 of them rushed to the castle gate and jumped off their horses. They had already jumped onto the suspension bridge and swung their swords at the chains of the suspension bridge. Large amounts of sparks flew out of the rusty chains and a deep cut was left on it. Then the 2 knights turned their swords and slashed at the chains again. Within a breath's time, they had already slashed at the chains 5 to 6 times. Finally, after a series of screeching sounds, the chains holding the suspension bridge were broken in half. Then the suspension bridge fell to the ground with a loud crash. A few knights who were already prepared rushed up the moment the drawbridge fell. These knights held heavy battering hammers and smashed down on the city gate. Boom! A loud sound was heard. A large amount of dust fell from the gap of the castle gate and a deep mark immediately appeared on the castle gate. The guard captain's expression changed when he saw that the knights had broken the suspension bridge in just a few moments. If a battle really broke out, it would only take a single sword strike to deal with him. Wasn't this just courting death? However, the situation in front of him did not allow him to refuse. He gritted his teeth and directly ordered, "Release the arrows." Then he quietly took a step back. If there was anything wrong with this posture, he would immediately turn around and run. Bung bung bung. More than a dozen arrows flew out, but the knights didn't even look at them. They knocked the arrows away with their swords. Then he took out a javelin and threw it directly at the city wall. Before the guards could react, they felt a pain in their chests and their bodies flew backward. Then their consciousness fell into endless darkness. What a piece of trash. The attendant spoke coldly when he saw the guard's actions. Suddenly, his expression changed and then he roared furiously, "You actually dared to flee." A ray of cold light shot out. The bodyguard captain who had just run a few steps suddenly stiffened and then fell to the ground. A long sword was pulled out of his chest and blood flowed out. Boom. The castle's wooden gate had been in disrepair for a long time and couldn't withstand such a torment. After a few more hits, it collapsed. Without the gate, the castle was unobstructed. The guards saw that the situation was not good and scattered like birds and beasts. The knights easily rushed in. After rushing into the castle, the knights didn't stop and directly rushed inside. At this moment, the baron's attendant rushed over again with his men. Both sides didn't show any courtesy when they met. They waved their swords and rushed forward. At this moment, the baron's attendant in the lead roared. His body suddenly grew by more than 10 centimeters. The clothes on his body were directly torn, revealing dark red scales. Bang! A loud sound of metal clashing was heard. The knight in the lead was directly sent flying. The long sword in his hand had a deep cut. The fallen one. At this time, the others clearly saw the appearance of the baron's attendant. It was a humanoid monster with dark red scales all over his body. He was tall, about 2.5 meters. There was also a layer of scales on his ferocious face. His eyes were blood red, and there was a sharp horn on his head. There were also some bones growing out of his joints. His body was filled with the smell of blood and sulfur. A demonic human. Damn it, I should have known. Seeing the monster's appearance, Hunter's face changed and his eyes became even colder. A demonic human was simply a fallen one who had sacrificed to the devil. After receiving the power of the devil, this person's strength would increase exponentially and their body would also be demonized. At first, the demonization wouldn't be serious, but as the power of the devil continued to corrode their body would begin to transform into a devil. This transformation from the soul to the body was completely irreversible. At the same time, after receiving the power of the devil, one's personality would change greatly. They would become cruel, bloodthirsty, and chaotic, so very few people would do this. Even if these demonic humans died, they would fall into the bottomless abyss and be sent to the blood pool in the abyss by the river Styx to become a true devil. Everyone be careful. They are demonic humans. Hunter warned and then rushed out with his sword. These demonic humans were blocking the way outside, so there must be something very important inside. What could make them think it was important? Nothing more than sacrificing or summoning a devil. 4 fallen ones, this was an opportunity to increase their strength. Hunter and the others naturally knew this. The situation was urgent, so Hunter directly used his full strength. The life force in his body was stimulated to the extreme. His sword glowed with a bright light and a powerful wind pressure swept out. In an instant he collided with the demonic human. The powerful force caused the tall demonic human to take a step back. Hunter didn't stop there and quickly appeared beside the demonic human. The sharp sword in his hand slashed horizontally. Blood splattered as the demonic human's arm was cut off at the elbow. Intense pain came, and the demonic human's originally bloodshot eyes became crazed. The demonic human's other hand grabbed the sword and slashed at Hunter, but the experienced Hunter had already dodged in advance. His body turned and he was already on the left side of the demonic human. In the next second, a cold light flashed, and the demonic human's head flew up in an instant. Scorching hot blood spurted out. With full strength, Hunter killed the demonic human in 3 moves. For a moment, the morale of the surrounding knights was greatly boosted. However, the remaining demonic humans were not afraid. Their blood-red eyes were filled with madness, and they roared and rushed forward. The battle became even more intense. In the northern city, Su Lin looked at the boys and girls between the ages of 10 and 16 in front of him and secretly nodded in his heart. This batch of apprentices had recruited about 50. There were nobles, poor people, and even slaves. Of course, these identities were already in the past. They would be the second batch of apprentices of the Northwind Tower. The Northwind Academy that Su Lin had organized had been completed long ago. It was right next to the Sorcerer Tower. Hathaway purposely drew an energy channel from the elemental pool to connect it to the academy. The concentration of elemental energy in the academy was very high. The instructors of the Northwind Academy were still Locke and Andre. Occasionally, Karina, Grace, and Alex would come for a class or two. In addition to learning about sorcery, they were also taught cultural knowledge. Although there were not many instructors in the Northwind Academy, each one of them was very powerful. The weakest of the instructors here was a 4th-rank wizard, and the principal was a legendary wizard. It could be said that in terms of strength, the academy was one of the best in the entire continent. However, strength did not equate to education. The Northwind Academy's education level was probably in the lower middle of the continent. Congratulations. From today onwards, you are all official apprentices of the Northwind Academy. The door to the world of magic has officially opened for you. Su Lin looked at the excited children in front of him and laughed in his heart. Be happy, this might be the most relaxing time you've had since you entered the academy. Among you are poor people, nobles, merchants, and even slaves. These are not important in the academy. There is only one thing to do here, and that is to learn all kinds of sorcery knowledge and become a true wizard. So, put away your tempers. Su Lin swept his gaze over the excited crowd. In an instant they became anxious and fearful. In a while, someone will tell you the rules and regulations of the academy, as well as the punishment if you violate them. I hope you will abide by them. Learning in the Sorcerer Academy is not free. The first year is for the adaptation period, so the academy will bear the cost. However, from the second year onwards, you will have to do missions and earn money to pay for your tuition. You should know that cultivating a wizard is very costly. All kinds of experiments, training, and so on require a lot of resources. You will have to earn these resources yourself, so work hard. Su Lin finished and left the place, leaving the other instructors to explain to them. Su Lin, on the other hand, looked at the seniors of these apprentices. The previous batch of apprentices were busy with their work. There was a lot of basic work in the Sorcerer Tower for them to complete. To these apprentices, the instructors were not polite at all. Every day, apart from studying, they also had a lot of work. Their study and work time exceeded 18 hours. In order to make these apprentices energetic, Hathaway specially prepared energy potions for them. Energy potions were free. After drinking a bottle of energy potion, these apprentices would be full of energy and naturally have the energy to work. If it were not for the fact that energy potions could not be taken consecutively, Su Lin planned to let these apprentices continue to study. Chapter 502. After walking around the Northwind Tower, it was getting late. Su Lin was thinking about who he should talk to tonight about the truth of magic. Hathaway was still in seclusion, and Karina was busy absorbing bloodstones to purify her bloodline. Alex should be in the eagle's nest. That left Phyllis and Chrissy. After thinking for a while, Su Lin decided to study with Chris today. When he thought of the succubus, Su Lin thought of the 2 little horns on her head. Compared to the reins, the steering wheel was much better. Besides, the succubus had both the reins and the steering wheel. Phyllis would have to wait until she awakened more of her red dragon bloodline and grew out her dragon horns before she could compete with Chrissy. After making up his mind, Su Lin did not waste any more time. He turned around and went to study with Chrissy. An eagle descended from the sky and landed in a remote courtyard in the city. An ordinary-looking young man removed the bamboo tube tied to the eagle's leg and carefully opened it. After examining it, his expression changed slightly. He immediately put the tube back together and hurriedly went to the eagle house to pick the strongest eagle. After tying the bamboo tube properly, he took out some fresh meat and fed it. When the eagle was full, the young man immediately released it. The eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. After circling in the sky once, it flew in the direction of Northtown City. A group of people in black robes rushed out of the passage. They were all wrapped in black robes. Their eyes were as red as blood, and there was a hint of madness in them. Stop these people. The ceremony to sacrifice to our master must not be interrupted. Our master will grant us eternal life and power. The people in black robes were completely unafraid of death. They shouted loudly and blocked the path of Hunter and the other knights. There were all kinds of people in this group. Not only were there powerful servants, there were also demon warlocks with strange means. There were also men, women, and children. The only thing they had in common was that they were completely unafraid of death. They were all expressionless and used their lives to stop the knights from approaching. This is not good. These people are crazy. Be careful. Seeing the frenzied crowd, Hunter, Spencer, and the others were shocked. These people had all worshipped the devil and obtained the devil's power. Their strength varied, but they all had one thing in common: they were not afraid of death. A gloomy and cold aura enveloped the surroundings. This aura was filled with madness, bloodlust, and destruction. It constantly stimulated the wills of these knights. This power suppressed the knights' hearts and imperceptibly weakened their strength. Evil spirit energy. A strange aura swept across, and all of the knights instantly felt a gloomy and cold energy. This energy made their bodies feel heavy, and a chaotic murmur sounded in their ears. It was very uncomfortable. Even though they were warriors with strong wills and had been through hundreds of battles, some of them gradually became confused. This is the whisper of a demon. Cover your ears. Knight Hunter yelled at the top of his lungs. The roar immediately woke up the confused knights, but the fallen ones would not let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity. They launched an attack one after another. 2 knights who had just recovered from their daze were hacked to death by the surrounding fallen ones as soon as they raised their heads. Gain. A knight next to him roared and rushed forward. A cold light flashed and the head of one of the fallen ones was chopped off. The 2 knights next to him cooperated well and killed a few of the fallen ones around them in an instant. The knight picked Gain up and covered his bleeding wound with one hand. He quickly poured potions into his companion's mouth with the other hand. However, this kind of serious injury could only be healed by a high-grade wizard or a powerful priest. Ordinary potions were useless. Don't waste it. Be careful. Help me, give this to Tia. The knight's powerful physique prevented him from dying on the spot. The knight named Guyan grabbed his hand tightly and spoke with great difficulty. After seeing that the knight had agreed to his request, the knight lowered his hand and looked at the mottled amulet in his hand silently. Then he gently placed it on the ground. Don't worry, Gain. I will avenge you. Kill all these sons of bitches. The knight did not have time to be sad. As an elite knight who had experienced hundreds of battles, he had seen too many deaths. However, when he saw his companion die, his heart was still filled with anger and sadness. This was his best friend who had saved his life twice on the battlefield. His son was only 3 years old. Javelins. Crossbows. Quick. The fierce battle did not give them any time to be sad. Faced with so many fallen ones, they could only keep fighting. This kind of haul was perfect for arrows and javelins. These fallen ones had nowhere to hide. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Javelins flew out and pierced through the chests of the fallen ones. The small crossbows were activated, and the fine iron arrows pierced through the bodies of the fallen ones. The arrows and javelins turned into shadows, and the fallen ones were killed in an instant. The surrounding knights also put down their crossbows and rushed forward again. Head Knight Hunter took out a potion and poured it into his mouth. A gust of wind element immediately surrounded him, and his body became extremely light. Even his heavy armor became as light as a feather. Gale Potion. It was a powerful magic potion that could slightly increase the user's strength and speed after use. Head Knight Hunter's speed was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. He shot out like a ghost, and at this moment he was even faster than the rogues who focused on speed. Blood splattered in the air, and the fallen ones who were not afraid of death fell one after another. All of the enemies were killed in one hit. Quick. Charge. The ritual is almost complete. We have to stop them. Spencer waved his sword and rushed forward. The other knights followed closely behind. The knights were very familiar with each other. Their formation was already broken by Head Knight Hunter, and now they were being crushed by the other knights. The whole castle was covered by a cold, evil, and chaotic energy. This energy was constantly affecting the others, and it was constantly attacking the knights' consciousness. The whispers of demons sounded in their ears, and many of the knights showed a painful expression. Head Knight Hunter made a prompt decision. You guys stay outside. Spencer and I will go in. If the 2 of us can't handle it, you guys run for your lives. You must send the message back. After a round of fighting, the fallen ones were all dead. There was no one in front of them and they quickly rushed inside. Bang! The gorgeous wooden door was smashed into pieces, and a strong smell of blood filled their noses. That direction, quick. Spencer immediately identified the direction where the smell of blood was coming from. He then pointed at a tunnel not far away. Head Night Hunter did not stop and quickly rushed into the passage. After another door was smashed, a gloomy altar appeared in front of them. The ground was covered with sticky blood, and the surrounding walls were covered with horrifying paintings. Demons were laughing in the sky, and many fallen ones were offering sacrifices to them. These demons used all kinds of methods to kill the sacrifices and then enjoyed the flesh and blood of the sacrifices. The whole hall was filled with red light. When they entered, a strong smell of negative energy mixed with the smell of sulfur, and the whispers of the demons around them became more serious. On the altar was a pile of human organs, and the two knights frowned. "Ah, you're too late. Master has arrived. Offer your flesh, blood, and soul. Become Master's food, and I will receive the power and eternal life bestowed upon me by my master. You dogs, I will kill you little by little. And that damn king, I will cut off his flesh and feed it to the dogs. I will take back everything I've lost." A noble laughed crazily. He had a handsome face, and although he looked to be in his 40s, he was still very charming. He was wearing a black priest's robe, and he looked at the altar crazily. A teleportation gate quickly took shape on the altar. The dark red gate looked as if it had been dyed in blood. Immediately after, a ferocious arm covered in scales reached out from the gate. A strong evil energy instantly covered the whole hall. Even though they were warriors who had been through hundreds of battles, they still felt very depressed when faced with this aura. "Ha, Master has arrived. I am your most loyal servant, Brent. Please grant me great power and eternal life." The middle-aged noble immediately knelt on the altar and prayed crazily. His expression was as if he was on a pilgrimage. "Great Master, you will be the master of this world. All enemies will cry at your feet." "Master." "No." At this time an ugly head came out of the portal. He waved his arm and grabbed the man's head directly. Then a large amount of blood and flesh were extracted. The handsome noble in front of him was turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye. The essence of the flesh and blood made the portal expand again, and it became more than 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The demon had 2 goat-like horns on its head, and it looked ugly. Only half of its body was exposed, but the two knights felt a strong sense of oppression. The portal was more than 3 meters tall, and it was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, Hunter rushed forward without hesitation, but it was obviously too late. The demon forced its way out of the portal. "Human. Flesh and soul. Material plane. Ha ha ha, I'm here." Chapter 503. Northern Town. Su Lin climbed out of bed energetically after a night of being a knight. The battle last night did not affect him at all. His reputation as the Thunderstorm Spear King was not undeserved. The arrival of the new apprentices made the Northern Wind Tower a little busy. Fortunately, they were already experienced, so it was not a problem for them to deal with it. There was another important matter in Northern Town for the next 2 days, and that was the spring plowing. Northern Town was located in the northern wasteland. Winter was long and spring came 1 or 2 months later than other provinces. That was why spring plowing only began at this time. As an agricultural country, spring plowing was a very important event. In some countries, the king would personally plow the fields to announce the start of spring plowing. Although Northern Town's event was not as exaggerated, it was still necessary to hold a grand ceremony. With the help of Angela and Annie, Su Lin put on a hunting suit, and then rode the Pegasus to the central square with his guards. At this time the central square was crowded with people. The arrival of spring plowing made the whole city vibrant. Spring plowing was the hope of everyone in Northern Town. It was the lifeblood of the farmers. The grand celebration made Northern Town City look very lively. The caravans from all over the world could feel the joy and prosperity here. The solemn statues, the neat and clean roads, the blooming flowers on both sides of the roads, the beautiful fountains in the parks and squares, and the energetic citizens of Northern Town City. Children were running quickly with simple toys in their hands. A group of dwarves were cheering loudly with wine glasses raised high in the air. Young girls were singing and dancing in the crowd. On the other side of the square, there were many half-elves performing. From time to time, a beautiful magic firework would rise. Powerful warriors wearing excellent armor and weapons could be seen in every corner of the city. There were even drows among these warriors. The merchants who came here were greatly shocked. They followed the crowd and walked on the streets, feeling the prosperity and vitality of the city. As merchants who often traveled to different cities, they were basically knowledgeable. It was not that they had never seen a city that was more prosperous than Northern Town. However, in terms of cleanliness, no city could compare to Northern Town. It wasn't just the streets. Even the commoners in the city were the same. The commoners here were completely different from the commoners they had seen in other places. In other cities, including the capital cities of powerful kingdoms, the commoners were still sickly and dispirited. Their clothes were tattered and emitted a foul smell. Their hair was messy and there were even lice and other insects crawling around. Their clothes were dirty and messy and they looked lethargic. Their eyes were apathetic, and there wasn't a hint of vitality in them. The citizens of Northern Town City had completely broken their understanding of the common people. Although their clothes were tattered, they were very clean. Everyone's hair was very clean. They looked very energetic and there was no smell on them. What surprised them even more was that their eyes were full of hope. They loved life and they were very supportive of their lord. They were full of vitality. In other cities, very few nobles would allow such a large-scale celebration. Most of them would only celebrate in the noble district. If they were in a good mood, they would give out some black bread to the citizens. That way they would be praised as a kind lord. Most of them would not even care about the lives of the citizens. This spring plowing celebration was hosted by Su Luin in person. Not only the officials of the North Town City, but also many caravans that had trade relations with the North Town City were invited. Of course, there were more merchants who didn't have invitations. The news of Northern Town City building a wizard tower and having a legendary wizard had already spread across the human kingdoms. It had even begun to spread across the entire continent. Many merchants and nobles had heard that Northern Town City was recruiting wizard apprentices. They all hoped that their children could come here to study. Ever since the elemental tide had arrived, the chances of children awakening their wizard talent had obviously increased. As the elemental tide became stronger, more and more children would awaken their wizard talent. Most of the sorcerer organizations on the continent only recruited students once every 10 years. The last time they recruited students was only 3 years ago. Even the most recent recruitment date for a sorcerer academy was 5 years later. Many children who had awakened their potential to become a sorcerer couldn't wait that long. The best time to train a magus was between the ages of 10 to 16. After this time, the difficulty of becoming an official magus would increase by several times. The nobles were not willing to let their children waste this opportunity. At the same time, after the situation in Northern Town City had completely stabilized, many mercenaries and adventurers had started to make a living here. Mercenaries and adventurers sounded nice, and they often appeared in the epic stories told by traveling poets. However, what was the reality? Most of these people were poor. They had no land and no jobs. They were only slightly better off than slaves. When they heard that gold was everywhere in Northern Town City, they all came to make a fortune. Some of them joined the army of Northern Town City and applied to become citizens of the city. Some of them wanted to make a fortune and started to explore the wasteland. Thousands of people have been killed. With so many souls and flesh sacrificed, there is a high chance of summoning a high-grade demon, or even a legendary demon. I need you to help me teleport there. No problem. Hathaway nodded. I'll set the coordinates first. You get ready. A legendary demon is not easy to deal with. Do you want to bring a few more people? Or you can give me a coordinate, and I'll open the portal and directly kill the demon with the particle cannon. Get ready. If the demon is not easy to deal with, I'll inform you through telepathy and then open the portal for a super long-range attack. The Northwind Tower could not fly now, and weapons like the particle cannon could only attack in a straight line. The limit of attack on the ground was 50 kilometers. If they wanted to attack a target thousands of kilometers away, they could only open the portal in advance and attack when the enemy locked on in advance. This tactic required Sullen's cooperation to lock on the target's position at close range, open the portal, and then let the high-energy beam from the particle cannon pass through. This kind of high-energy beam would affect the stability of the portal and cause some deviation. It needed to be corrected in advance. If the cooperation was not good, it was easy to miss the target. If the enemy discovered it in advance, it would be easy to avoid, so Su Lin also needed to restrict the enemy's movement. Generally, if the enemy was not too difficult to deal with, Su Lin would not call for this kind of heavenly justice. Hathaway's teleportation spell was more powerful than Sullen's, but this kind of long-distance teleportation without coordinates would have a lot of errors. It was normal for it to be offset by dozens of kilometers. If they could create the eye of the sky in the future and send it to the sky, they could try to accurately teleport. It was said that in the era of the ancient gods created a rainbow bridge that could connect to any place in the multiverse. No one knew if this legend was true or not. Chapter 504. In the era of the ancient gods, there were many magical things. The rainbow bridge was one of them. It could be used to teleport between planes. It was very powerful, but it disappeared later. Where's Chris? Bring her there, Hathaway said as she calculated the coordinates. I've already informed her. She'll be here soon, Su Lin said. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Chris hurried over. What's the hurry? After fighting for half the night, she was planning to sleep in and rest. However, Su Lin sent someone to inform her that there was something important. I just received a message from the embroidered uniform guard. They found someone summoning a demon in the southern provinces of Florence. According to speculation, it's at least a high-level demon. It might even be a legendary demon. A legendary demon? Chris was slightly stunned. She was now close to the legendary level and knew how destructive a legendary demon was. She also knew the demon's desire to destroy. If the legendary demon was allowed to move freely, the damage would be shocking. Then we must hurry over, Chris said. I've already asked Hathaway to prepare. We'll teleport directly when the time comes, Su Lin said. With the help of the tower spirit, Hathaway quickly calculated the approximate coordinates of the southern Tabbats province. She then connected Milky Way to the elemental pool and activated the teleportation portal on the astrology platform. Soon, a powerful energy wave came and a teleportation portal appeared in front of them. Su Lin nodded at Hathaway and took Chris directly into the portal. After passing through the portal, Su Lin and Chris appeared in mid-air. To prevent the teleportation from reaching the bottom line, Hathaway set the coordinates at a high altitude, so the two were directly teleported into mid-air. Su Lin had expected this. With a flash of light, the two floated in mid-air. Su Lin looked around and soon saw a city about a dozen kilometers away from them. Let's enter the city first. There should be a stronghold of the embroidered uniform guard in the city. Let them scout for information and find the demon, Su Lin said. Then let's go. The two of them weren't slow. After about 10 minutes, they appeared near the city. They didn't enter through the city gate. Su Lin and the other man used invisibility to descend from the sky. The stronghold of the embroidered uniform guards was very hidden. However, they would report to the higher-ups after establishing a stronghold. Su Lin had already checked the information before coming, so he naturally knew the location of the embroidered uniform guards. After observing for a while in the air, Su Lin quickly found the location of the embroidered uniform guards base. He then brought Chris directly to the embroidered uniform guards base. Who's there? As Su Lin and Roland removed their invisibility spell, the embroidered uniform guards in the stronghold immediately noticed them. You're quite vigilant. Su Lin nodded at the few Imperial secret guards who rushed over. Your Majesty? After seeing Sullen's appearance clearly, one of the embroidered uniform guards turned pale with fright. Then he reacted and prepared to salute. All right, there's no time for you to bow. Where's the information you've gathered about that demon? Report to me first. Su Lin waved his hand and stopped them. The embroidered uniform guard hesitated for a moment before saying, Your Majesty has just received news that the demon that appeared this time is very likely to be at the legendary level. Just yesterday, Night Hunter's team encountered that demon. If not for the timely arrival of the priests and paladins of the temple, they would have been completely wiped out. In the end, after paying a heavy price, the knights and the priests retreated. Where is that demon now? Su Lin asked. The latest news is that the demon went south after leaving Brent Castle. Since yesterday, priests and paladins of the temple have been constantly sending reinforcements. That demon hasn't caused much damage. The embroidered uniform guard quickly relayed the news. Su Lin nodded, then said, Who is familiar with the terrain here? Come with me. This legendary demon is a bomb in the material world. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Kurid, come here. The embroidered uniform guard waved his hand. A young man with a thin and weak body and an ordinary appearance walked forward. However, his eyes were extremely lively. "Your Majesty, this is Kurud, a rogue. He's good at gathering information. He's very familiar with the terrain around Harvest City." "Yes, Your Majesty, I'm familiar with the surroundings," the skinny young man said with a fawning expression. "All right, it's you. We'll go now. You lead the way." Sulin didn't stop. With a flash of light, the three figures instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already outside the city. Kurud was shocked when he saw the completely different scenery around him. He was even more in awe of His Majesty. "Kurud, what do you think we should do next?" Sulin looked around and asked. "Your Majesty, that demon went to a town in the south. We'll follow this road. After passing through 2 villages, we'll head west," Kurud said quickly. "All right, let's go." With a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of wind blew and lifted the 3 of them up. Then they quickly flew into the distance. In order to deal with the demon and save magic power, Sulin used the power of the Wind Dragon flag. Now, Sulin could completely control the Wind Dragon flag. According to the grade, this Wind Dragon flag was also a legendary creation. This legendary item was a group battle type. The lightning storm it came with could easily destroy an army. The attack range was very wide. Of course, this legendary item also had its shortcomings. If the attack range was large, the power would be reduced. The single target attack power was average. However, for Sulin this wasn't a problem at all. He could deal with single target attacks by himself. If he really couldn't, he could summon Hathaway to attack from a distance. What he lacked was a large-scale attack spell. It was the skill to clear the field in the game. After the buff of Fly, the 3 of them were very fast. They didn't have to dodge or take a detour in the sky. So, under Kurud's guidance, the 3 of them quickly flew forward. Let's go back one day. In the southern plains, in a dark forest, a small group of mysterious people in black robes was moving forward quickly. They were strong and had cold faces. There was also some negative energy surrounding them. These mysterious people had smeared some special spices on their bodies. The mosquitoes and animals in the forest stayed away from them. Soon this group of people arrived at an abandoned altar. "High Priest. Everyone is here," a black-robed person said respectfully. Soon the crowd separated to the left and right. A figure covered in a cloak walked out. She reached out and took off her cloak. A curvaceous body appeared. The loose robe couldn't hide her charm. Her slender waist was tied with a white belt, forming an amazing arc. This woman's face was extremely beautiful. Her face was sharp and her chin went down to her white neck. On the top of her head, there were 2 sharp protrusions that looked like a pair of small horns. She wore an extremely gorgeous and sexy priest robe under the cloak. The priest robe had a slit at the waist, revealing her beautiful white legs. But the people around her didn't dare to look. "That Brent has succeeded in summoning the demon?" "Yes, Your Excellency, High Priest." "What's the reaction of the temple?" "The temple has sent priests and paladins to deal with it." The priestess nodded. "How's our manpower?" "It's all ready," a black-robed person said. Then he hesitated. "Your Excellency, High Priest, the demon summoned this time is a legendary demon. Our operation this time will be greatly affected." "Humph," the coquettish priestess snorted. "It's just a demon that likes to kill and destroy. With the temples dealing with him, he won't have time to pay attention to us. And a legendary demon will be even more powerful. As long as we succeed, I can immediately advance to legendary." "Do it. When he's weakened, we'll immediately use the altar to seize his power." More than a dozen black-robed people scattered in all directions. It seemed like they were beginning to prepare. The priestess in the lead led the others to the area around the altar. While the others were busy, the priestess looked into the distance. In her eyes there was a strange light. There was a desire, a sense of awe and fear. But soon her eyes became determined. The elemental tide has begun. A new era has arrived. As the high priest of the Church of the Soul Snatchers, I must succeed this time. A group of temple knights was running quickly in the wilderness. The horses under them were already panting and sweating. But the knights had no intention of slowing down. Instead, they sped up and whipped their mounts. If this continued, the horses would be crippled. "Han, how far are we?" the knight in the lead asked. "Soon, it's in the small town ahead. We have to get there as soon as possible. This time, those rats summoned a legendary demon. We paid a great price to keep him here." "Those damn rats. Don't let me catch them." Otherwise I'll send them to the gallows. Night Hunter was the one who found out about this. He tracked Baron Brent to his castle. By the time he broke in, that damned bastard had already completed the summoning ritual and sacrificed thousands of people to the summoning ritual. When this mission is over, I'll teach those nobles a lesson. Also, we have to keep an eye on the other nobles. We don't have to do anything. That king won't let them go. He's known for his ruthlessness. He's also very powerful. And it's said that he has a legendary wizard as his wife. Those nobles are going to be in trouble this time. The knight gloated. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.